BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 17 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 17 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Before we begin with today's summit, may I please request our team to play the BW Legacy AV to give our audience members a sneak peek into the world of BW. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bweducation.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody in the audience to join in the conversation and please share your learnings from the day using the hashtag BW EduTech Summit. That's EDUTECH, EduTech Summit. May I please request our team to now show us today's Summit AV. Before I move forward to today's proceedings, I would like to thank our partners for today. Our state sponsor, Government of Telangana, our presenting partner, ICFI Group, associate partner, Ampersand Group, B-School partners, Somaya Vidya Vihar University and Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon, university partner, Chitkara University, Rabindranath Tagore University, our fan partner, Fandom, a digital media partner, IWM Buzz, a coffee partner, Beanley Coffee, a beverage partner, the Thick Shake Factory, and a media partner, Exchange for Media. May I please request our team to play our partner's AV?
10 years after its inception, ICFI felt the need for management education in the country and came into business established in 1995 and has now completed more than 2 decades of its existence. Well-established infrastructure spread all over the country, backed by a well-researched curriculum and academic methodology. To meet the current needs of the industry, IBS has been imparting quality education to scores of students for over more than 2 decades since its inception. Them career-oriented and industry-ready has been the hallmark of the IBS brand of education over these years. IBS has been continuously churning out top-notch professionals year after year from its many campuses. All IBS campuses follow a common program structure and have a centrally designed curriculum. However, each campus has the freedom to innovate and experiment with different educational methodologies and practices within this overall framework. IBS has world-class professors, state-of-the-art technology, and well-equipped campuses, everything for a student to excel in their chosen field, have a rich blend of academic and industrial experience.
And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World, to deliver the inaugural address. You know, I'm very, sir, please allow me, and I always do this. देखिए, अगर ताली बजनी चाहिए, तो दिल खोल के बजाइए. I would request you for that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to VW Education's EduTech Awards and Transforming Education Through Technology and Skilling. So I'll not talk much today because we have the minister waiting for us after this. So I would just like to say that there has been a lot of change that has come in education, especially during the pandemic, where the students were, facing the lockdown, and we all thought that the world has come to a standstill. But suddenly, certain technologies emerged and took over the world. I had never used Zoom frequently before the pandemic, and our organizations ran on that, and our students started their learning on that. In times that I come from, and most of us who are sitting here, the only tech which was also tabooed at that point was a calculator. You're not supposed to use it. But today, the things have changed, and there are a number of organizations and startups that are coming in, post-pandemic especially, who are taking the education to the remotest of places. The second thing that has come of late is that access to technology, thanks to the search engines and stuff, we had to sit through for long hours in libraries when we were doing our researches. So and you had to refer a lot of books, browse through all the pages, and find a relevant paragraph that would match the kind of research that we are doing. So that has given a lot of ease. Now the research is also easy. You can get the content easily from various portals, and you can buy the researches. So the time that mankind is investing in finding the data has been reduced, and probably that's the reason we are moving a little fast in terms of learning, and the education is improving day by day. So with this, today we'll be listening to various educationalists who are talking about skilling through technology. And also towards the end of the day, we'll be meeting the people who have made change and brought technology into education, and how they have made the change. We'll listen to their stories as well towards the end of the day. So with this, I welcome you again, and over to you, Malik. Please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I request you to please stay back. You know, it's believed that light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity, as it expels the darkness from our lives, and of course, brings us the blessings that we need. And to make this event a blessed one, and to seek blessings from the Almighty, it's time that we proceed with lighting the lamp of knowledge for this summit. And for the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University, Mr. Vinesh Menon, CEO, Human Development and Social Impact Solutions, Ampersand Group, Professor Sanjay Fuloria, Professor, ICFI Business School, IBS, Hyderabad, Professor S.C. Sharma, Director, ICFI Business School, IBS, Gurgaon, and Mr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, Pro-Chancellor, Rabindranath Tagore University.
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणि
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणि
विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा
विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणि विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, it's time to proceed with the Honorable Chief Guest's address. Sir was supposed to be here with us live, but due to some work emergency, he's been gracious enough to join us virtually. Please join me in welcoming virtually Mr. Naveen Mittal, IAS Commissioner of Collegiate Education and Technical Education, Government of Telangana, to deliver the Chief Guest address. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. And first of all, my apologies for not joining physically. A very good morning to all the participants, and my sincere thanks to the Business World Education for organizing this conference, which is on a very, very important topic, which is transforming education through technology and skills. I think this is a very, very fortunate time for us in this country as well as globally, with the transformation which is going through the education system. In fact, in India, I would say there are three big things which have been actually transforming the education system and really catalyze this change which we are seeing through. And number one on that list is technology. In fact, we were in the past always grappling with the slow change of educational processes when the entire world or most of the other sectors were getting disrupted due to the use of technologies. If you see sectors like transportation or sectors like communication, sectors like even health, they've seen huge amount of transformation due to use of technology. But somehow education was for many years bereft of that. But now over the last few years, couple of years, I would say, we've seen a huge transformation which is being driven by the use of technology. The COVID pandemic has actually, I would say, greatly accelerated that whole process. In fact, we were forced to go online in terms of education, and we have really learned the nuances of what the integration of technology with education is. And now I would say most of us are having a somewhat a clearer picture compared to a couple of years back as to what direction we are heading into. And I think direction is that we are moving into a sort of a blended and a hybrid mode of learning, because somehow pure physical education, physical classes have not leveraged the use of technology, which has been possible mainly due to the personalized processes, which can actually be very, very powerful in accelerating the learning levels of the students. If you really look at a physical world or a physical classroom, you would see that the teacher generally goes by the pace of an average student. So both the slow learners as well as the fast learners miss the pace of the classroom. A fast learner actually is frustrated by the slow pace, and the slow learner is not able to keep up pace. And technology provides the speed with which a student can actually learn. And he or she can rewound the lecture, he or she can view it or view it multiple times. You can actually watch it at slow pace, or you can fast forward it. There are multiple ways it is possible, which is somehow was missing in the physical world. If you miss a lecture, you miss a lecture, and there's no other way you can come back. But there is also something which is very, very powerful, which happens in a physical space, in the physical world, which is this whole peer-to-peer learning which takes place, and the human interaction which takes place, which gives you much more than just what the subject is teaching you. You learn a lot of the human values, you learn how to communicate, you learn how to work in teams, which is what the real world is all about. And that aspect is completely missing in the virtual world or in the online world. So I think we now have to look for a combination of the two. How do we blend this mix? What percentage of education can be online and what percentage of it can be physical is something which is now the way to move forward. So that is one. The two is we are very fortunate to have an excellent and extraordinary new national education policy, which has come in the 2020. And 2 years down the line, we've already seen a lot of change which has happened. Couple of them I can talk about. One of them is this multiple entry, multiple exit, which is now possible. So students can actually enter and exit at time of their liking to experience both the working world as well as the education world, and then come in and go out at the time of their choosing. Of course, this also entails modification of our curriculum as well as learning processes, also to allow them some takeaway when they move out. We've also seen academic bank of credit coming into place, which allows a student to earn credits from anywhere and then deposit in the bank and then encash them from the institution from which a candidate is going to take a certificate or a diploma or a degree. And the condition is that 50% of the credits must be from this certificate, diploma, or degree granting institution. So that's I would say something which is a very, very path-breaking reform which has happened in the country. And I'm sure that many other countries globally would be looking at the success of this reform and very innovative idea which is taking shape in India for the benefit of students in those countries also. And I think that is going to be one area in which India would be kind of leading the world globally in terms of this innovation. We are also seeing a huge transformation which is happening in terms of bringing in flexibility in programs and multidisciplinarity of the programs. In fact, I want to make a statement, which is a lot of innovation happens at junctions of disciplines, places where two disciplines meet. And that is the point where the largest innovation happens. You can say that it could be the junction of agriculture with technology. It is the junction where health meets technology. mechanical engineering meets computer engineering. You would find even in social sciences also, where let's say law meets psychology, you would find that some of the greatest innovations and some of the most transformative innovations happen when two disciplines meet. And somehow our focus has not been on this multidisciplinarity of education. And but I think NEP rectifies that, and we are really looking forward to how this will really help in transforming the innovation landscape in our institutions and in our country. So NEP is really driving a lot of this change. And I think the third thing, which is really, I would say, become very powerful in bringing this transformation, is also the point at which India is in its development journey. In fact, if you see past couple of years, we were greatly disrupted by COVID, but we have really come out of very quickly. And if you see last year, there's been a huge increase in the growth in various sectors, and you would suddenly find that there's a huge demand for skills in various sectors. In fact, almost every sector is today crying for more and more skills and more manpower, and that's where I would say the second part of the theme of this conference comes into play, that is skilling. That is really, I would say, the need of the hour. And skilling actually requires, I would say, a totally new mindset in terms of how our educational institutions deliver their content, because we have been too much theory focused in our institutions. And if you really skill the manpower, which is the human resource which is required in the country, and also from India to serve globally, you would really require a total change of approach, where you probably need to integrate work and learning together. And I think some of the innovations which are happening in terms of work integrated learning programs in many of our campuses is the way forward. With these few words, I hope that I've given a few points or some food for thought for the speakers who are going to talk in this conference, and bring out some of the solutions to the challenges which we are facing, and a roadmap in moving forward. With these few words, I hand over back, and I wish this conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Honorable Chief Guest address. And now, for the first power presentation of today, it's on use of business simulations and games as technology tools. Please join me in welcoming our presenter for the same, Professor Sanjay Fuloria, Professor, ICFI Business School, IBS, Hyderabad.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sanjay. I'm a professor of operations and IT management area at ICFI Business School, Hyderabad. I would like to thank the organizers at the outset for this opportunity. I'll be making a case for the use of business simulation games as tools for education. And this So I'll be making a case for the use of business simulation games as tools for education. We at ICFI have been using simulation games and case studies for all our learners. This includes our undergrad students, which is BBA. We do this for the MBA students. We also do it for executive education. And this ties in very well with our keynote speaker's address, where he said interdisciplinarity is a must, because what we have observed is all the problems that we face, all the business problems that we have are interdisciplinary. Nothing comes from one function, right? Nothing is a marketing problem or an HR problem. It is a combination of things. So let's go to the agenda. So as we teachers do, we start from the definition. That's where I will start. And I will go on to cite 4 examples. One is ERP Sim. It's a simulation game developed by HEC Montreal. Then I will talk about the pricing game, which is developed by MIT. Third is the Coffee Shop Inc. simulation game developed by Harvard. And the last one, the entrepreneurship game developed by Wharton. So these are the who's who of higher education who have developed these simulation games. As promised, this is the definition. Now, what are the words in this definition that jump out at you? Demonstrative, activity, a combination of theory and practice, involvement, developing skills and knowledge. So we need all this inculcated in students who go on to the corporate world and they want to work in that area, or even if they want to become an entrepreneur, they need to have all these things. And to make it interesting, it's always an inductive approach that works best. You start with an example, and through that example, get them involved, and then go on to explain the concepts. So that's what all these simulation games do. And these words also point to 2 things. This should be fun and learn. So learning without fun is also boring. So it should be fun and learn. Now, just going through and participating in a simulation game or a case study is not enough. We also need to evaluate, right? We also need to evaluate as to did it result in some learning for the participants? Because if there is no learning, it's only fun. They remember the example and forget what they learned from that, what concepts they learned from it. It is useless. So we'll get that in a bit. We'll get to that. So let me first go to the first example, which is ERP Sim. Now, higher education teaching is expected to ensure students' fitness for work immediately after their final degree. So we are talking about skilling students. So that's an imperative. ERP Sim helps in improving the handling of the SAP ERP system and the execution of managerial tasks. As a special feature, ERP Sim fosters methodological management competencies. As a special feature, it does that. The teamwork experience under real business conditions adds to students' social competencies, and students also learn to make decisions under time constraints. There's a time limit to what they do. If they exceed the time limit, they get negative points and they lose out. So in this simulation game, students have to play the role of an operating profit maximizing entrepreneur. The objective of any business is to maximize profit, and that is something which is demonstrated in this. The immediate profit effects of their management decisions are indicated after each simulation round. There are multiple rounds here. With profit maximizing as the only objective, students' decision performance can be clearly measured. So nobody can claim that I made the right decision if the profit is not there. If the profit is lesser than the competitor, then whatever he or she says, the objective has not been achieved. For this simulation game, 2 different types of companies are implemented in ERP Sim. The first one is a commercial company for beverages, and the second one is a manufacturing company for muesli products. So 2 different types of companies are there. So they get exposure to different types. Usually the simulation game is performed with competing groups of 4 to 6 students. So there is competition involved. Each group runs its own company, and the number of groups determines the amount of competition that is there in the field, which is a real life scenario, right? Nobody is in the business on his or her own. There are other competitors in the market. So students have to operate in a dynamic and changing environment generated by real-time situations. They have to cope quickly with selected tasks concerning procurement processes, materials planning, pricing, and sales order management. So here you see different things that the participating teams have to focus on. So they have to change the price list. They have to change bill of material. They need to have operations knowledge as well. They have to have the marketing knowledge, forecasting, some statistics knowledge is required. They have to think about advertising, branding, material resource planning, purchase orders. They have to convert the purchase orders, and they have to release production. And they also need to evaluate, apart from all this, at the end of it or after each round, they also have to evaluate the reports about sales orders, market reports, financial statements, production reports, cost and inventory reports. So if they don't do that, they won't win and they will not be able to maximize their profit. Now, one point that I made earlier was about evaluation. Okay, we have taught this simulation or we have covered this in the class, but what is the impact? So there are researchers who have worked on this particular ERP sim simulation. So the references are there, Baranchik and Heriko. So what they did, they studied the knowledge of participants before teaching them the simulation and after teaching the simulation. So they did it on 3 heads. One was business process knowledge, second was technical knowledge for SAP ERP, and third is the ERP transaction knowledge. As you can see, the score on a scale of 1 to 5, the average score before ERP sim was 2.81 on business process knowledge, and it went up to 3.59. And you can see for all the 3, for technical knowledge, it went up from 1.75 to 3.44. And the third one on ERP transaction knowledge, it went up from 1.59 to 3.47. So there's an immediate impact. Now, this can be studied after maybe 6 months, after 2 years as well. How is their knowledge changed? Have they been sustaining that improvement in knowledge or not? So evaluation wise also, they have an impact. So this slide proves that. Moving on, the next is the pricing game. So this is developed by MIT and this is free for use for educators and we can use it. So I have used that in the class. Now, this is interesting. This simulation games comes with a case study as well. So the case study is called Salt Cellar. So this is about the salt industry. So students or participants are supposed to read the case before they come for the simulation game and then play this particular game. So this starts with a description of the manufacturing process. It talks about the industry structure. We could teach concepts of game theory through this particular simulation game. So the dilemma the player faces is whether to continue with a standalone salt company. That is one. It also talks about how to pitch the salt business to investors. On one hand, the potential for tougher regulation against the use of salt in highway decision, highway de-icing, and the food industry was a potential threat as concerns grew about its effect on both the environmental and human health. So there are negative aspects to this salt industry. On the other hand, the positive aspects, salt remained a large and important market for which there were at present few substitutes. So all these things have to be considered before people make decisions or the participants make decisions. And this is also an interfunctional or cross-disciplinary business simulation game. And the kind of reports that you get after this are these. So this is a demonstration where there are 2 players in the market. So the prices, the revenue, shipments, market share, how the market share changes, how the net income changes, how the cumulative profit changes. So based on these results in the second round, participants can make decisions on the price that they want to project, and net income and cumulative profit. And ultimately the winner is decided based on net income and cumulative profit. So this is the second case. Again, this demonstrates that there are multiple things involved, multiple subjects involved, multiple concepts involved. The third one is Coffee Shop Inc. In Coffee Shop Inc., the only thing that is to be demonstrated is this: employee satisfaction leads to customer satisfaction, leads to sales and profits. So the participants have to make changes on these things. So they can change the salaries of the employees vis-a-vis the competition. They can increase training expenditure. They can increase or decrease number of staff. That's one thing or one lever that they can change. So customer satisfaction drivers are employee satisfaction, which you can change. You can change the pricing as well. then you can decide on having a variety or not. You can plan to have only one variety of the product, or you can have multiple varieties, so that the customers don't go back if they don't find their favorite product. And the determinants of unit sales, you can make decisions on the location of the store, on the promotion strategy, opening hours. Do you want to keep the store open for the entire day, or do you want to keep it open only for 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening, or things like that? And the main cost items here are rent, salaries, raw materials, training, promotion, and admin and depreciation. So again, this is multiple subjects or multiple topics or multiple things that the participants have to take care of. And the last one is the entrepreneurship simulation, where there are 3 roles available for the participants. One is that of a founder, second is that of an investor, and third is that of a key employee. Participants can decide which particular role they want to play. And the concepts that are taught through this are different valuation approaches. Now, the interesting thing is this case starts with an email that the founder sends to the investor. So the communication itself, email communication itself, could be a point of discussion. So ideally, we should have 3 or 4 teachers or 3 or 4 instructors in a classroom when this case is being run. So you can focus on 3 or 4 different aspects. So we can also teach valuation approaches through this particular simulation game. Then equity versus salary compensation. Should the employees be given equity, or what percentage should be given as equity, and what should be the percentage of salary compensation? Then fundraising considerations, those things can be taught. Then there's an interesting concept it talks about is rich versus king. So do you want to be the king? You want to control everything. You don't want outside investors in your company. You can be the king. But on the other hand, if you want to be rich, if you want to expand, you would need outside investors. That's a call the founder has to take. So those things can also be demonstrated or explained to this particular case. Then the idea of acquiring skilled employees, how much leeway you want to give to the employees, those things can also be explained through this particular simulation. Then on diversity, we can talk about low diversity is helpful when we are looking at something which is focused on exploiting existing areas, when you don't want a lot of innovation to be done. But if innovation is required, diversity also helps. So this idea can also be drilled down through this particular simulation game. So if the objective is only execution and routinization, we can look at low diversity, but mostly we need innovation, so we want to have high diversity. So to conclude, we have situations where we need interdisciplinary business simulation games and interdisciplinary case studies. And all of these demonstrate that they already have these aspects built into them. Then co-teaching is an important aspect where we can have people from different backgrounds as instructors and help the participants. These are engaging, no doubt about it, because when you are involved for 1.5 hours, 2 hours playing that game, there is no doubt about the engagement level, and it is activity based. But the proof of the pudding is in eating, and we have eaten the pudding, and we have seen that students or participants gain after they participate in this business simulation games. Thank you. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, for that power presentation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move ahead with the first panel discussion for today. This is on 21st century skills, how to integrate skills components closely at school and college levels. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Oshima Mathur, Principal, Navy Children's School, Delhi. Abdul Nasir Sheikh, Group CEO, the Lexicon Group of Institutes, Multifit and EduCrack. Dr. Karandeep Singh, Head of School and Academic Director, the Wells Academy. Sumit Dargan, Principal, JBC and International School, Mumbai. And we were also being joined by Alan Jar Anderson, Director, Chaman Bhartiya School. Though he's traveled all the way, he's in the hotel, but he's unwell. So, of course, he wouldn't be able to join us here. And this session will be chaired by Vinesh Menon, CEO, Human Development and Social Impact Solutions, Ampersand Group. Let's collectively welcome all of them on the stage, please.
Okay. This is audible? Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody, and privileged to be here. I think it's a apt topic to start the panel discussions for today, because in a way, if you really look at the rest of the panel discussions, in some form or the other, they are subsets of the first panel discussion, and therefore I think it's a great way to start. I think we heard the Honorable Chief Guest in the morning give an online address, and I think two words that really stand out, or two defining moments that really stand out in the Indian education space, is the word NEP, or the National Education Policy 2020, and pandemic. I think that came out very strongly. Within the pandemic, of course, we can't anymore talk just the word pandemic. I think our children and all the entire ecosystem has gone through three real buckets. There's a pre-pandemic, then there is during the pandemic, and now we have entered into the post-pandemic. Although, honestly, I don't think COVID is going to disappear, but in a way, it is a post-pandemic period that we're going through. And I think this entire journey has changed the way we actually look at things. But I think, what's important is that whatever happens, eventually, all of us in some form or the other are in this sector because we're here to add value to our children and to make them into a better adult as they get into the world or into the ecosystem. So I think it's good to know that we're having a topic which talks about how we can really make them future ready by integrating skills into our schools. I'm not really going to touch upon the colleges and the higher education. I think we're all going to discuss more on the school space. In the government sector, actually, this already exists. Government school children, right from grade 6, undergo skilling under the National Skill Quality Framework by NSDC. And I think if you really package all of this, and I don't know how many of you have noticed, but for the first time, I think we have a minister who is looking after education as well as skill and entrepreneurship, which is good, because earlier we had two different ministers. So if you really package all this and really try and understand what we're really going to do to try and integrate skills to make children future ready, I think the thoughts that all of you will bring out in today's session will be very, very valuable, because each of you have got some grand exposure behind you. So I'm going to start with you, Sumit. We all are entering into an ecosystem or an environment which they call as VUCA, right? So there is vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. Of course, I'd like to add an alphabet called O, which is opportunity. But I think VUCA is going to define us now. It's only going to get more and more complex as the world opens up. And certainly for the children who have now gone through this period of pandemic and as they start stepping into the outer world. So my question to you is just to set the context. One, do you believe that we are in a VUCA stage? Is there really a lot of vulnerability around and complexity around? And two, if you do believe in it, What do you believe are the skills that we really need to impart in schooling, which are going to make these kids ready for the future?
Thank you. And a very good morning to all of you and to my co-panelists as well. Uh, I think there is no myth to the fact that there is a VUCA world. Uh, it pre-existed before the pandemic. If one were to define it, as you said, three buckets: the BCE, the before COVID era, the during COVID era, and the so-called ACE, or the after COVID era. VUCA has been a part of what we've all been through and continue to go through. I think it's not the uncertainty, the volatility, and the ambiguity, but it's the absence of it, which is where the focus is. Schools typically, not just in the national landscape, but globally at times, have focused on a very S2, C2 kind of a model. Schools are stable. They start with a bell, there is a drill, and you go through that particular motion repeatedly. Schools are simple. You have a mechanism in place, perhaps influenced by the Industrial Revolution, an assembly line of production. We are all known by the batches that we passed out of, and that's probably one of our safest identities. Schools are clear about this is the path you take. It's more like a binary situation. You do this, this is the outcome. You do not do it, there is a different outcome that you get. And schools have largely been very concise in what they have delivered, because it's an initiation into what life unfolds for you. So moving from that stable, secure, clear, and concise model, when life suddenly throws challenges at you, where there is a report card for sure, but there is not necessarily a timetable, there is definitely not a syllabus, and there is no date sheet that comes to you saying tomorrow is physics 8 a.m. and then day after math. It can come as a combination of challenges and a multiplicity of areas that it comes to you from. At that stage, the skills that you look for are not necessarily your curriculum, your syllabi, and your content. Those are skills of survival, of resilience, and of being able to hold your ground when you are prone to a multitude of situations. For us as schools, I think that has been the message, at least for the last quarter of a century. If I recall, and I'm not mistaken, it was close to the year 2000 or thereabouts that we heard Mr. Azim Premji from Wipro talk about the fact that most Indian graduates are unemployable. Probably he spoke ahead of time, probably he spoke from the skill set requirement that his or the other industries at that time were grappling with. But that was the first official formal recognition that apart from academics, you had to have more built into a school ecosystem. And ever since then, or even prior, efforts have been part of what the new education policy is formally transposing, as you rightly pointed out and Mr. Mittal mentioned about, that there has to be an amalgamation of these, and they are not, as Dr. Faloria also mentioned, they are not silos that you work in, but they are interdisciplinary. And I think there, when you start looking at schools, when you start looking at what you require, yes, certainly skills of resilience come into play as critical ones. Skills of collaboration come into ones as critical ones. And there is a huge inventory of 21st century skills that I'm sure everyone here is familiar with. But more important, that I passionately believe in as a growing nation, as a nation which is steadily, though not necessarily in the best of ways, moved from 1 on 6 persons on this planet to 1 on 5. We need to focus on parameters which do not limit ourselves to academic well-being, but socio-emotional well-being, the emotional quotient, the health quotient. As a nation, I think there is very little focus that is put in at the school level on teaching our children how to look after themselves, how to look after their health, both physical and emotional. India should not take pride in the fact that we have the largest number of diabetics in this world. Unfortunately, some of them could be sitting in this room, but we have allowed that to happen because we prioritized perhaps economic progress over our own well-being. Similarly, I think as a nation that has the right and the opportunity, the word that you caught on after VUCA, is towards a sustainable planet, one being one planet. There is no planet B. The world today is showing itself a mirror, and an ugly one at that, of looking at the sustainable development goals. But we have had a sustainable economy. There are times when we all would have received, I'm just talking of one simple instance, lots of memes. Where do you find maximum plastic in an Indian household? Behind the kitchen door. That's been our practice. It's not something which is insane, but yes, when the West tells you that, it's suddenly a catchphrase. So perhaps another paradox, that we start nationalizing and revolutionizing ourselves by looking inwards. We've been a nation, a society who has believed in understanding things and doing them not necessarily because someone else says so. And to do that, I think the elements of the outdoor world, of adventure, of being with nature, is again an integral skill that we must work towards. So, just a lot of things, but yes, probably some of these which we could imbibe.
Thank you. I think it's a great opener. Schools take you through the beaten track. World outside is not exactly that. And therefore, we need to integrate some key skills, especially areas like resilience, collaboration, etc. Point taken on all areas. On a lighter note, the point on one planet, one being, Mr. Elon Musk may not necessarily agree with you on that. He wants another planet and he wants many beings. But I think, if you really look at what you have just said, and Ms. Mathur, if I move to you, you're an academician, you run the Navy school. Can you really bring in that innovation in pedagogy today to try and infuse what Sumit mentioned? Because ultimately, an academician inside a classroom has got a set plan. They got to take the children through a set process and get the children to undergo a set goal. How do you parallelly integrate some of this into the main ecosystem of schooling and classroom? So it involves innovation. And I remember you had mentioned about what you call as the 3 H's: the head, the heart, and the hands. Now you package all this, get your basic education delivery going, and infuse what Sumit just mentioned. How does one pull this off inside a school?
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. So education, when we don't see till now. Let's talk about what has been happening in education. That was basically a teacher in the conventional setup, sitting, speaking, or standing speaking, and everybody else listening. Now world is changing, and as 21st century, to make children equipped to exist as well as dwell and thrive in 21st century, they need to speak. So communication has to be, is the prime goal. Now, if we don't allow our children to speak, how will they learn to speak? So whatever goals we have in education, they have to be taught in a very subtle manner in our classrooms. Now, how does that happen? Because we are not used to that kind of a system. If we consider the education as a whole package, as you just stated, it is the education of head, heart, and hands. Now let's talk about head first. head as in mind, brain. Now we must understand how our minds work, the physiology of our brains. Our brains are neuroplastic, means whatever we do and whatever we repeatedly do, it retains that. Not just retains, it can think ahead on it. It can innovate. So this is what we have to catch on. All of our behaviors, all of our exposures, all of our experiences lead to a deep thinking about various aspects. And that is what innovates. That's one thing. Now, in our classroom, there are 40, on an average, there are 40 children. All 40 are being taught by the same teacher, but the response, the learning of each child is different. From that classroom only, somebody is passing with 97 or 100% marks, the other person is not able to get 33%. So for that, we need to understand how learning takes place. Now, learning, it takes place by one's own self. Some children are auditory learners. They learn by understanding, by listening. There are others who are visual. They want to see, and then they learn. There are still others who will learn only when an action happens in the class. There is an activity happening. Only then they learn. Then there are still others who will have to perform. Just seeing that activity is not enough for them. They have to perform that. That's their need. That's the ability that they have. So a teacher in a classroom has to be pluralistic in her approach. That means the same concept has to be taught in various ways so that all her or his students learn it and learn it effectively. Now, is it possible, humanly possible for a teacher to do that? So what is the way out? The way out is flip it. The flipping classroom means let the learner lead the learning. Let all the children. So look at the resources. All 40 become the resources. They talk about it. They discuss. And when we are doing that, like just before that, Mr. Sumit said, collaboration happens. The fear goes. See, in a classroom, if our children are fearful, they are hesitant, they are not able to speak because they feel that they'll be ridiculed or they'll be made fun of. Or it's very simple. How can I ask that? Or this is not what everybody else is thinking. How can I be thinking it? And I'm guilty about it, thinking differently. So that means that kind of a classroom can never innovate. And what is our need? The need for 21st century is we innovate. Gone are the days when those aha moments were there, when discovery was made by a single person. Now you see everyday newspaper discoveries, the innovations are coming by teams. Why? Because all those that was to be discovered by a single, maybe most of it has already been discovered. Now the teams are coming. Many minds are needed for something to be discovered, new methods to be evolved. So collaboration. When will collaboration come? When our classrooms are fearless classrooms. When the teacher and the peers allow everybody to speak or to write. It's a retake, where in the classroom where the retake is a norm. Something has gone wrong, doesn't matter. A mistake is allowed to be taken place. There's no harm in making a mistake. A mistake can always be erased and improved upon. So we are looking for such classrooms. Now that leads to the fact that is what brain's role was. Now let's talk about heart. If I'm a selfish being, if I do not allow other person's ideas to come forth, that means my heart is somewhere constrained. So there comes the role of compassion. There comes the role of heart in education. In our classrooms, if we have to have fearless classrooms, if we want children to speak up, if we want innovative, evolved ideas to flourish, then we have to be accommodating. We have to be giving space. We have to be thinking about others before self, service before self. So if all our children are able to do it, I think it's going to be a wonderful place. And that's what our aim is. So in our classrooms, the kind of projects, the kind of activities that we involve must involve the human component of it, not just, see, we are all what? We are all feeling machines who think. We're not thinking machines who feel. So our emotions are very important to us. Same is there with the children, and more so, especially with adolescents. Emotions are primary for them. And then they think. So where is the role of heart? Heart is very important. And in my school, I'll just give you one example. We are all following inclusive education, and we have so many CWS and category students also in our school. Now, it's so wonderful to see how these children, more than adults, accommodate these children and help out. Just last 2019, we participated in RD parade, Republic Day parade. And the choreographer, who was from outside, said, okay, all of this, there are 200 children needed. So this child is not doing well, please, out. Now the child was crying, of course, and we couldn't say anything because it was the judgment of the teacher, choreographer. Now what happened? After around half an hour or so, 4 or 5 students got this child and said, I'm going to repeat. And they said, sir, ये इसको आपने कहा था ना इसको आता नहीं है, अब कर लीजिए इसको आता है. What they did? They collaborated, they taught that child the steps, and he could do it. So this is what is needed. The children need to help out each other, understand each other. And if they can help out each other, they'll definitely be thinking about the elders, the juniors, everybody. So this is what is needed. There comes the role of the heart. Next, the role of hand. Now, somewhere in 2006, the government came out with vocational education. It's nothing new for us. But somehow there was, because of our culture, because of our system, how whatever our history has been, the work with hands is considered to be menial. But schools are feeders of society. We cannot just be giving to the society the doctors, the engineers, the astrophysicists, or the poets. We need to give to society a balanced society is needed. For that, if we do not associate importance or dignity of the labor, I think it's going to be an unbalanced society. So that is what we have to teach our children. But saying, do this, do that, nobody ever learns. Everybody shuts off. So what should we do? It should come in our day-to-day dealings, in examples. So just one example, every day we have in rotation, one class has to do Shramdan during the break. So during break, lunch break, what is done is last 5 minutes, the duty list is put, 3A has to do Shramdan today. That means what? After the break, whatever is there, whatever wrappers are there, whatever packets are there, they'll just pick it up and throw it in the bin. That's it. At the end of the month, we do Shramdan, we give clean pochas and dusters to all our children, all our classes. They clean their classrooms every day, class 9 to 12, not the smaller kids. They are told to, in the last 5 minutes, they have to put their, not the desk, the seat upside down on the desk so that there's more space for cleaning, better cleaning. So these are little things. If we involve our children in, I think they'll understand and they will start respecting all kinds of jobs. Along with this, we have so many clubs, and I'm sure all schools are doing it. We are all mindfully doing it now because we know our society needs it. So whether it's gardening, whether it's needlework, and the social stigma of needlework being done by only women has gone. My boys are doing so well. So this is Munch Crunch without gas, lighter, etc. They're making sandwiches, lemonade. So such clubs need to be, like we are doing it, and most of the schools are doing it. I think the education as a whole needs to be looked into, which involves head, heart, and hands. I think,
No,
thank you. I think I've answered my...
Absolutely. And one of the reasons I didn't dare stop your flows because when an academician talks, you just have to let the flow go. But it's very, very well put, the whole concept of education delivery that touches upon these three components: your head, the heart, and the hands. I'm curious to ask you one quick question. The Navy school, as I understand, mostly caters to children of the naval forces and, of course, defense forces. Uh, do most of these children get back into the forces, or do they go outside of the forces? And therefore, do you need to make some adjustments in your curriculum and the 21st century skills, as they call it? Because if they're going to get back into forces, then probably, the method has to be slightly more process driven, as I understand. Now, am I confusing this somewhere with the kind of children who are there in your school?
No, absolutely right. So my school consists of more than 85% from defense forces and mostly from the Navy. But Navy doesn't mean it's only from officers. It's a heterogeneous mix. All cadres and all ranks. Children are there. So it's a heterogeneous mix. And basically, it's a public school. The school, there are 13 Navy schools all across the country. Mine is a flagship school. So we are 57 years old. And it's only on land, only one. Rest are all coastal areas. So it's like any other public school. Yes, we want to give more to our children. Some of them, maybe 10% of them go back to forces, but that's not the only aim. What we do is we lay a lot of stress on discipline and processes. Forge means there is a pattern, but in that only we get in, we allow the innovation creep in, and that's allowed by the whole management. That's a wonderful thing. So what extra we do, we give SSB coaching to our children, that if they choose to be going to the forces later on, fine. Otherwise, SSB involves the improvement of personality, its development of personality. So it's helpful to all kinds of children. And I'm proud to say that my children do very well after school and within the school. Thank
Maybe
you.
what you're also saying is that the 90% of the children who go outside of, let's say, go into the world, which is not really the defense forces, also benefit from the kind of curriculum that you run in Navy school, which caters to the ones who probably go to this. So there's no need to really compartmentalize these two mixes of children, cohorts of children.
Definitely. All children are given equal treatment. And what is Forge? Forge is a very systematic service which has the ideas. The best ideal is service before self. So what else can any school or any child need? What else can a society need?
Thank you. Thank you. I think that is good information. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
So, Abdul, I'm going to move to you. Now, interestingly, you are the group CEO of a group that, of course, has got schools, and we are familiar with that topic now. But interestingly, you also are the group CEO of a group, which also runs physical fitness centers, and they also have a platform called EduCrack, which takes care of test preps for children. And we're talking about a range of test preps, MBA to railways to UPSC and so on and so forth. As a model, very curious to understand, is there an advantage that a group has if you have all this under one, let's say, framework of delivery? I mean, do you see a better advantage for a child, for example, who goes through a group like yours, because you have also seen from the physical fitness perspective, the kind of networking, social skills, physical fitness that comes into those folks. You also have been involved in a lot of test preps, and therefore you see the trends that get in. So is there an advantage being part of a group like this, which has a bird's eye view on all these areas?
Firstly, great morning, Vinesh, and thank you for the question, and thank you to the organizers, BW Education, for having us here today. Absolutely, it gives a critical advantage to a student if they have exposure to multiple aspects, right? So we've got students all the way from KG to PG, and our role as educators is to ensure that we are inculcating in them a thought process where they are able to pursue what they are passionate about. And we need to give them the tools. We need to give them the tools and also emphasize on the importance of both mental activity and physical activity. Right? Gone is the time that we used to only speak about IQ and EQ. At one time it was only about IQ, then it came into EQ. Today, you're talking about IQ, EQ, AQ, and SQ. We need to emphasize about the social quotient, the adversity quotient. When we grew up, we always thought about what then? What does the future hold for us? Today's generation and the generations that are coming are more in the now. They're about instant gratification. What's the outcome of my learning? They want to know what's there. And I think, if you are able to give them a 360-degree landscape where they are able to first identify what do they want to do. And we do that very early with them through multiple testing, use of multiple intelligences, and finding out what are they passionate about. Learning maps are then made accordingly. And they're given exposure into the other group activities that are there. To the extent that, entrepreneurship is introduced to them as early as in grade 1, so that they understand the importance of financial literacy. What is it to be done with that? And how do they manage with funds? There are multiple programs like Caterpillar to Butterfly. Then you've got a complete research mindset coming in. This allows them to both grow emotionally and mentally out there. What we've also done is we've integrated all the competitive exams into their curriculum, which allows them to, along with the curriculum that a CBSE board may set, they have exposure to the other aspects out there. So when a child is growing up, they know very well that, I want to kind of get there. And more importantly, we're kind of preparing them to be day zero entrepreneurs, day zero professionals, day zero leaders. Physical activity in terms of is a big one for us. We really encourage our students to take the lead in sports, support them through various programs, giving them access to our gyms, which is multi-fit, giving them access to that. You've got trainers, coming them. One of our students was there in the US right now competing on that stage for golf. And, she was in the top 5 that came out there. One of our students just won the under 14 tennis tournament, right? Football, name it. And it's just not limited to, let's say, outdoor, but it's also indoor activity that is there. The EdTech platform, what it does for them is allows them to, give mock tests, try their hand at it. And from my perspective is, why should a student, studying with us have to pay extra for classes outside? They are there, they are a responsibility. It's our responsibility to give them an ecosystem for everything that they want to pursue. And honestly, that's where it is. And it's all about, ensuring that, setting the thought of believing in yourself. And that's our motto, actually. Lexicon's motto is all about believing in yourself. And that's where it all starts. The foundation starts there.
This is good. This is very good. And good to hear that. I think so. What you're saying is that a package deal to all the children, right from education, basic education delivery to fitness programs to test preps. This is very good to hear. Having said that, Dr. Singh, it's interesting. While you're an academician, you represent the Wales Academy. You're also an ambassador with United Nations Sustainable Development Growth Program. And I'm sure, areas like, and you've obviously been engaging many schools to try and bring about what we need to do for UN 2030 goals. But what I'm going to, ask you is it has some kind of a connection to what the previous speakers have spoken. You are a product of Oxford. Right. You seem to have done masters in audio production.
Yes.
And here you are in the education sector doing something very different.
Yes.
Okay. Now the question is, now just link it back. Okay. Now children who are being given all these facilities that has been spoken, there's no reason to believe that they're going to really go through the route that we have provided them. They could just be completely moving into a different sphere like you did.
Yeah.
Right. Now, is this a reality? Do we need to prepare for this, or do we believe that, okay, let's do our bit. We have to do what we've been told to do in our schools. And then eventually the children will start to figure out a way to, break out of it and move into a different path, or continue on the same path? Given that you've been connecting with many schools, given that you've had a lot of exposure in this area, what are your thoughts on this?
First of all, thank you for that question. It has a lot of multitudes, and I'm going to start addressing them one by one. I wanted to first thank my fellow panel members. I think all of them have brought on a lot of interesting points and a lot of interesting perspectives, different sort of, work cultures and job descriptions that are coming in. So first of all, I remember your name, don't worry, I'm not looking at your name again. But Mr. Men, you're doing a wonderful job in bringing this panel into a sort of a fruitful, streamlined discussion. First of all, it's still morning, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Karandeep Singh, and I'm going to answer his question through an anecdotal journey. Never judge the book by its cover, and there's a perfect example sitting right in front of you. As you mentioned, I did my master's way back at Oxford University and got a chance to do my CELT and DELT at Cambridge. It's been about 14 years I've been supporting Cambridge Assessment International Education as their advisor for Southeast Asia. I have been working as the United Nations ambassador to the Sustainable Development Goals. It's been supported, I've been given a lot of support by NITI Aayog, the National Institution of Transforming in India. And there is a lot of elements now coming into India of private entities which were, pushing in capital into, let's say, edtech or fintech, now into sustainable education. For example, we are working with the Bill Gates and the Melinda Gates Foundation, and I'm also working with Meta as we speak with Facebook. I want to give you to give a good perspective to the question, I need to give you a small anecdotal journey. See, I've been on both sides of the coin. Both sides is Indian education is owned by most of our private entities, whether it is K-12, whether it is higher ed, whether it is co-curricular or whatever genre you want to talk about. The public education sector, which we are all theoretically hoping is going to make sense through the NEP 2020, is something that we're counting on. Now, as he rightly said, I did my master's. I was a sound engineer. Before that, I was in Australia. And moving into education, I realized actually sound engineering helped a lot. I never actually believed that, when we put ourselves in a bracket, okay, you're a teacher, you're a principal, you're the owner. See, the number one problem in our country is we have a very beautiful quality, and it's called procrastination. Even when the pandemic hit, a lot of people were like, oh, it's going to be all right, 2 years, maybe one, and things are going to go back to normal. Having also had the opportunity of heading one of the unicorn edtech companies as a CEO in Bangalore, and having worked in edtech and in K-12, I also support as a senior advisor to business schools like Voxen and ISB and ISBR. So the diversity that I have seen, and when I told I worked on both sides of the coin, is because I know what the government is trying to do. I also know what the private entities are trying to do in this country. But the core area that we need to focus on when we talk about United Nations, let's say, sustainable goals, one of our panel members brought it up, is that we are talking about wonderful things. 21st century skills is a term that we've been harping this tune for quite a while, not just in India. Let me tell you, I've been wherever, in whichever country I talk, we've been talking about it. But do you think that 21st century is going to end on a practical note? In the sense, are we going to see a world? I mean, you're talking about students, you're giving them education, you're all education providers, whether you're management, whether you're a principal, but do you see a child having the capability to survive this planet in the year 2030? That's my question. And the question is to you. I always, when I sit in the panel, I always love to interact. So do you genuinely feel confident that a child who might be 4 years now, turns 14 in probably the next 10 years, is capable not just to face your industry, whatever kind of industry, the industry right now is not looking at anyways your CV. When we hire, you might, I mean, I did my PhD from Kyoto University, Japan. It doesn't matter. I might be an Oxford product, doesn't matter. What matters is who am I? What is my skill set? So that's the problem that we're facing right now. Theoretical knowledge versus practical assimilation, and how much can I actually bring out as an individual practically, which brings me to the point of experiential learning. See, it's very easy for us to sit down, talk. It's very easy for us to come into the session, listen, appreciate, excellent. But how many of us are going to go back and actually, or how many of us are actually practically doing it? Even as Madam rightly said, even if you're doing it 2%, it is good enough. Please do it. My question again, the child that is going to face 2030 or 2034, is there even a planet? We are harping about all of these factors, but do we have a planet to live on? Have we already discovered the alternative planet where we are all shipping out into spaceships? Do we understand the pragmatic reality of climate change? This question, why I'm asking is, and I'll be very, very transparent with you. The only problem I've had, having worked on both sides. See, when I work with the government entities, there is corruption. We all understand that. When I work with the private entities, there is ego. Simple as that. See, if I am a school owner, I might be running the best curriculum like IB or Cambridge or whatever, but I might want to run it my way because it's my school. So IB and Cambridge is absolutely compromised because I own the school. So if I want to bring in a cow and put two, bed sheets on it or whatever, I'm not saying I'm not a religious person. I am a Buddhist. But if I want to do that rather than focus on the teaching and learning pedagogy, then I can do that because I'm the owner. So when principals, and I understand where they come from, I always call the sandwich theory. They're always stuck between the management and the teachers, and of course, letting the school run. And we all know for a fact, and let me tell you the inside story, during the pandemic, why every school had to say yes to EdTech is because they had to, let's face it, get the fees from the children. And how do you get the fees from the children? Who was marketing at that point? Why did Byju's become the way it did? Why was it funded? Because there was no other option for a school to survive, because a parent, we all come from a generation, I might probably look young, which is, but I'm touching 38 this year. We come from a generation that when we did something wrong, and I remember this, it was always my fault. Now, if your child does something wrong, we look at the teacher and we're like, you're in trouble. And that's the look from the principal, and the principal has been looked by the owner, you're at fault. So it's a vicious chain that has to be broken. So to come back to your point, having had the multitude experiences, when I realized 21st century skills, it has to be a balance of what all of these terminologies, the stereotypes that we talk about, blended learning, for example. See, these are here to stay. They sound good, but again, my frustration in India is how many of us are ready to actually get up and do it? And how many of us are enjoying our panel discussions and our salaries by sitting here? So if there is a child, let's say my own child is sitting here and my wife is expecting another kid, I'm genuinely scared as a father because I don't know what world I'm going to leave them. Forget about the pandemic. It was an awakening. But if my planet is not agreeing with me as a human being, because and please remember, the generation that you're handing the planet to, it is not their fault. It is the last 40 years of passive living, which has been passed on to our younger generation, and they have to come up with a solution. So when you talk about 21st century skills, right now more than ever, it's a pivotal skill required. And it's not just what we call survival skill. It is about being extremely creatively vibrant, solution-focused people, not fixed-minded, growth-minded people. And it is absolutely imperative for school leaders, managements to understand that, yes, because we are private entities and we are also a mixture of government entities, let me tell you the good news. The government is genuinely realizing that it is time to work towards this area. There's a lot of capital that's been pulled in. To give you some good news, I also work as the president of the Association of Indian Principals, AIP, for Tamil Nadu. And recently, we tied up an MOU with the Western Australian government, where we're working with their tribal children, because Western Australia is technically the original place where the tribal people come from, and we are working with the tribal children in Nilgiris. And again, this is not a project which is something that you just put on paper. I'm genuinely living in the my school, Wells Academy, that I head. It's not my school, by the way. I genuinely wanted to work with this school because the school is a genuine forest school. It is actually inside a forest. I have not. We have the technology that we need, but I genuinely wanted to work in because I developed a forest education program certain years back. And you won't believe the forest education program that I developed 5 years back got me an award from the Indian government, Best Principal of the Year. Awards are great, but not a single school in this country, most of the NCR schools, I know them because I've been working with some of them, would not be open to implementing a forest education program to that depth, because that's not going to get them admissions. So it's very good to talk about holistic education. It's very good to talk about experiential learning. It's very good to talk about interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary factors, but how many of you are applying it? My question is not to the kids. The kids are open to you. Even if you don't educate them, they will find a way. But if you can use this opportunity of these 10 years to somehow balance what technology has given this country, and use your skills as leaders to bring in the balance of technology and education and take your schools forward, we still have a very good chance to give them a planet to survive on. And please study the stats that the scientists have been working on and talking about for the last few years. I hope I've not crossed my time, sir.
You have a bit.
I have a bit. All right, thank you.
No, but
I wanted to just tell you one small thing. The ex-president of United States, I'm sure he must have had teachers. I pity those teachers. If he can come on the international forum and say that global warming is a myth, I wonder what education is doing. If the developed part of our country is engaged in killing each other, I wonder what education is doing. See, it is a ripple effect. We don't realize when we neglect a kindergarten child. We don't realize when we tell as a society that if you get 98%, you will get this, but if you get 96%, you won't get it. So you got to move from the sea of competition, as my fellow panelists spoke about. You got to move from the sea of competition, you got to move to the sea of collaboration. And the only three ways you can do that is reverence, resilience, and compassion. We need compassionate leaders. Please remember, karma is a vicious cycle. These students that you're teaching today are going to be your leaders. I took up my first principal job at the age of 29, and I was given so much of stigma by my own country. Ironically, my country says that it is important to create young, successful leaders. But when the young, successful leader was able to come out, the leader was questioned because how can a 29-year-old be a principal in a country in India? And this is, been a few years now. Now it's almost been 9 years, but I can tell you from the positive perspective, I might have used a lot of strong words in giving you, see, my objective is just to put out an eye opener. And my objective is, there's a saying we all remember, it's not our time to sleep yet. We are all here, we are alive. So let's use our time. We have the resources. We'll have to fight to get our children a future. When you talk about 21st century skills, please also try to understand, do you have 21st century remaining with you? That's point number one. And point number two, you will have to balance technology in the way where the teacher is not replaced, but empowered. And point number 3, as Mr. Menon said, you could be a banker, you could be a musician, you could be a painter, you could be a sound engineer, but you're always an educator because we are all born educators. We have to remember that we are all born educators. You know, we go to a doctor when we have a problem, but the child comes to us every single day, almost for the good half of their life. We are one of the most important people in their life. We have to understand our own importance in their life. So I always feel
I think that those 3 points that you said,
right.
I think is a great way to summarize the whole.
Absolutely,
point. I think
absolutely.
it's very well said. Sustainable development issues are a reality. I think climate issues are a reality. In fact, there are a lot of couples and partners who don't even want to have children. They're scared to have children. So I understand that. And you've gone through so many areas. You've gone through geographies. You've gone through sectors. You've gone through. I've not been able to keep pace actually with what you've done. Having said that, just quickly, and we've got about 9 minutes to go. Quickly, couple of quick practical stuff. So here's the situation. I'm going to open this to all of you. Sustainable development, right? So the child is aware of this. The teacher is responsible. The school is responsible. They started talking about this. That child goes home and sees his mother or father collecting vegetables in a plastic sachet.
Very important point.
Okay, and so the family is still not transitioned into that thought. Child has started to get it.
Absolutely.
How do you get this bridge
This is
between the child and the teacher?
This is the most important
and the
point.
parent to ensure that the reality happens.
Very important
Okay,
point.
so that's
sir.
something which I just thought I'll.
No, that's
since I've
that's
heard
one
you,
of the most important points.
yeah. So any thoughts on this? How, because this is a reality that's, and this is not just about sustainable. I mean, you can have your child seeing a parent cross the road in the wrong way, go through the wrong side of the road, and he or she is being taught not to do these things. And one fine morning, the child is going to grow up, become that adult.
You're right.
And he or she is going to be probably confused unless there is an amalgamation of how the teacher and the parent thinks. So if any of you can just kind of pick that up, maybe starting with
the lady first.
the principal first. And yeah, we can just kind of just wanted to understand this.
Yeah. So this is a real life situation. I don't know how you picked it up, but the same thing had happened in my school. So one of these days, we had a prefect. There are 34 prefects. So during break time, there was a flash mob dance on that. There is a famous song, tick, 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 plastic, no, say no to plastic song. So we played it on our PA system. So all through the school, it was playing. And everybody just crowded around these children, 34 children who were dancing away to glory. And they were very happy. And there was a festive environment. And the message that went home was no use, no plastic use. Now, next day, I got 3 pairs of parents coming to me that, ma'am, ये क्या बात है? उसने सारे plastic फेंक दिए. वो तो इतने सारे इतने अच्छे वाले थे. मतलब they collect, no, everybody, most of the households. So then we told them why plastic is not. And then we held an orientation program for all our parents. So the world is changing. All hope is not lost. Let me tell you all. What happens is when children go home, they are not confused. They're convinced that this is the right way to act. And they become our ambassadors to convince the parents. So it's a beautiful situation where teachers, of course, know a little bit, but the parents learn from their own children. They're so happy. They are willing to learn, and the change is coming about. And that's the positive hope. Same is with the road safety groups that we have. So our children are so conscientious now. And I'm proud to say that children are bringing change. It's just for us to give them the right direction. That's what is our role now as facilitators.
And are parents starting to understand this? Is there a lot of parent engagement that's required for making these significant changes?
Absolutely. You know, see, the important part is how do you engage the parent? I'll give you a short story. So one of the biggest challenges that we face is following road rules. And I had a child who actually told his teacher, I said, I want to talk you to talk to my father to tell him not to get me from the wrong side when we're coming and we're getting late to school. Please tell him that. That's the sensitivity a child has today. Um, if a child sees a parent shaving, for example, and they've got the tap on, you will see the child going and talking to the parent and telling them that. And as a school system, as an education system, the more you get parents involved in it by getting them to share their stories, to talk about what they are doing differently, you'll see that kind of inculcating into various parent groups and getting advocated out there. Children today are very mindful, and children today are very, very observant. They pick on small things that you do not know that you've done, and they'll come and speak to you. As a father, I have these conversations with my child, and my child will ask me the why. He'll ask me the how and what's happening out there. So the more we support that and accept the fact that the generation that is there now and that's going to come is not going to accept things the way they are going to challenge the status quo, the more we will be ingrained with them and more progressive we will be when it comes to anything, be it SDG, be it the element of their growth, the development of the country, and more importantly, connections, and more importantly, getting all the people together in what we want to do.
Great. No, thanks. And we don't have much time, but I just want to end in a way with asking you a similar kind of question. A classroom is filled, like she mentioned, with about 40 odd children. And then these 40 kids can become anything tomorrow. Some of them are tuned towards becoming a scientist. Some of them could be math oriented. Some of them could just become a radio jockey. Given that we are having this program on transformation of technology in education, and given the fact that we need to somehow prepare everybody for the future, the one expectation that parents have that they need to become this and get that reality into their minds. And two, is there a way that we can somewhere use AI or some kind of platform to start understanding how to really see which way the child is about to, progress? And then maybe with that information, start tuning your education process. I mean, why do you need to blow math into someone's mind when he's anti-math? So is that again something that can relate to, what the child will become to become an adult and meet the future world?
Right.
I mean, if you have a quick brief
Sure.
understanding of it.
So first part, I think where we need to be very clear is that the relationship that the school forms with the child is unique, but it's not exclusive. It has the parent as an equal or an equivalent partner. It's not a client serving the customer and the child being the consumer in the process. And I think for a reasonably brief period of time, maybe the last 2 or 3 decades, and I think Dr. Singh mentioned that, we have seen this shift happen, that if the child did something wrong, the blame was not on the child, it's now on the school or the institution. If we engage with them as partners, probably the same traffic episode or the use of plastic episode will not be a challenge, it will be a collaboration. Likely, the same collaboration gets extended beyond when we start looking at career choices or math subject choices, etc., as not an impediment or a challenge, but as an enabler. Should math be taught? Should it become optional if I'm not interested in this career? Well, no one can be certain. And I think we have a living example here that a career that I may opt for is where I will end up being. I mean, some of those careers may not exist 10, 20 years down the line. So is math really a subject, or is it actually a language of the future, which will allow us to talk to machines and do our
Math
jobs
is just
better?
an example.
Yes. So in any such domain, I think the challenge would be for us to work in tandem with the stakeholders. I mean, probably in the years to come, business world, when it has a webinar or a seminar like this, also has children part of it. After all, we're talking about them, right? aren't they the biggest stakeholder in this journey? Maybe they will have wrong ideas, but then who said that we had all the right ideas? If we had, we wouldn't have been sitting and discussing it.
I think that's fair, and I think it's a very apt way of kind of summarizing what we discussed today. Before we kind of wind up, any quick questions from the audience? We've got about a minute to go. Yes, sir. If you could just address to whom you want to ask this.
Good schools are out of reach of average citizen. What we are doing for brain drain and what we are doing to money laundry in education sectors. Crores are being asked for certain courses, and as soon as those people finish their education, they start looting the public.
Wow. Okay. Popular question. The first part, I think I will allow one of you to respond to it. Brain drain. A lot of children who go through all this good education seem to be going out. Any ways that we can stop that? And I think the answer to that, if I may talk on your behalf, is to simply on what I think by the end of the day today, and many seminars like this, you will realize that we have so many minds who can actually make a difference. I think my belief is that over the next few years, and with what's really happening in the globe, I think the brain drain will start to get into a reversal mode. This is my belief. As far as the second question is concerned, so I think we should have fairly one-to-one conversation, because I don't quite agree with you. I think it's a very strong statement to say that schools are out here to loot the public. I think it's a very strong statement. And you know, I think there is a genuine need to, and which is one of the dilemmas of education. Education industry or the sector today is going through a dilemma of not-for-profit and for-profit. On one side, we agree that every child needs education and they have a right to education and they can't be made to pay for it. On the other side, when you want to keep giving all these very, very value-added services, technology, where does the money come from? So we have to, it's not an easy question to answer. And we might need to have some offline conversations around it, but happy to do that. My time's up. There are a few more hands coming up. Can we take another question? We'll take it outside. Sorry, I wish I could, but we could have some questions outside because the time's up. But I think you had a great session. Thank you, folks, for this wonderful session. And I must take a moment to also, Mr. Alan Anderson, who was supposed to be here and not here, he didn't come because he is having a cold and he wanted to be responsible and not be part of this crowd, assuming that it could be something else. And I think that calls, it's a responsible decision, shows responsibility, and I must thank him for that. But thank you, folks. I think it's been a great session. And a big round of applause to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a panel discussion on 21st century skills, how to integrate skills components closely at school and college levels. I'm very sorry a few of you had questions to ask. We'll take them on a personal level outside because we have many panel discussions happening and you want to stick with that timeline. With that, it's time to proceed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our panelists and a moderator. With that, it's time to proceed with the next panel discussion on India's prospects as a global education hub. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University. Shobhit Mathur, Co-Founder and Vice-Chancellor, Rishihood University. Professor S.C. Sharma, Director, ICFI Business School, IBS, Gurgaon. We will also be shortly joined by Dr. Monica Khanna, Director, KJ Samay Institute of Management. Her flight just landed, she's on her way. And the session will be chaired by Vasudha Mukherjee, Editorial Lead, BW Education. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. But is it only me who's listening to me, or is it you also? Let's together collectively welcome our panelists for the next session with a warm and a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, Dr. Khanna has also joined us. Perfect timing, I must say. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we also, unfortunately, have two people who could not join us because of similar situations of falling ill and not wanting to risk contaminating or spreading whatever they may have with the rest of the crowd. But those of you who have joined us, I thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much for joining us, like, yes, sprinting and coming here. This is a really important topic. And I know that because the last panel actually ended with a question talking about brain drain. Because there is that, idea that people study in good schools or have good education, intelligent students choose to go abroad. And right now there is a lot of discussions about, we have the NAP 2020, we have committees being formed, we have a lot of new ideas coming into the education sector. And all of that is with this goal to make India a global education hub. But now, being a global education hub is not just about, trying to stop brain drain or trying to get foreign students into India. It's also about kind of establishing India as an academic oriented nation. And it's about sort of reaching our highest potential and in providing quality education for the masses. And it goes beyond competition. It goes to a much larger level of being a, what we see as a developed, futuristic country that is, on the side of progress. And that's why, this is such an important conversation to be had today. And I'm so glad to have all of you here today to have this very same discussion. Now, I would like to start with Dr. Chitkara, if you may. Let's get into the crux of the matter. What are the challenges in our way to making India into a global education hub?
Good afternoon and giving me the time. Thank you, BW, that we all are here because of them. And good afternoon to everybody. It's a very pertinent question which you asked. Reason being that international education is very, very expensive, and the investment on the part of the students and the parents is too much. So if you want to make the India a destination for global students to come here, first of all, we have to understand that the environment, the policies, the systems, that has to be very much into the global level. Now, first of all, if you see our country, when they are coming, and if we are talking about the brain drain, and if we are going abroad. So first of all, if I want to go to Harvard, or I want to go to Stanford, or I want to go to any of the Ivy Leagues or any good schools in UK. So what I will see that what type of diversity is there, how their pedagogy is, how the curriculum is, and what is their fee structure. Now, in return, when we want them to come to India, the first thing is that at the global level, our rankings in keeping in mind the safety, the security, then the environment, that how clean and green environment is there. So we have to make very sure that when they are coming and when we are calling them, keeping in mind the population of our country and compared to the students living in other countries. So it's too much for them. I will give you one example which we are facing in our university. Since NEP has started, and we are very lucky that at this proper time after pandemic and during pandemic only, we were able to have this NEP 2020, where we are very free to have the students from global universities. So it's not, there is no taboo that we can't call them. But the only problem is when they are coming here, first of all, they see our websites. First of all, they see that how we are have standing in a global level. So for that, there should be some rankings. All the universities sitting here, the representatives, we should start working on the global rankings. For example, QS, for example, the higher education rankings, so that when they want to see that we want to go to this particular university, whether they are ranked globally, whether it's comparable with the international universities and the culture of that particular country. So we have to make them understand that we should not give them very flowery ads, something which is not there. So if they are coming and you have given something in your websites, or you have advertised something in the newspapers that we are doing this, we are doing that, and it is only on the papers, but we are not doing it, then through mouth, this next generation will not come to you. So I think we all should be very, very conscious about it, that whatever we are saying, we are doing it also. And the second point, which is very, very important, is that we have to make sure that our faculty members, our pedagogy, our systems, we have to train them according to the international standards. So that will be our, I think that will be our responsibility if we want to make our country a space for the global students to come.
Absolutely. And that's understandable because there's not a lot of information about Indian universities out there. So everything that they're knowing and from us is basically online, maybe some word of mouth. So we need to make sure we kind of check those boxes on the surface of it, as well as in the universities themselves, and to make sure that, there isn't any thing that's, looks like, maybe we're not giving the full information or not, and make sure they're aware of all the opportunities that are out there. And maybe getting that information about our universities, getting our students to speak about that can also kind of contribute to it. I would like to now move to Professor Sharma. Can I also ask you the same question? What is from your point of view, what are the challenges that are right now in place? Where do we need to meet up with the global demands?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by sharing with you that I did my master's from Bath University, England, way back, long back. And later on, I studied at Pennsylvania University, USA. So I have been a student who went out, who had personal direct experience of what I was looking for as a student in a foreign university. And why would foreigners come to India? There is no doubt about it that we have a very rich heritage. In the ancient times, Takshila University, Nalanda University were world-famed universities, and there is a reference in history where Hume Chang came to India and he wrote about the Indian philosophy and the points of similarities and dissimilarities between the Indian culture and the Chinese culture, way back, long back, maybe 2000, more than 2000 years back. So we have a history of being a global hub. But where we stand today, we have to ask ourselves. Now, kindly forgive me. I have great respect for all teachers. I am myself a teacher, although I have worked at various places, both in industry and academia. I was a professor of economics at National Academy of Administration, Missouri, where I taught something like 1100 IAS officers. So I have direct experience and how knowledge is different from training, how skill education is different from mere education or liberal education, and so on and so forth. So why will the foreigners come to India? There was a time when I was taught by Professor V.K.R.V. Rao. V.K.R.V. Rao was one of the greatest economists in India who computed the national income of India or the GDP of India way back in 1931, 32, 33. I studied at the feet of Professor Sukhmoy Chakrabarti. He was a name as a director of the Delhi School of Economics. Professor Hanumanta Rao, great agricultural economist. So if we have professors of global standards, obviously the students will be attracted to India. So the first thing is, what is the level of our scholars, our great professors? Now I give you one example. At University of Pennsylvania, I was taught by Professor Guttentag. He was an expert in mortgages, designing of mortgages for housing finance. So when this global financial crisis struck the world in 2007, 2008, and say 9, I just Googled, where is Professor Guttentag? Because he was the man who gave this understanding that if you move this fan too fast, then the ceiling can be seen and the opaqueness of the fan will disappear. When I Googled it, I found he is still a professor at Wharton teaching the same, and he was the biggest proponent of mortgage-backed securities. And he was at the center of the things. When I was his student, he was already, I think, 70. By now, he will be around 100. Around 100 in case he's alive. Professor Guttentag. So foreigners, I mean, being Indian, I went to Pennsylvania to be in the company of Professor Guttentag because I wanted to be in the company of the best in the field, you see. So if we're able to have world-class professors, world-class scholars, world-class infrastructure, world-class ecosystem or the environment, and after the student has finished his studies, if he has prospects of getting absorbed by the Indian industry at the salary which is commensurate to the expectations of the individual who came from abroad, the way we go out, we want to first of all get absorbed by the industry or the corporate of the respective country. So if you have all this, and if you have scholarships, and if you have a regulatory environment in which investors can come from outside and make huge investment into education without any immediate return, you see, if you have all this, then obviously you can create a climate whereby the students will be attracted to our country. But my feeling is that we are quite far away from that. There is no harm in imagining and expecting that the things will change. But certain prerequisites are required in place before we can start attracting foreign students. Yes, one more thing, madam, if you allow me to say, there are three ways in which India can become a hub for foreign students. First is student mobility. That means the way I went out to study, foreigners can come into India in some universities. I have seen the literature. It says that these IITs, IIT Kanpur, Bombay, Delhi, Madras, they were all set up in the hope that foreigners will come and study there. Maybe some foreigners are there in these IITs, but still IITs are not known to be catering to the foreign students. So the limited point I'm making in the opening remarks is that we have to create an ecosystem in which the foreigners get interested into Indian universities. At this juncture, we are quite far away from that expectation. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Professor Sharma. I think that's a really good point to make. If we don't know where we are right now, realistically, how can we improve upon that? And faculty is absolutely important to make sure we have good faculty, and also to make sure we provide faculty with the right opportunities so that they can also, do their research, and also they can realize their potential and make sure that they're also growing. It's not just about the students, it's also about the teachers and all of the stakeholders involved in education. Thank you for putting that so well. Mr. Mathur, I would like to bring you into the conversation at this point. And we kind of talked about the visibility of Indian universities. We talked about the faculty. Where else do you think, if we're talking about it realistically, where else are we lagging behind?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's a good question because it puts a sense of self-reflection on us that we have to also evaluate where the higher education sector of India is currently. We all know the statistics about the amount of money students are spending to go abroad, right? It's $7 billion. I just reading about it is going to be forecasted that about $8 billion would be spent, or $80 billion would be spent in about a couple of years' time when we go abroad. So that just shows that so many great institutions could be built here with the same amount of money being spent. So why are we unable to do, right? We talk about great talent leading mega corporations in the US, all of them being of Indian talent. Let's talk about brain drain. I think somehow we have the resources. It is about the vision as well that is lacking. And we'll have to think about it. We ourselves as higher education institutions and universities have thought that our role is limited to providing good education and jobs, right? I understand it's a very big important need because jobs is definitely a big criteria, employability, and it's our role to do that. But we have not been able to think of universities here beyond that. Like when we talk about the big names that Sharma sir here has also taken, right? Somehow these institutions have not thought of themselves only in providing education and jobs. They have become thought leaders in their domain. Of course, research is one of those outcomes, but can we start thinking beyond education and thinking of research? And when we say research, it's not just about creating a good research environment here, but also looking at the world and trying to address the global challenges from our perspective. We have been very inward looking. So we have always thought only about Indian issues. We only thought about our students, but we'll have to take center stage, right? When the prime minister of this country goes abroad, right? He's being welcomed from all circles. Why? Because people are looking up to India in many ways. But the universities ourselves, we are not doing that. So can we talk about global climate change crisis, right? Definitely when, as sir is saying, we have a huge knowledge heritage, we have ways to contribute to address some of these issues. There's a global mental health crisis, right? We have evolved a lot of different knowledge systems here that can address them when we talk about yoga or Ayurveda or different knowledge sources that we have, but we are not addressing issues of global concern from our perspective. When we start doing that as universities here, that's also one other way global talent will be attracted to come here, right? So they will see, oh, this is the home of this knowledge tradition that is able to talk about global issues that are being faced today. Let us go to the home of the knowledge and try to study them, right? So if you take the big crisis, if you take climate, if you take mental health, if you take terrorism, any big issues which the Western knowledge systems have not been able to address, and we truly believe that we have a place that we can talk about these issues and address it. I think talent will come here because they would want to understand from us how it has been working here, right? And how we can learn from here and go. That is what Takshashila or Nalanda or any of the great universities did, right? Global talent came here to study these knowledge systems. So I think we will have to bring some focus on that. We will have to develop our own self-confidence, and we will have to develop a global outlook ourselves. That is also needed. We have been very inward looking is what I would say.
Absolutely. Join the conversation, start the conversation, give our 2 cents. And, you know, the best thing about being education institute, there's a lot of room for discussion. So you shouldn't be afraid about being wrong, right? There's always room to kind of grow on that and learn from that. But if we don't start talking, how will we even know where to go from there? Dr. Khan, I hope you've had a chance to catch your breath. I would like to bring you into the conversation now. You've heard from your co-panelists about their take on what the challenges are. What about you? What do you think our challenges lie?
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to talk about this in 2 layers. I recently read an article which said that more than 11 lakh Indian students are traveling abroad for studies, whereas students who are coming from abroad to study here, they are around 44 or 45,000. So you can, and most of these students who are coming from abroad to study, they are coming at the undergraduate level, and they are coming from the emerging economies. Now, I think the first challenge that Indian education system should have is, how do you retain these 11 lakh students who are traveling abroad for education? Definitely, there is something lacking here because they are not getting attracted to their own home educational services that are being offered. So I think our role as captains of the higher education institutions, I think our role should be to create global quality educational systems in our institutions. And one of the ways I think in which we can do it is by going for global accreditations, because this will give a signal of global quality to people, to students, aspiring students around the world. Also, another thing I think all of us should be seized of the matter is that the teachers to whom our students go abroad, they learn from Indian teachers. So somewhere, I think our own Indian teacher, when he goes abroad, he becomes a thought leader, he becomes a leading educationist. So why is it that we are not able to retain these very faculty? So people like us, we are only going abroad and doing so well. And then, we are adding to the glory of these higher educational institutions abroad. In fact, if you see, even the dean of the Harvard Business School is an Indian today. So I think that shows that there is no dearth of talent in India. So whether we talk about teachers, whether we talk about intentions, I think all of it is there. Somewhere, I think we need to play the game differently and create these global signals of quality. Also, another thing is that India is a very big market today that everybody is recognizing. And even the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister has said that we are going to be a developed nation in the next 25 years. The education will be the biggest pillar. We are also going to be the biggest consumer market. We have the leading multinationals working here. So when our students, if the education can rise to the occasion, and if we can provide global quality education, I think we can even provide global quality jobs. Because at the end of the day, in India itself, because at the end of the day, the objective of education is primarily today, it is for getting good employment. So with all the positive factors, I think somewhere the higher education institutes should get their, we should think in a different manner. I think the mindset shift is really very, very important. When you start thinking global, I think we will become global at least. And if few institutions start becoming global, then the rest will automatically start following these institutions, which have succeeded in these in trying to become global institutions. Also, I would like to add a small note here, if you permit me. I think the manner of teaching inside the classroom are we giving global quality, the teaching pedagogy, the methodology, are we following, is it a global education and teaching methodology, and also the acculturization of these international students. I mean, I know about this, that students who come from abroad, they find it very difficult to blend into the classroom. So I mean, when our students go abroad, I think those institutions, they make a lot of effort to blend the students into the classroom, and the students are coming from all over the world. Those students are not just from India, but they're coming from China, they're coming from Korea, they're coming from all over the world. So the institutions make efforts to create this acculturization process. I think we all need to do some root cause analysis and try to see that given the circumstances, how best we can become global institutions. It is for us to think about all these things.
Absolutely. And Dr. Khan, if I could just ask you another question, since you did start talking about the culture, different cultures coming into India. And yes, of course, foreign doesn't just mean people from the US and the UK. There are so many other countries, so many other cultures that we want to attract. We want to get that diversity in. Can you tell me a little bit more about what kind of cultural sensitization needs to happen in India for us to make sure that when students do come in, that they feel comfortable and they do, like, not blended in completely, but at least enough to feel comfortable studying and staying?
Yeah, I think it's about, culture would be about mannerisms, about, the way we interact with each other. I mean, there have to be efforts to tell the students what is it that you expect when you come to India. I mean, when they come here, there may be so many surprises here, and I also think that every city has a different culture. Now, if you I come from Mumbai, and students who come from Delhi to our institute in Mumbai, the first culture shock they get is when the auto rickshaw fellow returns that 1 rupee back to him. So, I mean, I think every city has its culture, and our students, the students who are coming from abroad, they need to be sensitized to what to expect and how to behave, how to find their way around, So all these things are there. Also, we are thinking that every student who's coming from abroad, he's English speaking. which may not be the case. There are students who are coming, who are speaking different languages. Like in Europe itself, you have so many languages and all. So all these things, I mean, how do you interact with women, with teachers? What is our power centers? All these things, I think, need to be, there should be a proper induction program for these students who come in. I think, and they should know, I mean, it should be there on our website that, there is maybe a few days or a 1 week, a culturalization program. So the students should get these signals that they are being welcomed and they are being assimilated into our Indian culture.
Maybe some counseling also, so that is someone they can always go to.
Yeah,
mentors.
counseling, mentoring, and also, see, there is a lot of positives, but there are also a lot of negative things that are told about India. So, I mean, the crime that happens, or, all these things that happen, I think somewhere they also carry a lot of negative imagery in their mind. So somewhere I think we should sensitize them. I also think there could be some sort of a buddy system where, the incoming student could get a local student who acts as his buddy or a mentor for, maybe a month or whatever like that. So somewhere some hand-holding, mentoring happens so that there's a nice acculturization that happens into our system. We have to make them feel welcome, It's also like tourism. I think the same problem is in tourism also. We have such a big tourism opportunity, but I don't think we're exploiting it well. I think the issue is again the same there. The perception and the way we welcome people, I think that somewhere, I think that needs to be corrected.
We'll take questions in the last 5-10 minutes of the conversation. Don't worry, I will open that up. And then you can speak. But right now, we can finish. Let all the panelists have their say first. Actually, Ms. Namatu, can I bring you into the conversation now? Because there was something very similar we were kind of discussing before the panel to what Dr. Khanna has just mentioned about like the safety and stuff. Because, yes, of course, there is a safety concern. There are negative news, but negative news comes from all across the world. We hear about negative things happening in the US right now. There's a lot of things happening, but people are still willing to go there. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think there are many things at play. I think ma'am has alluded to that some of it is true, some of it is blown out of proportion. There is a global media at play. We have somehow as a country, again, I would say, we have not been able to share our side of the story very well globally. So yes, there have been incidents, but they get so much of visibility on the media stories globally in the front page that people have started developing a sense of this. While if you look at Indians globally, they have been the most law-abiding, tax-paying, highly accomplished professionals globally. So, but yet the media stories have been that way. Now, that's the way it is. Now we'll have to also introspect as a country that why do we harp so much on negativity. I have also studied in the US. I have also faced a discrimination there, but it's fine. I just make it as a one part of it. It's not, I don't label the entire nation to be that way because there has been a lot of support as well. Now, that being said, I think as I said, we have to talk about our stories globally proactively. Nobody else will do this for us. There have been great experiences of students who have come here and studied. How often do we speak about that? Right? There have been a lot of companies which are there globally coming and setting up shops here, right? And they have been doing so well. Unless they had looked for Indian talent and we welcomed all of them, I think this would not have been so. So I think that global media story is needed. Now, is it a role of our institutions in education? Possibly not. But can we also talk about this? There have been faculty in all our various institutions who have also come as visiting, as full-time faculty. Some of them have stayed back here. I think we are not talking about it as much. We should do that while cultural process is needed. I think something that is also missing is we have not traveled as much abroad. That is starting to happen now, right? See, how do I make somebody in my staff culturally sensitive when they have not even seen something there, right? So only when you travel, only when you meet, even within the country and abroad, you will start developing this sense that, oh, there are different people who think differently, behave differently, and they don't mean anything wrong. So a lot of role is there within institutions to train ourselves. There's a higher role at the policymakers as well as at the media level that has to be more responsible in what they do. I think you look at rest of the world, right? Their media doesn't berate their country like we do. There are wrongs everywhere, but not at. See, there is gun crime happening in US, right? Universities there, you don't know if you are going there in schools, right? All of you are school principals, many of you are here. They're training students to what happens if somebody picks up a gun, how do I save my life, right? But then there are still, that is not taken as representing US culture, right? But somehow isolated incidents here are taken in that way. So we'll have to be careful about that. I think all of us have a role to play. Social media has a role to play. We as leading education institutions have a role to play, but we need to talk about our stories more proactively and put out the positive stories as well there. Right? Thank you.
Absolutely. Freedom of speech is not just about, yes, of course, you can talk about the negative things, but, maybe also bring in the other side of the conversation as well.
So I would like to say that we have islands of excellence in India, but we don't showcase those stories. Like if you
Can I add one point to his conversation? What we are doing is in our university that well said by you that there should be somebody who, because they have not visited other countries,
Yeah.
so they don't know their culture, they don't know that how to talk to them, how to treat them. So what we have started doing is in our campuses that we are doing a global week in a year. So in global week, we call 70 to 75 professors all across the globe because we have a collaboration with 165 plus universities. They come to the campus, Chakara University campus. They stay there for a week. They take one module. But what we do is we make one from day one a buddy too. As you said that buddy, I think you said that. But we did the buddy for the professor from the other countries, one buddy from our campus. They work together. And the outcome of that is for the last 11 years we are doing. So they have started working, they know their culture, they can talk to them. And now those connections have given us many research papers, which is Scopus and Dux. They are doing the joint research and they have started guiding the students where the co-guide is from that country and the guide is from here, or co-guide is from our university and the guide is from there. So now I think that buddy system, without visiting that country, they know how we have to treat them. And that is why so many professors have started coming to our campus and they are staying. And you know that our university is in North and we are known for the hospitality, good food and good style. So it's all Punjabi's food. So now they have started enjoying the hospitality and the culture of Punjab, which is very, very rich. So I think this is the impact of, and this is the outcome.
Absolutely. Professor Sharma, I would like to actually also bring you in if that's all right. We are talking about, changing the conversation and also, creating this awareness. And of course, the university has this, responsibility, but where else should the push come from?
Yeah. Well, I think that apart from creating a positive environment through media or putting stories, etc., these are all required, these are desirables. But we have to go to the core of the issue. Why will a foreigner come to India? Unless you are a center of excellence. Now, I will seek forgiveness first because many of you might be academicians. I am also one of the academicians. I have tried to put together in writing for myself that what is it that Indian academia can do to attract foreign students. My understanding is that the focus of academics is very different from the focus of industry. That means if we want to make an impact, we have to integrate academics with industry. And this dialogue is very important. I will take 2-3 minutes to tell you where academia stands and where the industry stands. For almost 25 years, I have worked in industry, and for 25 years, I have worked in academic world. So, number one, the academics focus of the academicians is on generating knowledge and awareness. Even if we are able to generate knowledge, I think we will be viewed as great people. I'm telling you, generation of knowledge is different from picking up a book. Today, what is happening is, if you take a book of 1960 publication and then take a book of 2020 publication, there is hardly any change. It is static. It is where it was, you know. It is not reflecting the change in the marketplace. On the other hand, industry focuses on application of knowledge and value creation. Industry will not spend even a rupee unless the industry expects in return at least 5 rupees, you see. That is the minimum ratio. The return on investment. Actually, it is 1 to 10. But even if you take the most conservative estimates, it is at least 1 to 5, 1 to 6. Secondly, the focus of academics is on theory, concepts, and principles. The focus of industry, what industry needs is, business is all about problem solving. Academics does not focus on problem solving, they focus on repetitive learning year after year, unfortunately. Academics follows general and universal approach. That is why it is called university, you see. Universal approach. But the same size of shoe will not fit everybody. Therefore, the industry focuses on specifics. And concrete solutions are appreciated. For example, when I was working in industry, one PhD was given to me. When I gave him a problem to solve, he is not able to say anything, you see. So there is no relationship between the academic qualifications and the ability of the person to perform in a specific role, you see. Academicians generally work alone. You can criticize me. I am giving a concept. Academicians generally prefer to work alone because when I am in the classroom, I am the king of my classroom. Nobody can interfere when I am there. Madam, आप तो वाइस चांसलर रहे, अभी भी हैं. क्लास में कोई किसी के इंटरफियर नहीं कर सकता. If anybody enters the classroom, the fellow will feel slighted and there will be a problem, you see. On the other hand, industry needs collaboration and networking. Nothing can be performed in industry in isolation. You have to be a part of the team. Likewise, the research carried out in universities is unrelated to problem solving. I don't want to develop much on that. But those of you who are carrying out research must have appreciated by now what I am trying to convey. Research in the industry, on the other hand, has to be targeted. And it has to bring dividends. If it doesn't bring dividends, the fellow who was given the money will be punished in some way or the other. Likewise, the research in universities take very long time, 5 years, 6 years. Whereas the research in industry has to be instantaneous. Because data collection, data analysis, application of algorithms, visualizing the patterns has to be done on a day-to-day basis. If the fellow is not responsive and if his reflexes are not up to mark, he will not be required in the corner room. So the perspectives are very different, you see. All academic institutions generally survive. Generally, after even 50 years, 100 years. But a firm in the industry, if it does not perform, and if it is not able to meet the rival substitutes, will be made to leave the industry. So one is assured of its future. Industry, on the other hand, if you do not perform as a business world, then somebody else is waiting in the wings. Now that kind of environment is not there for the academics. Now, if we want to attract global students or international students, our standards have to be raised, and standards can be raised by linking strongly and closely with industry. So this is the, since you asked me what is the new dimension I can lend, I think it is a close collaboration between academics and industry, which can make academics relevant. And then there will be a shower of students on the Indian professors and Indian scholars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, for summing that up so well. Now, what I would like to do is actually, I would like to go to each of one of you and ask you for your closing comments, 1 minute each, anything you would like to add to the conversation, and then open the floor to questions, because I think there are a lot of questions waiting for us. And so we can start with Dr. Khanna, please.
Yeah, I would like to say that, the value perception has to be focused on. The student, aspiring student, should see value in the educational offering that is coming from our Indian institutions. If the value perception is strong, I think there is no reason why the person who is going abroad will not stay back, and the person who's abroad will come to India. And irrespective, like one of your the panelists has said, that even in US, there's so much of crime, there's so much of campus violence. In spite of it, people think that it's just okay, part of it. And in spite of it, they go abroad for studies because they see great value in the offering. I think same way, all of us, we should think about how do we create that overriding value perception so the person does not look at the negative news and just brush aside, whatever offering that we have. So this is a big challenge. I think all of us should really work towards creating the value perception for the student, because the educational service is a very complex service. It will define his entire life. Obviously, when he's shopping for educational service, he's going to be very, very careful and really pick and choose, especially at the higher education level. And it's not just the student, but the family, the community, everybody gets involved when selecting an educational institute. So I think it is for all of us to think about this and try to create that perception, try to up the offering that we are giving to the student community.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chitkara.
I think well said by Dr. Khanna, but what we should do is, adding to her point, that we should start working as well. I think one of our speakers said that industry academia interface is very, very important. So we should start working, doing the research with them. And now what we have started working is that we have a 4,000 Scopus interest paper. So we are calling the industry that these are the results of these research papers, why they are wasting time, energy and time to ask somebody to work on their problems. So we are asking them that they should give us the problem and we will give them the solution. Now, in this way, when we will be making our curriculum, keeping in mind the industry demand, so that curriculum will be very experiential. And when the students coming from other universities, from the global universities, their curriculum, if you study their curriculum, it is all based on experience. So it is not very theoretical. We have to change ourselves. And I think we have started changing our curriculum altogether. And if you see our components in our higher education, when NEP gave us that curriculum, and anytime ABC is given. So now you have an academic bank of credit. So you can take that credit from any of the global university. And if it is equivalent to your curriculum, you can make it a part of it. So if you are calling somebody from other universities globally, you can tell them that whatever you have done there, that can be equivalent with our degree, and we can add it into that ABC. So that will be a added, you can say, offer to them, and they will be very ready to come to India. And I think we can start with very small steps. Small steps can be, for one semester exchange, they can come, they can study here, they can see the environment. And if it is good, and if we are giving them a smart field to play, and then why not, they will tell the other fellow students also that this particular university is very good, and we have experimented that. And we were able to get many students, because some students were very happy when they went back. They said that, okay, go to those universities. Some of the universities in India, I think they are having many students again and again, they are coming from the same university. So it means that if they are coming, so you have given them some type of very equivalent curriculum, which they can compare, and seeing the culture and heritage of India and the places where they can visit. So they are very excited to come and very excited to see our culture. After every 150 kilometers, you have different dialect, you have different food habits, you have different style of wearing even the sari. So they're very excited. So I think our culture is so rich, we should be proud of it. And they are very happy coming to us. So if we are giving them a safe environment, which is very, very important. They are only and only worried about the environment, which should be safe. I request BW, from your platform, media should be very positive about the happenings, which is daily happening. So try not to exaggerate those happenings in the media, so that the others should not see that and they should not be scared. I have seen in UAE, Dubai, Muscat, Oman, everywhere you see, when there is some negative news, it never comes as a first breaking news in the newspapers and in the media. So there they say that it's okay, but we have to take care that next time it should not happen. So I think we all should work together to make them comfortable in our country. So I think that
Absolutely. Reporting, not sensationalizing, is the
no
key.
sensational, no breaking news.
Yeah.
So everything is breaking here.
Yeah.
Nothing is joining.
Mr. Mathur.
Yeah,
please.
thank you. I think I agree with all the co-panelists. I just want to add something new, is that while industry collaboration, research, all this is definitely a basic hygiene that we should all have, I think we should also be aware that we don't just become something that we are not. I mean, we have something unique to contribute as well, because what is truly Indian in us should also not be forgotten. So going back to the earlier point I made, one is definitely the knowledge systems that have evolved in this land. Those are very unique. They have the potential to address a lot of the global challenges that are out there. So as universities, we should be able to offer them in our formal curriculum as well. So that is what people would come here to study. Would they come here to study the yoga or the Ayurveda or the different ways that we have been able to do things in this country? That is one thing which would attract people, because that is not being offered very well abroad. That's one. Secondly, we have been able to solve challenges of huge proportions in this country, and they are not being made into case studies. Just this example of COVID that has just happened, right? You have been able to deliver 200 crore doses of vaccination in a very record time, indigenously developed. Is there a global case study on this? Why have we not developed something on this? How are we able to be the largest functioning democracy of this world? How are we able to conduct elections of this magnitude so seamlessly and transfer of power happening so easily? It is a global case study that it happens. How are we able to send our missions to Mars or the moon on such low cost, right? That is a great frugal innovation that's happening here, but we don't write case studies on that. So I'm saying that we have to look into our past, delve into those knowledge systems, look into our present. How are we solving these global challenges? How are we solving challenges of India at this level? That is truly Indian about us. Unless we offer this, we will always be competing with the rest of the world. What is truly Indian in us? That has to be made into a global story. That is what will attract the global talent to come here, because they are dealing with these issues there. So I think we'll also have to be thinking about that and bringing formally into our curriculum, right? I'm surprised, like I had studied at the Indian School of Business, right? Why do we always study about case studies? Harvard, Kellogg, Wharton, great case studies, dude. But how is it relevant to what I'm studying here? So while we have our own amazing stories here to say, but we have not formally brought that into academia. We should be doing that. And that is what will be the X factor to invite global talent to come here.
From her point, because we are into Punjab, so we have created one chair, that is Guru Nanak Dev chair. So when my international students came, and they were so excited to know about all the preachings of Guru Nanak Dev, and they enrolled themselves in that course. Instead of enrolling themselves in the language in Japanese or in French, they started enrolling themselves in that because they thought that it's a very new thing for them, and those preachings will, because Guru Nanak Dev was the first person who worked on the physics scientific theories. So that I think we can develop that culture.
Yeah, I'm also I want to add the last sentence. I think the potential that we have to offer holistic education, this is something that I'm not sure whether the developed world can offer, but we have all of it with us. And, our yoga, our culture, our art, architecture, there's so much to learn from it. I think it is unbelievable palette and the variety of knowledge that we can take away and cross-link. I think that is something that we should all bring it forward, and we should create some sort of a platform which is holistic education and of global stature. That's how we should be going forward.
Absolutely. Thank you. The last word goes to you.
Yeah, madam, one sentence I'd like to share is that every year, Indian students are spending 50,000 crore rupees abroad. 50,000 CRs. And on the other hand, students who are coming from outside into India are bringing in 7,000 crores. So huge market exists, but we should know how to tap it. Thank you. Oh, ma'am, it is-
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I thought there would be time for questions, but we have to. I'm sorry, I'm being told by the organizers, but our panelists will be available, so you can ask them one-on-one. They are here to discuss. Yeah, yeah.
Talking about is saying what to do with it, etc. But we got let's talk about IIT. We've got people who are CEOs around the world. So are we saying we're anyway inferior? The problem is of an image dimension. What is India's image and what is the image of the country they want to go to? So people who are going there, they're not doing a word of mouth communication, telling them that, look, if you go to these institutes, you will be global CEOs. We are not communicating that. We are looking at education, curriculum. We are no way inferior. It's there. It's very much there.
Sir,
It's the image dimension of the countries which is most important.
Sir, you make an excellent point, and I think we have actually addressed that point during the discussion.
yet,
We
not
did talk
yet.
about
We
the
are
word
looking
of
at too
mouth,
many
about
micro
students
issues.
going back, speaking
Micro
about
issues.
this.
We are looking at too many micro issues. If they have a word of mouth communication, if these guys going there, if they can talk about India, that this is what we've learned, that this is where we are. They're not doing that. For them, it's aspirational to go to US. But if they realize that if they can communicate word of mouth to the people around there, they would like to come to India and get that kind of education, which the IITs, for example, which I'm familiar with, they are giving.
Yes, sir, I do agree with you, and I do believe that we have discussed
will
this.
take only
And
2 minutes.
sir, we don't have 2
I'm
minutes.
extremely okay because he requested you.
Is that you should make the session interactive, participative, not listener and speakers. How much can you listen?
So
We
that
are just
also
listening. There is no
aspirational to have-
participation. You know, amongst us also, there are very, very good speakers. Much more knowledgeable. Why can't you listen to them?
Sir, we would
Make
love
it
to listen to
participative,
everyone.
interactive, just not a speaker and listener. How much can you listen? Tell
Okay, you
me.
can just
How many of
absolutely.
us
please give your question. I mean, yeah.
Agreed. We absolutely get your point. Let's have a huge round of applause for him first, for his energy. And now your question, sir. But we keep it short, please.
Yeah.
Request.
Madam, you had touched
Yes,
how
sir.
to attract
Yes, sir.
foreign students and how to stop our students to go abroad.
Right.
But what is modus operandi? How stop it? That has not been touched that at length. I suggest you one thing. Unless we resort to 3D animation in our study curriculum, we cannot attract students. We are just bookish. We are teaching students from the books only.
Right.
Whereas Animation is the one which attracts students. That gives much more result. I mean, even our students also. If you teach them through animation, 3D animation, they will grasp much more than what they are doing it from books. That we have not touched.
I think the role of technology and experiential learning, I think hands-on learning. Otherwise, as you have rightly said, a lot of our knowledge is very bookish knowledge. I think we should let the student go out and hands-on, put his hands on the problems and try to create solutions for these problems. I think our students are smart. I think we are an intelligent country. We have the top companies, their CEOs are all Indians. We can see all these things. So they are our products only. They have come from here.
Sir, sorry if it will not hurt you. I will tell you one thing, that India is a country with 140 crores of the population, and during COVID 2 years, from P to P, from kindergarten, primary to PhD, everybody was taught through technology, and we were the only one. It's an example for the whole world that they were not able to do that, but we were ready when our teachers, some of the teachers were having a fear. Sir said that they were the king in the classroom. Nobody can enter their classroom, so they were the kings. But here the parents were entering into their classrooms, the relatives were entering into their classrooms, and see that they were not prepared for it. Within 1 week in our country, 22nd of March, they declared, 30th of March, they were ready for the show. So I think we should pat ourselves that we are the best, and that is why within 10 years, we will rule the world. We have to be very positive. Actually, what we did in 2 years, nobody can did it.
Absolute.
Very, very adaptable. And I mean, it shows a lot that how quickly we are able to adjust to the difficult situations. I mean, I think all these are very good pointers that, you know, the talent and everything is available with us. We just need to put our act together so that we can really
that
become
challenge has become an opportunity for the Indians. Now we are the winners all the way. And now that is why our honorable Prime Minister, whenever he goes somewhere, there is always a halla sheri for him, because we did something in this doing the dose for this COVID, that those doses given by the India. And I think that is remarkable, and hats off to all our doctors, all our nurses. Front runners were the teachers.
I think
So
on
we
that,
all should pat. Thank you.
I'm very, as a polite student of all of you, I'm very sorry for barging in.
Teacher शुरू होते हैं तो बंद नहीं
तभी मैंने कहा मैं पहले ही माफी मांग रहा हूं, as a good student, but I think agreed with you, sir, that technology has to play an important part. Agreed with you, doctor, that India is doing well, it will continue to do well. And on that note, thank you so much for this session. And of course, if you have any more questions, please, we will take them all. अगर बहुत सारे सवाल हो, तो that means the session's been extremely successful. So thank you for that. We'll take your questions outside on a one-to-one personal level as well. Done, sir. Point taken. Next time, 10 minutes for Sawal Jawab. Okay, from Global Education Hub, it's time to move towards students now. The next panel discussion is on role of schools in raising students to be resilient. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Kanak Gupta, Director, Seth M.R. Jaipuria Schools. Abhishek Kumar Yadav, Founder, Chairman and Academic Director, Griffins International School. Amol Arora, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Shamrock and Shamford Group of Schools. Avinash Agarwal, Founder, Director, Disha Publications, and the session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, correspondent, BW Business World. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, everybody, you've got so much energy. Let's have more of it. Yes, thank you. Arjun, you would also request you, let's keep the last 5 to 7 minutes for Q&A. Yeah, all the best.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. we are having probably the heaviest downpour of this season outside, due to which some of our panelists were not able to join or have been late in joining. But the topic today that we are discussing, the role of schools in building resilient students, in raising students to be resilient. Now, this topic, when I was told to prepare for this topic, that I have to moderate it, I was thinking of some examples from my own school days, where this word resilience was probably used, and I couldn't recall where explicitly this word resilience was used. Some of the examples, and I'll ask the panelists to give us their perspective of what they mean by developing resilient students. But while I was preparing, resilience in students includes that, accepting that you are wrong and, correcting it. I'll give you an example. Panelists, I want to understand, since all of you are from school, have you ever come across students in your school who are very good at studies, but are also the baddest boys of their batches? Have you come across any students till now? If not, I was that boy. So, that was the closest you could have the immunity that the president of India has in school. And but nobody, if somebody used to complain about me, no teacher used to believe, because I was so good in studies. But one day, one of my teachers understood this, and she called and told me that, beta, पढ़ाई कर लेगा, नंबर ले आएगा, सक्सेसफुल हो जाएगा, लेकिन लोग साथ नहीं रहेंगे इस चंचल स्वभाव के साथ. And I realized that कहाँ मेरी गलती थी. Then resilience also means adapting to change. I was in class 12, my physics teachers, he told that for 14 years you have been in a net where you've been filled with affection, love, care. Now that you are about to enter college, that all will change. So panelists, I want to understand that what is the interpretation when we say that we have to build resilient students, and how important it has become in the last 2 years based on your experiences with students. Kanakji, if you would like to start.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful topic. And not only is there a heavy downpour outside, there's a heavy downpour inside, because everyone wants to participate, which is a great thing. And I'm looking forward to questions from the audience. We are just in the middle of the session before lunch, so I'm sure it's going to be very interesting. The question that you raise, the first thing that comes to my mind is that, there are a lot of stereotypes, Arjun, that is there. That, when you said that a typically good student versus a naughty student, typically in our minds, a good student is one who gets high marks, and a person who does all their assignments in the classroom, etc. I don't think that stereotype should remain. I don't think that marks define a student. And we really need to, as educators, we need to break this mindset that marks define a student. I don't think that we also need to fall into that stereotype that, oh, there is a Dhoni and a Tendulkar who has succeeded, or there's an Amitabh Bachchan who has. I don't think we need to put people into those pockets. We need to come out of that as a first guiding point. We need to understand as to where the education system has evolved from. It has been designed to be from the industrial age, a factory system whereby students would be studying to deliver a particular amount in the factories, in the workplaces. We graduated to the technology age, and today we are in the social age. So a lot of the work that our students of today's time would be doing would be a lot of social work. And social, I don't necessarily mean social network. I don't necessarily mean social work and social service, but with people, with empathy. I think that is very important to know that. So once we have that mindset going forward, resilience in a student would be determined by the kind of agility a student has, adaptability a student has. I think these are the important things going forward.
Right. Thank you, Kanakji. Abhishek ji, if you would like to share your comments on this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Resilience, if I understand, is ability to take shocks and still pursue, be hit, but still are ready to fight on. That is what life is, and that is what we want to develop in students also. And it is a habit, or I would say ability, that is requires to be developed, and that doesn't happen in a day or two. It takes consistent effort on the part of school, on the part of parents, that the child starts developing. And I think this is a major problem, if I would say, in all the millennials, the kids who are born, much around say 2000 and beyond. If you look at their lives, I think most of the things, they have been getting it very easy, if I would say.
Right.
Parents try to give whatever the child desires, and as much as possible. The parents feel that if I have lost out something, my child should not face the same problem. That is a big tendency which we have. In that case, what happens? They start getting things easy and are not sure how to deal with things when it is not easy. And remember, in life, anything that we value never comes easy.
Right.
Nobody appreciates you if you had a breakfast, except your mom, of course, but otherwise nothing. If you want to do something that you yourself will value, will require perseverance. So resilience and perseverance are two same part of the thing. And if you have to develop that, that requires an ecosystem in which the child is put. That requires the child to be consistently going through that process.
Right.
Failing enough number of times. That is the first part. Let the child go, let the child fail. The problem now with the society or the school system, if I would say also, is that the society which is outside has become worse than what it was earlier. And the way we are preparing has become even worse. We are preparing them less rather than getting them underprepared, because we are pampering everybody. We are giving participation certificates to everybody. Now, where is that failure that child is learning? So unless we start working on those things, these kids will be taught, grow up, and they will believe that, okay, everything we can achieve. Every time we will get some participation certificate or something or like that. So then when the real world comes out, there's nobody to give you that. Nobody cares for you that. And you're not trained to handle that. That is where the problem is. So I think it is, absolute must and a great disservice to these kids if we are not teaching them resilience, not teaching them perseverance, because otherwise they will have very difficult time. All the mental problems, all those things that we are seeing among kids is because of this only. They're not being trained to accept failure, learn from failure, and fight again.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek ji. What Abhishek ji just said, I just remembered a video that goes viral on the internet. There's a man sitting on the window seat of the airplane, and beside him there's a woman and her daughter. So as the plane was about to take off, the woman says, "Would you allow my daughter to sit just for the takeoff part on the window seat, because she really loves that part?" And that man first nods very, with a smirk smile, and then says, "Teach your daughter a valuable lesson. You don't get everything as easily outside in the real world." Amol ji, if you would like to share as to what your interpretation of resilience is, and then we'll talk to Avinash ji.
Sure, I jumped the queue here. Okay. Yeah, so I think what Mr. Abhishek talked about is how children handle the F word, failure, not what you're thinking. So I think, this is manifesting in many forms, and we all know that we are preparing children for a world which does not exist currently. And if we can't change the world, then we need to change the way we teach and how we parent our children. So whether it's a physical way, children are getting less sleep. So are they resilient? Are their bodies physically resilient? Kind of food they're eating, choices. It's the emotional part of dealing with failure, understanding that this is not the end. So you could have, so schools have to structure a lot of things into their program. And it's not just, as everybody say, just putting a post, as easy as putting up a poster in our corridor or talking in the assembly that you need to be resilient. And I think for one, COVID has taught us, those organizations and individuals who were resilient, who could figure out how to survive these 2 years. If that hasn't taught us that we need to teach our children to be resilient, then nothing else can teach us. Those organizations which survived, those people who came out even buying houses by just putting YouTube videos and Instagram, selling stuff on, teachers who lost their jobs suddenly went on Instagram, and today they are the same teachers asking for 3 times the salary because itna to main Instagram pe kama leti hu. That shows resilience of that individual's person. So I think as a society, if we don't wake up to this topic, and it's interesting that this topic was chosen, is that we need to prepare children for that. And what's the point of a child being a topper in a school and then not being able to handle failure? And why do suicides happen in IITs, AIMS, and
children who are considered, as you said, were brilliant as well. So it's all that that resilience is something which is underappreciated. But I think after 2 years, if we cannot learn this and figure out as a society how do we incorporate into our schools, into our parenting methods, then children will be losing out.
Right. Thank you, Amolji. Avinashji, I skipped the queue because now I'll come to fear of failure, which Amolji also pointed out. You know, you've interacted with toppers, people who prepare for competitive exams. And, you know, I'll just share one of the anecdotes. When the UPSC declares the result, and when people of my fraternity goes to these toppers' houses in the evening, you know, no matter how successful you are in life, एक देखकर लगता है कि लाइफ में कुछ रह गया, एक बार अटेम्प्ट दे लेते हैं. You know, the scenes in my living room with my parents on the result, they are very vivid. They don't say anything, but they still say, "Abhi umar bachi hai, de le attempt, abhi de le attempt." But you know, my point is, society gives validation because only through success. If you are successful, and what we are talking about is that probably the students who traverse through that journey, you know, through that journey they learn a lot. Success, failure is other thing, but the path that they choose for preparing those examinations and what they acquire in that journey, you know, it helps them somewhere or the other. And you know, at Business World, we engage very closely with the startup community, and all of the senior IAS officers I've interviewed till now in the ministry, they said the number one reason why the startup boom was not happening for a lot of years was that people are, you know, they fear failure. So Avinash ji, please share your experiences on how we can tackle it and how we as society should have that mindset that we celebrate the journey as well.
So you want me to talk about failure or, you know,
tackling fear of failure?
So thank you, Business World. And, you know, before I start, I come from a different perspective. I don't come from a school background. So basically, whatever I would be talking about would be from a parent's perspective. Now, handling fear is like just anything else. It's like one of the emotions. And, you know, fear can have two meanings. One can have, you know, one meaning can be, you know, forget everything and run. And the another meaning can be face everything and rise. So like every coin, fear has two meanings, and it all depends upon the mindset. As Arjun was saying, that in the last 15 years, I've interacted and interviewed with hundreds of toppers of different competitive examinations. And I was always surprised, you know, while I was working in the education sector, that why is that somebody tops? Why is that somebody tops almost effortlessly? And why is that there are lakhs and lakhs of students who, despite burning midnight oil, ragad ke, ghis ke mar gaye, and forget about topping, they are not even able to clear the examination. What is that which makes them click? And, you know, I spoke to lots and lots of topper, be it IIT JEE or be it NEET or be it UPSC or any other competitive examination. And, you know, after 4 or 5 years, I realized, you know, I've spent time in toppers' home also. We would talk about parents' perspective later on in this session. कि ऐसा क्या होता है जब मैं you know, I was born in 1970s, and at that point of time there were houses जहाँ पे ये समझा जाता था कि इस घर से सारे टॉपर ही निकलेंगे. इस घर में भेज देते थे हम अपने बच्चे को कि अपने चाचा के ताऊ के पास जाके रह ले, वहां पे बच्चा निकल ही जाता है, यहाँ जो जाता है as if the place is something. So parents का क्या रोल आता है? But coming back, after interacting and speaking to toppers, I realized that it actually boiled down to 3 basic things. The first was mindset. If you have got a winner mindset, everything looks easy and interesting. There is no feeling, there is no fear of failure. Fear is my friend. The second differentiating factor between topper and average student was habits. It looks easy, but if you are able to build habits right from the childhood, being focused, organized, disciplined automatically becomes a way of life. And the third differentiating factor between topper and average students was the way they studying techniques. Unfortunately, most of our kids spend thousands and thousands of hours studying all different kinds of subjects, but we hardly spend some time in learning how should we go about learning. Learning is an art, learning is a science, and like every other sport, it has got some rules. If you play the game of learning following those rules in mind, it can be as interesting, as exciting like any other sport. But unfortunately, हमारे सिस्टम में जो हमें समझाया जाता है, जो कि मैंने समझा और मैंने अपने बच्चों को भी वही समझाया कि बेटा रगड़ो, घिसो, वो ही एक तरीका है. So that is what I would say. And being resilient, you know, I think is extremely important. But I don't think there is any debate required about this. And last 2 years have been tough, and we should understand and appreciate that our kids are living in a very challenging and difficult world. They are constantly bombarded with information. They are living in a world which is full of distraction. They are living in a world which is full of fear of missing out. They are living in a world which is of instant gratification. कल मेरी daughter इस चीज से परेशान हो रही थी कि पिज्जा वाला 5 मिनट लेट हो गया. Pizza wala 5 minute late ho gaya. They are living in a world wherein they have become so comfortable speaking to computers that they don't want to speak to human beings. मैं अपने बच्चों को कहता हूं कि अपने दोस्त से बात कर लो. नहीं पापा पहले टेक्स्ट करेंगे, पहले WhatsApp कॉल, पहले WhatsApp मैसेज करेंगे. We don't want to speak to anybody. So in these contexts, and post COVID, wherein social distancing, isolation, online classes, these have been very heavy on the students, and we have to understand, realize, and accept these fact that kids were not prepared. हम 50 साल के होने के बाद, and after getting all success in life, we are not able to handle this. वो बच्चे बेचारे कैसे handle, उनके पास तो कोई framework ही नहीं है किस तरीके से इन चीजों को handle कर सकते हैं. So I strongly feel that socio-economic well-being, socio-emotional well-being of the kids is the biggest challenge, not in front of our country, but in front of the entire world. And it is the time that wherein we should understand and realize this fact. Last thing which I would like to just add, based on whatever observation I had as a parent and as an academician traveling across the country, is that if you would have asked me this question before 2000, I would have said that IQ is more important than EQ. Post 2000, I would have said that EQ is as important as IQ. But if you would ask me this question in 2022 or post COVID, I would definitely say EQ is many times more important than IQ.
Right. Thank you, Avinash ji. You talked about framework, and Kanak, I'll like to start it with you because you're all from the school fraternity. What's the framework that you adopt in teaching students to be resilient in the classroom? Probably some of the activities that you can share, or the strategies that are deployed.
Sure. First of all, I don't think you can teach resilience. I think you can experience it. I think that's more important, to provide opportunities for students to be innovative, be experimental, learn about life. I think these are important experiential aspects that are there in the classroom that you need to do. I'm not very comfortable about, putting compartmentalizing students and telling that, this is a good student, that's a bad student. See, the problem with our education system, and I'm probably responsible for it as well. The problem with our system is that, we focus on weaknesses. Sorry, we don't focus on weaknesses. What we do is that if you're good at maths, I ignore that. But, if you're not good at English, I'm going to reprimand you for it. I don't incentivize you enough for being good at something. I penalize you and I red flag that. I think, those are the things that I'm taking out of the system. We try to focus on the strengths of the student, the kind of likings or dislikes they may have. We look at providing experiences to the students, opportunities to the students. This can happen through a lot of projects. This can happen through a lot of collaboration. Collaboration is one of my favorite words because it talks about communication. It talks about teamwork. It talks about leadership skills. I think that's all very important. And instead of just subjects, you should look at a more interdisciplinary approach, right, whereby students get access to application, not just text and theory. Because if you get stuck with text and theory, essentially you are going back to the rote method, which has its strengths, but it's not the end all and be all of the education system.
All right. Thank you, Kanalji. Abhishek ji, if you would like to share some of the strategies that are deployed in your school.
Sir, I think we have to think as the overall ecosystem that the school should provide, to bring I would say bring failure as a simple regular thing, or rather not a bad thing, if I would say that. And that should start from the top. Just like discipline in any organization starts from the top, this also must start from the top. And if the top man is ready to accept his failure in front of everybody, that gives them a lot of confidence, because the top man generally cannot be fired. So at least he has that liberty to accept. And the others start getting confidence then. And it takes, because I am part of the management, so it's a little difficult to trust the management. It takes time. Over a period of time, people will realize that, okay, what they are saying is correct. And then you start seeing that others also come up with their failures and are open about it. Let's face it, nobody wants to fail. This is the reality. But if you're providing that, psychological safety to the teachers, first of all, because what teachers are experiencing is what will be transferred to the students also. So if you're able to do that, it's all right. If you make mistake, there are ways to correct it. Then they will open up, first of all. That is very important. So unless there is the structural support for that, that will not happen. So what we have done is, in all departmental meetings which happen, I said, you should mention one strategy which you implemented in the class that did not work out. That is all right. It is permissible to make mistakes. Over period, now it has started working. People share. Two benefits come. First, of course, others don't implement it because they know that this is not working. And second, that people are receptive to having done something which has not worked well. And it started with first me saying that, okay, we planned something we wanted to do. Let me give you the real example. I was concerned about the health of the teachers. So I thought maybe we should get a treadmill in the school so that, people can at least find some time and, walk these things. But there was a system error, I would say, because if you don't provide that specific time, people will not go because teachers have this notebook correction, all those things. So eventually they started focusing on that and it did not work out. Then we had to improve. I explained in front of everybody that this is what I did. It did not work out because this was my fault. Maybe we'll put a system in place and now it is bearing fruit. So if we start providing from the top, things will start falling in place. People will have that confidence and then it comes to students. And another very important thing, I feel the best and simplest way is every child must play sports and games. Game mein aap jeette harte hi ho. You lose games, you will feel bad. But the stakes are not so high. That is very important. Because a lot of times what happens is when we put the stakes very high, it becomes a big problem. Then ego and all those things start coming into places. But if the stakes are low, especially when you play so many games together, you lose. You feel bad, but still next game, you have a possibility of winning and you start fighting it again. So slowly it gets into you as a habit. And as regarding last one, I will say is the stake. Create a mindset of experimentation. Don't call it a project, call it an experiment. When we say that, people think, अच्छा ठीक है experiment है तो fail होने से भी कोई बड़ा बात नहीं है, because उनको पता है experiment है तो सही गलत होता रहता है. So when you call these things, because any project that we want to do in any school or any organization, we start with pilot scale, we see how it is working, and then we expand it across. So if you call it as experiments, we are trying to do this. Let's see in this class or this with some teachers, we try to do it. If it works well, then we will expand others. So these things are helping a lot. The stakes are not very high. So people think, okay, it's all right. If it is called experimentation instead of just any project, they still feel okay, not a big deal. And when the top man and the coordinators, principal, everybody is saying, it's all right to make mistake. We are all humans. And remember one thing, if you want innovation and you are not ready to accept failure, then even God cannot help you.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek ji. I remembered when a topic gets over in the class and when the floor opens for question. So at the first instance, you don't see a lot of raised hands. And then the teacher says, come on, no question is stupid. No question is dumb. And then, hands get started, students start raising hands. So that's what, you highlighted, that the encouragement has to come, that it's okay to fail. Mr. Mole, if you would like to share something.
I think I'm sitting in the wrong seat, Vish. Yeah, no, it's okay. I think, as I was saying, we look at resilience from 3 points. So one is the physical, one is the emotional, and one is the cognitive resilience. All three are important. So since I'm opening, we have a chain of about 600 schools, opening about a school every week. So I'm always hiring also as a corporate recruiter also, and I'm also teaching the same students. So I've noticed that millennials have this issue of where they are not clear of what they do. They've come in from a very pampered environment. And instantly I can say this person is younger than 20 or just 25, 23, because he's a millennial in the way he's thinking. Because you try and say, okay, I'll give you a job, but what about, can you manage our social media? Can you do this? I don't know. I think I can you do photography? I mean, can you do? So there is a clear difference between millennials. They're different species altogether. So what I've realized is that I need to go back to the drawing board and correct this. So we look at it first, as everybody's been talking about, creating that culture of allowing teachers to say that it's not you're a topper and you're good or tum nalayak ho. It's accepting that he's not there yet. That kind of environment. Also report cards, since
if you're judging children on report cards, then everyone will teach the report card as well. So report card evaluation policy also has to be changed in terms of the parent teacher meeting. Okay, when you have a parent PTM, the scare is parents are scared कि teacher मेरे पे चिल्लाएगी, teacher डर रहा है कि parent मेरे पे चिल्लाएगा. So rather than that, we help them create a structured plan going forward where the child starts taking responsibility as he grows older. So there's those SMART goals that we all talk about, but in terms of what is the child going to do, how does he know that he has reached that? English, spoken English improve karo, kaise karu? How will I judge that? So he does that. Then as a program, what we have is for physical, we have a health and wellness program, which teachers are identify signs of stress, because signs of stress in children are different. They start from bedwetting, less sleep, tummy aches, headaches, to helping them make healthier choices and realizing the value of health. Because health hai to sab kuch hai, to kuch nahi hai. Then from the emotional, we have our syllabus is divided into 10 sanskar of the year. So every month we focus on one sanskar. Chapters on that sanskar are taught during that month. So we have a program on sanskar building. We'll do activities which helps them do reflection and builds their emotional strength. Then for cognitive thinking also, we have a program on thinking skills. They do puzzles, activities, which builds their out-of-the-box thinking. So we've looked at very holistically, changed our curriculum and oriented the parents as well. कि जो school में कर रहे हैं, ये आपको support करना. You can't be on a different tangent altogether. I think that's what we've been doing, and that's what has been working for us.
Right. Thank you, Amolji. Avinash ji, from the starting, our discussion has been focused on, tackling fear of failure and, building academic resilience. But, when we talk about resilience and building that in students, an important aspect is focusing on life skills. And, the teenage years that the students have in their school, they're probably the most vulnerable age that they face. Peer pressure is one of those things. And they get into things that probably they shouldn't be. And here comes the role of value education classes in schools. If you would like to start on the role of value education, Amol ji really elaborated on some of the things, that how they have a monthly curriculum based on some sanskars. It's quite similar to that, but if you could elaborate on the role of value education classes, and especially in tackling peer pressure, because this is something that's really prevalent among the teenage group, especially in schools.
Yeah, the panel talked about the importance of sports. I wish this panel was there 30 years back. I was in class 12. I was playing basketball for India. My father said, son, you have to decide whether you want to continue playing basketball or you want to prepare for engineering entrance examination. And before I could answer, the answer was, obviously. And I decided that, basketball doesn't have anything. So I wish this was there 30 years back. Coming back to value education, or even before that, I think one thing which we should all admit gracefully is that our current education system is lopsided towards academics. हम कहीं चाहे कुछ भी, फर्क सिर्फ पेरेंट्स को भी और स्कूल को भी सिर्फ मार्क्स से ही पड़ता है. Marks is the only parameter which decides what is right or what is wrong. And in fact, to some extent, it holds true for me also as a parent. But, I strongly feel that, that we should understand and appreciate that time has, apart from academic success, as Colonel just said, that skills like creativity, communication, social skills, emotional skills, leadership skills, these skills are very important for anybody to succeed in 21st century. I would in fact say that these skills are probably much more important than, academic skills. Now the question is that what is that we do? We need to integrate them into the academics. And what I feel as a parent is that the only way of integrating them into academics is by tweaking our teaching and testing processes. Instead of, if we in teaching, if we include tools like, group discussion, symposiums, role plays, project work, probably, that can be, we can teach value education also, and we can build resilience among students also, because as it is rightly said that students will rise to whatever bar we set for them, high or low. It is for us to decide whether we are setting a high bar or low bar. And the second very, very important ingredient is testing. The very fact that every year there are thousands and thousands of students who are getting 100% marks clearly shows that the assessment system or the testing system is flawed. Students are not getting admissions. Students who have 100% marks are not getting admissions in, the colleges they want. It clearly signifies the fact that there's something wrong somewhere. And, regarding testing, I would also say that what you test is what is learned. what you test is what is learned and how you test is how it is learned. अगर हम रट्टे वाली चीज ही पूछेंगे तो बच्चा रट के ही आएगा, और अगर हाई थिंकिंग ऑर्डर स्किल्स का क्वेश्चन होगा तो हाई ऑर्डर थिंकिंग स्किल्स का ही वो बच्चा उसी तरीके से तैयारी करेगा. इनफैक्ट इफ यू सी इट from a very minute perspective, apart from what is the difference between school and coaching institute? Why is that students, decide to go to coaching institute at times at the cost of going to school? Because वहां पे teaching और testing दोनों ही बिल्कुल अलग तरीके से हो रहे हैं. तो आपके क्वेश्चन पे डायरेक्टली अगर मैं आऊंगा, वैल्यू एजुकेशन आई थिंक इज इम्पॉर्टेंट in the sense that it provides students a kind of framework कि क्या सही है क्या गलत है, कैसे चीजों को एनालाइज करना है, कैसे हम सही डिसीजन पे पहुंचे. इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ टूल बॉक्स. इट provides a kind of it provides a kind of framework for students to decide that what is that they should do in any set of situation. Regarding peer pressure, you just said, I think that mobile phone is one which kind of creates a peer pressure. When you compare yourself with the help of a mobile phone, at the click of the mouse, at the click of a button, you compare yourself not with the students in your class or school or city, but students, unreasonable comparison happens. You start comparing yourself with somebody sitting outside the country also. So that is where peer pressure suddenly starts building in, when you compare your real life with somebody else's real life. That is what is the cause of peer pressure.
Right. Thank you, Abhinashji. We have 4 minutes before we'll open the floor for questions. Abhishek ji, your quick comments on this. I remember in 2012, I was in class 9th, and that was the first year when my school started having a dedicated counseling room for students. So, and the influx of students that happened right after opening it, it showed that, they were dealing with some mental stress or some peer pressure. If you could elaborate more on it.
See, first thing, the most useless class in any school is the moral science class. There is no use. Reality is that values are not taught, they are practiced. And it has to start again from the top. If your espoused norms and enacted norms, if they are same, then only it can be done. And of course, as he said, integrated across the subject. Across the subject, it has to be integrated. The top man has to do it, or the woman has to do it. The principal, the teachers, everybody has to do it. Children never learn by what is being told to them. They learn by what they observe the teachers and the elders do. That is very, very important. And it is also important to work with parents. A lot of times what is happening, because during their schools, they spend around 6.5 hours in the school, and they almost spend same time at home also, the active hours. So if they are not in concurrence, a lot of times they can get confused. A lot of times children don't know which one to follow, which one not to follow. So integrate in the curriculum system different things, so that by practicing, I said example like resilience, or fear of failure, how you want to inculcate in students. Let them play games. Let them fail, allow them to fail. If you want to teach somebody how to spend money properly, you have to give them money. Without that, nobody will learn. If you want to want children to learn about how to deal with foreign students, understand their cultures, they have to meet those students. Experience what is it like to be there. So all those things, it is just only experiential learning. That is only way which we can expect children to develop these kind of skills. And not only that, it will not happen in a day. That also we have to understand. Because without a doubt, we are all bundle of habits, which works automatically for us. So we have to consistently keep developing these things. As a school, if the culture is very clear, the vision is clear, and we keep following, over a period of time, people will develop. And it is during schooling only these kind of things are developed. After that, what happens when they attain the that teenage? That is the most vulnerable stage, because you are high on adrenaline, but low on brains. That is what is the challenge. So children have a lot of difficulty with full energy and a lot of peer pressure. Counseling is important. That is very, very important, the way it is being done. Challenge is that reality, I will tell you, you were lucky that so many people in 2012 went to counseling room, because even now we all know it is a lot of times a big taboo to go to the counseling room. Online, one thing it has done well, because we had called recently one counselor from IIT Kharagpur to speak to our students about how to reduce mobile phone and all this thing. And she said, even now children are not interested to come here. But because of this online, what has happened, they are saying, can we have online counseling so that nobody will know I have come to you? My friends will not say anything. That taboo is still there. With parents also it is there. We have to talk them. They say, no, मेरा बेटा तो सब कुछ अच्छा है. एकदम घर में तो कोई problem नहीं होता है. आप ही के यहाँ की problem हो जाता है. But that taboo is there. We have to, how to remove that taboo? Consistently keep speaking about it, that it is all right, it is all right. Let the top man always set examples, the principal, the teachers, that we also have issues, but we are ready to accept it. When you see somebody you idolize, let's say Virat Kohli or some big star, that they also come up and say that we also have mental issues, but now we are fighting and getting all right. So that gives a lot of confidence to us. So I think these things, if you put all together, certainly I think it should work well.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek ji. Kanak ji, your quick comments on this, and we'll open the floor for questions.
Sure. So I think, ultimately you'll have to put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, are you a learning organization? If you're a learning organization, a lot of problems get taken care of. The teacher knows a lot, but teacher is not the end all and know all in the system anymore, because, we can talk about flipped classrooms, we can talk about case studies, but the student also has access to information. There has to be more application in the classroom. There has to be more discussion. There has to be more empathy in the classroom. We believe in, the three pillars that drive our system is Ruchi, Yogita, Vishwas. Like, what is the student interested in? What does the student have capability in? And, the confidence that we give to the student that no matter what, the school is going to support all your endeavors. So that is something you need to look at. Are you a learning organization? Invest in your people, invest in your students, look at a holistic sort of development of the child.
Thank you, Kanak ji. We'll open the floor for questions now.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, all of you. Very, very fruitful discussions. Congratulations to all of you. बहुत अच्छा लगा सुनने के बाद. Resilience बहुत अच्छी चीज है. पूरी लाइफ हमारे को उसकी जरूरत होती है. अगर हम resilient हो जाएं तो शायद फेलियर की जरूरत ना पड़े. एक क्वेश्चन है मेरे को अविनाश जी से. उन्होंने कहा कि फेलियर इज ए mind of state. It is true, sir. We know almost that this is the mind of state. कुदरत ने सिर्फ दो डर देकर पैदा किया है, एक ऊंचाई का और एक इमीडिएट साउंड का. लेकिन ऐसी क्या वजह है कि हर जगह हम डरते हैं, और इस डर का समाधान क्या है, प्लीज ये बताएं. थैंक यू.
विनाश जी.
एज पेरेंट्स अगर हम देखें, जब मैं बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट से बात करता हूं, तो एज पेरेंट्स अगर हम देखें तो बहुत सारे जो स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं सबके पास ढेरों लिमिटिंग बिलीफ होती हैं. वो लिमिटिंग बिलीफ वो लिमिटिंग बिलीफ वो स्टोरीज होती हैं जो हम अपने माइंड को बताते हैं अपने एक्शंस को जस्टिफाई करने के लिए. मैं सुबह नहीं उठ सकता, मैं मोबाइल नहीं छोड़ सकता, मेरे पापा में मुझे मार्क्स प्यार नहीं करते, उन्हें सिर्फ मार्क्स की चिंता है, nobody loves me, nobody likes me. And but the good part is that in spite of the fact that, most of these students have limiting beliefs, these limiting beliefs can be bulldozed. There is a certain process which you follow. So अगर ये limiting beliefs अगर हम bulldoze कर दें कि मुझसे कोई प्यार नहीं करता, या मेरे माता पिता, मैं नहीं समझता कोई माता पिता ऐसा हो सकता है जो सिर्फ बच्चे को मार्क्स से ही प्यार करे, या उसका प्यार मार्क्स के प्रोपोर्शन हो, मैं नहीं समझता. और बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट से मैंने जब बात की तो ऐसा निकल के आता है. तो ये लिमिटिंग बिलीफ्स अगर हम बुलडोज कर दें बच्चों की, तो फियर ऑफ फेलियर या फेलियर, वो जो फियर है वो कम हो सकता है. दूसरी चीज अगर हम देखें, दूसरे नजरिए से देखें, फियर एक बहुत पॉजिटिव इमोशन है. फियर मुझे भी था, फियर मुझे भी लगता है. मैं जब बच्चों के बहुत बड़े ग्रुप के साथ बात करता हूं, मैंने बहुत ज्यादा पैनल डिस्कशंस नहीं किए हैं, ये तीसरा या चौथा पैनल डिस्कशन होगा, मुझे भी डर लग रहा था कि मैं क्या बोलूंगा, कैसे बोलूंगा. इन स्पाइट ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट आई प्रोवाइड मेंटरशिप टू मोर देन 20,000 स्टूडेंट्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री. मुझे भी डर था कि मुझसे क्या पूछा जाएगा. फियर जरूरी है, एक पॉजिटिव इमोशन है, उसको हमें पॉजिटिविटी के साथ हमें देखना है. एज पेरेंट्स अगर हम देखें तो हम घर में किस तरीके की बोलचाल कर रहे हैं. एक टॉपर के घर में गया, भोपाल में रहता है, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, पेरेंट्स बिल्कुल ऑर्डिनरी हैं, पर घर के माहौल के अंदर एक एनर्जी थी, एक एक्साइटमेंट था, एक वेव, वो एक अलग ही, उस वेव की फ्रीक्वेंसी ही अलग थी, मुझे नहीं पता क्या था, बट पॉजिटिविटी की एनर्जी पैदा हो रही थी। तो हम किस तरीके से अपने बच्चों से बात कर रहे हैं, आपस में घर में टोन किस में बात कर रहे हैं, आप अपने बच्चों के साथ क्या प्रोग्राम देखते हैं, क्या ओटीटी पे, नेटफ्लिक्स पे क्राइम थ्रिलर देख रहे हैं या अमेजोन पे शार्क टैंक देख रहे हैं? अगर शार्क टैंक देख रहे हैं तो फेलियर का मतलब उन्हें अपने आप ही समझ में आ जाएगा, किस तरीके की बोलचाल है, किस तरीके से हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं। ये सब बच्चे की लिमिटिंग बिलीफ बनाने में और उस फियर को कैसे हैंडल करना, उसमें बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है।
Right. Thank you, Avinash ji. You take the mic. Yeah.
Well, I consider the panelists over here as academicians because, truly speaking, this question came to my mind from the last discussion which happened. Professor Sharma referred about non-actionability of the research papers, the doctoral papers, which are the doctorates which have been allocated. Yeah, it's a huge challenge for us that we have seen that PhDs have been provided, but the research papers, the dissertation papers, they are kept at stacks or maybe in the archives. Similarly with IPs also, our IP institutions are providing so many IPs, but we don't find technologies being in the market based on those IPs. My sole question to the academicians across, to the panel and over here, why can't the findings of the research which are being accredited with PhDs be the starting point, ideation point for the startups? If that is not happening, that means at the back end, if you look at the value chain, at the back end, surely there was some challenge. I mean, some issue that wasn't actionable. And if it's happening, definitely the research was in the line and in due course, it's going to hit the market. So I just wanted to know, what are the techno-commercial challenges if that is being put forward as a culture in academics, not just discrete initiatives? Number one. Number two, on resilience. In the school level only, why can't we have a session, maybe a class, wherein we share the stories of late successes? I mean, people who got late successes, because a lot of things are coming when somebody has late success. If somebody is not succeeding within 20 years, he's not a failure. But in schools, that becomes one of the points. If he's not succeeding within 16 years, it's a failure. So if we just bring forward those stories, life stories of Colonel Sanders, the writer of Harry Potter, and then in that class, I'm coming to that. In that class, if we just come up with 5 life points, 10 life points, and state what is the situation, what were the options, and how he proceeded.
So I think the first question, I saw Abhishek ji picking up the mic, but I don't know if it was appropriate for this panel because I think it was more of related to higher education, and we have the panelists. If you would like to answer.
I come from the school background, but I'll just try to answer because I graduated from IIT and I know how they are working as the PhDs that are being produced, all those things. There's a huge difference between a person who's doing a PhD and who's doing a startup. The startup person is trying to solve a problem. PhD just wants to get a degree. That is why it cannot be translated into this thing. What sir was saying was same thing. Sir very rightly said that there should be interaction between industry and academia. The challenge, sadly, in higher education is what I will tell you. People join as assistant professors or lecturers. There is a requirement, minimum number of PhDs, minimum number of papers. You go up the value chain until you become professors and HAGs. Sadly, they don't look beyond that. So that is the main reason, sir. Unless you do that, I think it may not come. So beyond this, I think I will not answer. Just let me, sir. Another one is that teaching, giving examples of, the late failures, all those things that I think a lot of schools are doing, sir, because we are calling experts from outside to come and speak. And when they come and speak, one important aspect we always want them to highlight is that highlight your failures. Now you're successful, everybody knows. You have become IAS or Navy, some big thing, or you have done something great. Highlight your failures. So that way students will get confidence. That is what I would say. Yes, sir.
I think I'll take it beyond that, not just the obvious stories of Colonel Sanders, but even children in everyday lives, they can be asked to self-reflect, share with the classroom what their failures are. Parents can come, experts can come. And even from what we do in the questions that are there in suppose an English story, they also teach a lot of things. So we can pick up, while choosing books, we look at those concepts of what kind of questioning is there in the book at the end of the day. Are they forcing children to think on the higher order things? So I think schools are already doing it at different levels, calling experts. There are those stories. But there's also the fact that our timetables are very crammed in terms of having to finish the syllabus in this much time. If our syllabus finish, parents are chillayenge. So we have limited time in a syllabus, but we still are trying to figure out and create spaces in a timetable to allow this kind of discussion and ultimately internal reflection among students.
I just wanted to add value to what Mr. Abhishek Kumar was talking about. You're absolutely right. See, I wanted to add value to this point. Why? Because what's happening in India now is very beautiful is every single school, and this is genuinely happening. Maybe about 40 years back, we did not know things about what is plagiarism or why a research paper, you cannot copy paste somebody else's work. But schools are genuinely conscious about the fact that what research actually means. See, our Indian government has taken the initiative now, as IB boards or Cambridge boards were doing in India many years back. ICSE, State Board, and CBSE, all of them have taken the same initiative that the first thing is to educate teachers on what is plagiarism, because as a country, and this is something that's happening at school level, I'm not talking even about college. See, when we are doing research-based teacher training is part of NEP 2020. That means that the teachers have to actually have a research-minded element. You cannot just get a bachelor's of education anymore the way it used to be. So to add value to the point, in the K-12 industry also, there is an amazing alignment that's happening from K-12 going into, it's a proper agile alignment from K2 to higher ed. The logic is that the child is developing research-based education and at the same time is understanding how to research and why to research. So just to answer the gentleman, I wanted to add a point to your point that research-based mindset is developed in the child right from an early age in our K-12 system. And this is something that pan-India consciously we are witnessing across all schools, and they're all putting in the effort.
I would differ. You still have to stick to the NCERT definition of the marks cut exam. Mein.
See, NCERT, if you have read the NEP document,
it's fine, but at the end of the day, the exam that every parent wants.
That is why on the index in the world, there are 150 countries. This year, India is at 147 in education and happiness. Yes. You know why? Number one is Finland. Because for the last 5 years, the education system is number one.
Waiting for that word to come.
Education system has been the number one for a reason. See, marks cut jayenge, this mentality where parent A goes to parent B and says, okay, you got to get 97%, right? I wanted to make a point before also. Parent as co-teachers is a very, very important factor right now. We need to sensitize the parents to understand, to make them understand their value in the child's life. You cannot do surrogate parenting. When for 2 years, you were in the lockdown, millennial parents you were talking about, where could you move out? That's the 2 years where the parents actually realize what it means to be a parent. Till that, we were doing surrogate parenting. Any upper middle class or middle class parent in this country would send the kid, now horse riding, now tuition A, now tuition B, now swimming, now this, now that. Till 8 p.m. in the night, the kid will come back. Where is the parent? I want to spend quality time for 15 minutes with the child. So what we need to understand is when the government is looking at, and of course, private entities in the country are looking at marks cut jayenge. Your point is right. I'm not absolutely saying that that's not a problem. That is a social, cultural stigma that our country is carrying. Because for the last 100 years, when we were ruled by the colonial empire, what was the reason that we were always trained as clerks? Because we were only supposed to do a certain amount of work. We were not trained as leaders. When the NEP was written in 1968 for the first time, and the second change happened in 2020, why did the government realize? All of us are talking on the same point. The brain drain is happening because of that particular reason.
Right. My editor-in-chief wants to respond as a parent.
You know, my daughter just went to the American university and she didn't get into a university that she aspired. She got through a good university. And my son, who's younger, has started to study hard. That doesn't mean he doesn't play soccer, doesn't mean he plays video games. But let me be honest, even in the American system, academic excellence and overall excellence don't necessarily need to be detached from each other. Marks are, top universities look at marks, right? So let's not say marks don't matter, it's like it is, second, yes, the best school is home. What, what children learn at their home is important. It supplements, reinforces, and somebody I admire a lot, Lakshmi Goyal ji, he set up the Sun City World School. He said this to me 10, 12 years back, and he's a close family friend. And I've been reflecting on it since then, and it's true. And third, children have a lot of, my daughter is 18, she'll be 18 in 6 days. She has a lot of exposure. She knows much more than what I knew at 18. I mean, at least 5 years ahead. They've read about failure. They know what they want to do. And there is a support system. There are counselors. She joined a Thai business plan competition at 14. So, I think kids know by and large what's happening. It's about overall society is moving in a certain direction. So children will also move in that direction. So we can talk ideal things about education, happiness. And let me also say this, that in most American studies or World Bank studies, which is funded by America, the way the studies are in any, whether it's ease of doing business. By the way, me and Avinash are very close friends and batchmates from MDI. He motivated me to fight an election. I was sitting in his room and I lost by 1 vote. So I don't know, I should blame him or anybody else. But fact is, another batchmate of ours does these studies. All these studies of where is India placed are skewed against India. And I'm not a jingoist nationalist. I'm a very liberal kind of person. So I'm not saying it because, I have to say it because I have to look good with the government. So most of these studies, in the way they are structured, do not play to the strengths of this country. Let me say this, having some knowledge of this domain. So I think academic debates are good. Debate is always good, but you cannot detach what is happening on the ground and what is needed to be successful.
For example, memorization is a skill which they don't consider. And it's a very good muscle that Indians have. When we go abroad and do higher ed over there, we actually have an advantage because they are using calculators all the time. So we are able to come up with and make decisions much better because we have memory, which has been built over. So we don't consider those on this kind of.
Absolutely. So I think, our education system is good. Yes, in terms of quality of teachers, how much we pay teachers, what is the kind of people we're attracting in our educational institutions, not just the IIMs and ITs, but below that. Why are people, somebody has to go into education because he or she enjoys being a teacher. My father studied at BITS Pilani. He chose to be a professor. Avinash's dad is a celebrated author and, academician. When we were young, we read his dad's book, IIT Guide by Dr. O.P. Agarwal. I still didn't make it to IIT again. I don't know whether to blame you or your dad, but, I don't think we should be academic about every discussion. We have to take the practicalities. And we should, I think, with the new education policy, what's happening in the environment, digital, children know so much. All we have to make sure that their values are right and they're loved. The rest they'll figure out.
Right. So one important point, I think what he said, Mr. Anurag was right. I think at school, teachers are the parents, and at home, parents are the teachers. This is very important that parents must know. And I think a lot of focus we are giving on how to teach students. But one important aspect, how to be a good parent, that is not being severely missed. A lot of times, yes, because
nobody thinks they need to learn that. What
happens is we a lot of times don't understand the impact of our actions can have on kids, because no parent wants bad for the children. There is no doubt in that. That is, yeah, correct. Yes, that is what I'm trying to say, sir. What I'm trying to say is that only key.
Let's teach the CEOs how to behave. Then we talk to.
Is it everything, sir? Let's understand one thing. CEO's responsibility is not to raise you. But
No, but-
as a parent, our responsibility is to raise our children.
Parent learns from the CEO and that becomes his behavior.
Sir, I would disagree.
Can
I would
tell you-
disagree on that.
Can I tell you, I disagree with you that.
Yes, I
You
disagree.
cannot
with that.
blame anyone for what you have to do in life. It's your own responsibility.
No, but
Second is, if you are taking wrong examples, that's your problem. You don't have to learn everything that your CEO does. It's up to you. So,
it's not a
you
question
know,
up
this
to
is a
you.
larger debate about leadership. Are the leaders getting dwarfer? That's another debate, political and all. I think.
One second.
But as a parent,
Where does
your
the parent get
responsibility
the
is with
reward
kids.
from?
There
You
is
know,
no doubt.
I
How does
want
he
to
survive?
ask this. You know, I think I know Avinash's view. I meet him once or twice a year. Last time I met him in December last year. And I want to know about your views on edutech. Is the quality of what people are getting in edutech, even in the K-12, which you represent, Mr. Arora, you have a very large influence in terms of numbers that you cater to. Is the quality of edutech really making an impact? Is it valuable? And I saw Mr. Yadav, you were very candid in your response. So I would want everyone to be candid and not. And there is a reason I'm asking that. So we can start with Mr. Arora.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Anurag. I think it's been overhyped, oversold, but there is definitely a value to it. And teachers who can use that tool it can become a superpower in their hands, in hands of a good human being. But the way it's being sold as a replacement for teaching, replacement for schools is clearly not the case going forward. So it's been done for 20 years. And the reason why we schools invest in it has two purposes. One, it has a clear impact on their student outcomes. Second, it has a marketing value also. Hamare yahan smart class laga hua hai. So there's a ROI to that. As an educator, I need to think of ROI. I decide on ROI. So do I see a marketing benefit, which is a smart class, or do I see an actual learning benefit? The problem is EdTech is sold with a lot of hype. This changes everything. And that hype goes so much, and people don't teachers and educators don't understand technology. Either they get scared or they get, oh, we have to do this to catch up with them. And thanks for sharing that. Okay. So it works for highly motivated children, and children who don't have access. It has a very good role there. Children who have to be self-motivated, then it works beautifully.
I'll share a different perspective. If you talk about, so-called edtech companies which have become unicorn, I strongly feel that their concentration at this point of time is not towards providing value to the customer. They are only focused about valuation. So unless and until the focus comes back to value to the customer, which unfortunately is miles away. Now, talking about अलग-अलग तरीके के students हैं, अलग-अलग spectrum में पढ़ रहे हैं, based on how the market is responding post-COVID. What I have seen is that most of the school-going students who were studying till class 12th, they are back to the offline thing because they can't concentrate. They questions like my son was studying with one of these classes. He said कि एक class में हजारों बच्चे होते हैं, आप doubt नहीं पूछ सकते, concentrate नहीं कर सकते, doubt इकट्ठे होते चले जाते हैं. So most of 80 to 90% of the market till class 12th, wherein students need little bit of guidance, monitoring, discipline, and little bit of motivation, is, according to me, back offline. And that I'm speaking from by the number of admissions which these offline coaching centers have. But there is a different scenario when it comes to students who are preparing for different competitive examinations like banking, SSC, railway, defense, and UPSC. There, where students are responsible themselves, I think EdTech is having a lead over offline coaching center by the very fact that one teacher can teach X number of students sitting in one location. और इसके अलावा मुझे ये भी लगता है कि जो एडटेक कंपनीज हैं उनका फोकस, सारी टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनीज एडटेक कंपनीज बन गई हैं, कोई एजुकेशन कंपनी एडटेक कंपनी अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं बन पाई है. तो उनका जो लिवर ऑफ मोनेटाइजेशन है वो टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है रेदर देन एजुकेशन ड्रिवन. That's what I'm saying, that they are basically, it is the technology which is driving. It is not like people like Amol and academicians are not nowhere. These are all techies which are.
My script.
Yes.
So I think I'm very sorry. I request you to please keep it extremely short. बिकॉज मुझे यहाँ इसलिए भेजा जाता है कि
ठीक है, गौतम आप खड़े हो जाओ, पता चल जाएगा सर। ठीक है, I think it is certainly overhyped. There is no doubt in that. K to 12, I think it's a big damage to the students. First, because I think they are not so much focused. So it creates a lot of digital junk actually goes into the system. When kids come and say they are studying, watching YouTube videos, I know they're not studying. This is what is happening. So that way it is having a severe loss to the thing. Higher up, yes, it has great value chain. But just one discussion I will share with you. I had a few days back with Professor Rajiv Mal. He's from Department of Computer Science Engineering, IT Kharagpur. So we're discussing about the quality of students that are coming and that imaginative power, that new things that they can think of, that is not there. And he's talking about computer science students. Imagine who are the brightest who are getting that, right? The challenge is that because when you bring in technology, there's a smart classes, a lot of videos and all those things are coming. Like Mr. Amol has huge number of schools. So now he has to maintain a minimum standard in a classroom. For that, it will be good because you have at least the technologies there to provide some level of content. And you may not get equal quality teachers everywhere. So that way it is good. But you have to reach excellence. Then I think this is a challenge it becomes. That is where you will need actually the teachers to be there. And K to 12, another thing, what Mr. Avinash told very right, was that children just don't learn the subject. They learn based on the liking of the teacher. Many of the time, it is, I like that teacher, that is why I like the subject. So that way it has a huge impact on the learning of children. So I generally discourage children to stay away from it. I mean, encourage them to stay away from it.
Anuragji, I request you to organize another BW education with just this topic because it's an absolute mammoth discussion that we can have on this. You know, I don't believe in throwing the baby with the bathwater. I genuinely believe that technology has a value add. I genuinely believe that technology is an enabler. Ultimately, it'll be teachers who use technology well will replace teachers who do not know how to use technology because that's the hygiene factor across the world. Having said that, a lot of the edtech platforms, which started off as teaching learning material and assistance to the teachers, have transformed into valuation companies. That is where the problem is. I think we need to have more educators driving the edtech platforms rather than technology driving the edtech platforms alone. As of now, I can stick my neck out and say that I don't like any of the edtech platforms. Nothing is adding value except for the fact that it's shine and glasses and mirrors for everyone. So we will need to change that. As a fraternity, we'll need to provide more substance to the edtech platforms.
Right. We had this panel. We decided to keep it light. That's why we chose this topic. But towards the end, we drifted back towards academics. And as Kanakji said, we'll surely have a separate panel discussion in the next summit. One full event. Okay. Thank you so much, panelists, for your time this afternoon and for this insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for all of our panelists?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arjun, and to all our panelists. And of course, to audience members as well. क्योंकि जितने ज़्यादा सवाल होते हैं, I think उतना ही successful एक panel होता है. And I think after food for thought, it's time for food for your stomachs. Let's break for a quick lunch. And at 2:40, we shall meet sharp. Another 2:40, we'll close lunch. 2:45, we'll meet sharp for our next session. Thank you so much, everybody. See you after lunch. Hello. Just an announcement, everybody. We have 10 more minutes to go, and we shall see you then for our next session. Just an announcement. I think I'll be back here after 5 minutes as well as a reminder, and then we shall begin. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Thank you. I hope everybody's had their lunch or is about to finish. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes precisely, and the lunch will be closing soon, if not closed yet. Just to repeat, we'll be starting in the next 5 minutes, everybody. Hope you've had your lunch, and we request you to please take your seats. Thank you. Hello. Everybody's had the lunch? Yes? No? Yes? Backbenchers? Because education की बात कर रहे हैं. No, you're still having you're still having your lunch. Okay, I think maximum 2 to 3 minutes is what we have in hand now because we're running late and we really wish to continue on time like we have. So I think after 2 to 3 minutes, we'll see you back on your seats. Many have come back. We're still waiting for the few who are at the back of the hall. And then we shall begin with the next panel discussion. Our panelists are here. The session chair is here. They're waiting for you now. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The obvious question, everybody had lunch? I know all of you have had, you've told me. The ones at the back who are still having the rasmalai. Backbenchers, yes, no? No. Of course, till here I'm consenting you friend bunch. जो जवाब नहीं दे रहा उनको मैं फिर back में कर देता हूँ. I'm being that calculative teacher. Trying to be. Okay. But it's time for the next panel discussion, which is on dual degree benefits and challenges. And I hope, and I'm assuming, क्योंकि अब आप लोग lunch कर चुके हैं, your energy is back with you, and you will join me in welcoming our panelists with all the love and applause. So please join me in welcoming our panelists for our next panel discussion. Charanpreet Singh, a director and co-founder, Praxis Business School. Professor Rajesh Khanna, President, NIIT University. Siddharth Chaturvedi, Pro-Chancellor, Rabindranath Tagore University. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, Member, Governing Council, Raman Research Institute. And the session will be chaired by Meha Mathur, Senior Associate Editor, BW Business World. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause, now that you've all had lunch. See, only the front benches I've had, see?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meha Mathur, and I'm a history student, so allow me to open this session by sharing my own thoughts on this subject. And so when I was in college in 80s, the only, kind of additional opening to any other discipline besides my own subject were the two subsidiary subjects of Hindi and English. And the way we passed those two subjects with total jugaad is, I think batches after batches passed out like that. So it was just history that we studied in one of the best colleges of the country. So that was then. But when I entered the world of work, and then you realize that your own core knowledge doesn't suffice. So history tells us facts, but how people lived, what they thought, for that you need understanding of English literature. You should, for example, what Spencer said about a particular period of history, what the painting said, what Renaissance time philosophers felt. So you need an understanding of various disciplines. And then about 2 or 3 years ago, there was, I was attending a seminar of IGNC, that is Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts. And there was this lady from NID Ahmedabad. And as a design professional, she has prepared a whole module on recreating the temples of South India from, early medieval period. So coming together of technology understanding, design understanding, and history and heritage. So, and then there's someone who is writing as a law professional, books on heritage regulations. So again, coming together of understanding of law and history and heritage. So I'm giving some examples of coming together of disciplines to set the tone. But I think on the face of it, the dual degree provision is a very welcome move. But from all of you experts, I would like to know the layers of, whether it's practical or not. So my first question is to Ma'am you about, do you think that the present infrastructure lends itself to dual degrees? And what are the logistical challenges that you see from students, faculty, and admin perspective in institutions?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to be, I'm grateful for the invite and to be part of this panel. It's an interesting topic. It probably, I will not give all the answers, but maybe it would be good to ponder over the fact that dual degrees were not allowed earlier. So I don't fully understand why, but you can guess why it was not allowed earlier. There is a nagging feeling of loss of standard quality. Indian higher education faces these three aspects of access, quality, and affordability. And we are still not out of that. So every time people who have access, well, they can experiment and do more. And quality has always been a concern. So I suppose when you're trying to do two degrees at the time duration of one, then the load on you is too much. So the infrastructure wise, I'll come to the other points maybe later, but to precisely address the question you asked, infrastructure wise, people suddenly are feeling very happy and there is a new opening with online, etc. Some people would be doing 1 degree during the physical classes on a particular campus. That may be their major choice. And over the weekends on online would be doing a 2nd degree. So I don't think this is a very healthy way of going about learning the way you describe. And my only flag at this point would be that please don't confuse dual degrees with double majors, for example, or major minors, which, for example, in our universities we have been having for a long time. That's an efficient process, understood well. You don't have to repeat the same course for 2 different degrees or 2 different majors or major and minor. You sort of open it up to a multidisciplinary curriculum, earn enough minor credits to get to graduate with a major and a minor degree. So they're complementary subjects. So I think that could be done. What is not clear to an administrator is, and to students and particularly parents, since we have helicopter parents in this country, poring over their students even when they're adults. Point is that how do you actually choose to do this? What is the stage at which you apply? What is the process of selection? Because it's not an easy thing. So it's not for everybody. It's a good option to have for those who can. The load would be too much. And of course, the edge in this ever competitive career market cannot be overemphasized. And you'd be better equipped, not necessarily better salaried, if you have 2 degrees in hand. So I think the real question is this online thing: who is doing the quality control? Who is doing the standardization? Who is counseling the students what is right for them? Who has actually gone into the details of understanding the students' aptitude and need to address that? And then for the, right now, for example, there's a lot of work going on. I'm partly involved for NAC, recasting NAC to NAC, as NEP talks about. And there's a lot of thing going on about accreditation. How do you actually go about doing this? And that's still unanswered question. It's a step in the right direction, opening it up for those who need to do it. It should not become a fad. And my worry would always be for the ones that are underprivileged. It's more marginalization as I see it. So more on that later. Thank you.
Thank you. More thought on that, Professor Khurana. Professor Khanna. So what logistical challenges do you see? Specifically, I was talking to someone and he said that how do how do students do 2 degrees at a time? And also, the kind of challenges that will be there in terms of, managing of the schedules. That is one thing. And coming from NIT University, do you think that in this scenario, ed tools will be a blessing to some extent?
Thank you, ma'am. And see, when you look at dual degree, you just don't look at a dual degree. You look at how education would be or how learning would be in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years time. And this extended years of career, a productive career, that would be, one could see, very easily, there could be 60, 70 years of productive career. And a lot of upskilling, reskilling would be required to have a productive career for 70 years. And also the kind of knowledge that would be required to make somebody relevant. And that's what you do when you're a student. You pick up that knowledge, you build up your personality, you build up your physique. and you become mature emotionally, physically, mentally. So that purpose of education, which allows a person to have a happy and productive life, that aspect is, it's very difficult to see whether the traditional way of enrolling in one institute and remain committed to that degree and then have that experience of that university campus is going to suffice. It is not going to suffice because the kind of things that people are doing and the kind of problems that humanity, because ultimately it would be a problem that humanity would face, the civilization would face, that would work backwards into market and economy and knowledge sources and learning. So if you look at all of that, a single degree done on one campus with a very fixed experience of that particular university is not going to be sufficient. It is going to be an age of synthesis of many ideas, many experiences. So in that sense, dual degree is a step in that direction, where you have that freedom. Now coming to the infrastructure, and I fully agree with here about the challenges of accessibility, affordability and quality the most. You see, other things, one can with scholarships, with this and that, and all kind of digitalization and internet, all other things can be addressed with lot more fuel, being thrown in. But the quality is something that would be very difficult. So I fully agree and understand that. The infrastructure, the way I see is that there will be a primary campus for a student, a primary degree for a student, and then a host of other courses. And those would mean that something like academic bank of credit, a central repository where all the credits are there, and whatever a student does is counted towards a degree. All that will end with all these educational technology, where at least in some measure, I won't say completely, because we have had the experience of last 2-3 years, and what has emerged out of this overwhelmingly, everywhere, that these online learning and teaching is not sufficient. It's only, a compromise and the best in that situation. So we'll probably look at a hybrid model where in person, then online, educational tools, and educational technology also would come in the learning methodologies. So the documentation part, the repository part is already picking up. The dissemination part, that's the internet, the data, the device, all that is accessible now. We have had that experience. The digitalization of everything, that is happening. The restrictions of time, space, and a person being there, those are no longer there. So all these are steps in the right direction and would allow people to be based in one campus, because that's a non-negotiable part to my mind. There is education that happens in the class, but at the same time, a student has to learn so much more. So while the domain knowledge can come, but what happens to other part of the person? So that actually one picks up on a campus. And if in these dual degrees, if there is no anchoring campus, then this experience, a young person after class 12th, when they move out from the family, typically, they would pick up these things in a very unregulated, random way from the society. And they'll pick it up from the street and from the society, you see. That is not the best way to build up a generation. A university allows for people to make mistakes. It creates an experience where students learn a lot of things other than what their domain is. So while we talk about the dual degree, it is important, not just a dual degree, but a primary degree and host of other courses around it, not just 2, but maybe many, some certificates here and there, some diplomas here and there. All that would be necessary. The internet, the edutech companies, they are a step in the right direction. The NEP, the Academic Bank of Credit, and the freedom that the students have, and all the accreditation that is now, all the work that is going in, and really, from a university perspective, a lot has changed in the accreditation over the last few years, and at a very rapid pace. So all those elements are building up. Everything is building up. But my flag would be a primary campus. If there is no primary campus, if there is no primary university, I mean, I'm looking at a case where the one degree is from one university and the other degree is from a very far away place, completely different from some other place. In that case, some primary anchoring campus has to be there because of several other reasons also. I'll not go into those. Those can also be like accounting, this and that, who gets the degree, which university gets that, the fruits of the alumni and the recognition because some alumni have done well. All that can be managed, but what cannot be compromised or cannot be negotiated is the student's experience of a campus. A student cannot, be like a satellite moving from here and there, picking up some things from here, picking up some things from there. While domain knowledge for a degree can be picked up in pieces, life skills, personality development only can be picked up as from a wholesome experience. And that is necessary. It makes one primary campus necessary. So that I would say. So elements in place, we are moving in the right direction. We need all of that, but the flag is one primary campus, not for the degree, not for the domain, but for the development of the whole generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming to Siddharth Chaturvedi. So Professor Ghosh talked about, the worry that it should not become a fad just for the sake of it. At this stage, at this juncture, what your university is, what are your observations and what is your approach? How will you take it forward?
Yes. So I think, first of all, making this announcement is at least one step in the right direction, where we are not just talking about multidisciplinary approach as a theory, but we have gone one step ahead and enabled it. So at the policy level, it is definitely a right step in that direction, where we're saying that we're not just talking, we're also enabling the change. Talking about it at an individual level, it's a great thing because it is fine. It is ultimately empowering an individual with the right of choice. I mean, if you want to do more than one program, you're welcome. By all means, if you want to do more than two, I mean, an individual, if they want to learn more, they can also do that. But once you scale it up at a society level and at an institutional level, that is where the challenges, start coming in. My first point would be what, ma'am was referring to. What is it which cannot be achieved by choice-based credit system and major minor, which will be achieved by having to do 2 degrees at the same time? That is one question which needs to be answered. Not just answered, it needs to be detailed out in simple language for parents, for teachers, for administrators, and last but not the least, for students. That, what is the ultimate advantage in pursuing 2 degrees? Of course, I mean, theoretically, we know that multidisciplinary approach can be inculcated. There is one significant advantage in terms of, crunching the time. I mean, in a course of 3 or probably 4 years, you graduate with 2 degrees, and you're probably also hedging your risk to some extent, in the sense that at an early stage where you probably don't know the entire aspect and you choose one course, you now choose another one and see how the world changes and how the ecosystem pans out, and hence you land with a better chance of building a career with 2 of your qualifications at hand. But if you extend that, then the other thing is, if we are enabling this just for the sake of getting degrees, or really for the ultimate objective of education, which is to gain knowledge. Can the student really gain in-depth knowledge and rigor in 2 degrees which he or she is pursuing simultaneously? Which brings us to the challenges of the existing system as it is. I mean, we are talking about employability, we're talking about the curriculums not being strong. We want to make the curriculums very strong for the existing courses to start with. We want to have more internship, apprenticeship opportunities, OJT, industry visit. If we are going to do that with all the courses, imagine the academic rigor which the student has to go to have the same kind of discipline in two degrees. So these are some of the challenges which I think these are the questions which need to be answered in detail, and frankly, I think a lot of discussion and debate needs to happen around this topic at multiple levels, in our country for this to be percolated down well for the common person. Lastly, I think the other thing would be, for willing and bright students and students who can afford, this is a great opportunity. But our major challenge as a country still remains the gross enrollment ratio and getting more students in the higher education net to start with. So are we making another policy which is going to exclude the rural students who probably have to be counseled at the first place to join a higher education course, and students who also cannot probably afford even one course, and they would like to join probably 2 degrees. Are we excluding such students with this policy would be another one. And finally, I would like to say that the disciplines which might, and now from our perspective, what we are thinking about is, 2 possible combinations. One is, as sir was saying, a degree at a primary campus in India, plus an international degree which can be pursued online, which was not possible earlier. It was possible only with the twinning program, but to have 2 degrees, one from Indian university and one from outside, can be enabled, which is an additional perspective for the student. And the other combination could be a mixing up of discipline, one core discipline for the primary degree and a vocational oriented degree at the side to improve his employability and career prospect. These are 2 possible combinations which can be put forth for dual degree implementation. I'll stop at this right now.
So while we do not have anyone from school segment, but I would still like to know from you. You talked about the need for mapping, because parents have to be counseled. So that presupposes the need for very good counseling options at school level, because students will be then entering an area about which they are not really aware. Second, it will then lead to a lot of readjustments and realignment in college curriculum. So what are your thoughts on these 2 aspects?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much for inviting me. Yeah, I think that first of all, the thing that because whatever had to be said on this, I think has been said by 3 very accomplished people. But I think what concerns me is that, we are degree mongers, as a country, especially parents. So, are we going to give it a thought that do I at all need 2 degrees? Do I have 2 passions? I mean, that's perhaps what is behind this. And do I have the capability, and is it feasible? Or are we going to say that, my distant cousin has done 2 degrees, so how can he not do 2? So, it can become like an aspirate, rather than being, as for some students who are really capable, we want to, kind of empower them with wings. And you say that if you have the capability, I am giving you an option. Options are always good. There's nothing wrong with an option. Okay, because it doesn't take away anything. It just gives you something extra. But when that option starts becoming a glamorous option, and then we chase it, that is where I think it's going to get scary, because not only from the student side, because the students will be confused and they might feel, like deprived if they are not doing 2 degrees because others are. So that's one. And the second is that even from institutional perspective, there are large institutes that have the resources to do this. But there would be smaller institutes who struggle more to get students, and they might look at a dual degree as something necessary to attract students. And that's where the compromise in quality and all that our panelists were talking about becomes a reality. Because, end of the day, I want to make the announcement that I also. So I'm talking from real practical, what I see, because I come from the smallest school here. We run an autonomous AICTE approved MBA program. And when I look at the undergrads that we are getting, and some of them could have, haven't even imbibed what they could have in 1 single degree. So, looking at 2 degrees for most of the people is going to be really tough. So I think, so counseling becomes, as you said, an absolute necessity. But when you talk about infrastructure, I think our counseling infrastructure is not very great. Okay, and so you are now saying that the onus comes on the schools to increase that infrastructure, to have those counselors who can actually counsel them whether they need a dual degree or not. So I think that's where, as I said, as an option, it's great. But I think that, and I don't think everything can be designed by the policy, because behavior cannot be designed by the policy, right? And that's where my concern is, that behavior might actually lead to a lot of, heartbreak and people. And I think that multidisciplinary is a great thing. But every discipline that you want to kind of get into does not mean you have to do a degree in that. Well, degree is a very rigorous thing, right? I mean, you 3 years or even 4 years you spend on something and you really learn deep. Now you want to do 2 of that. And as I said, there will be some students. I have seen students in my life who I can see could have done 2 because they used to do great and still had a lot of time. And a third thing is, if you look at the NEP, it gives so much emphasis to holistic education. And you need to not just do academics, but you need to also learn life skills, and you need to, sport and art and all of that. Now, if the poor child is doing 2 degrees, then what happens to the rest of the holistic part? Okay, so I think that I think it should start as more of an exception rather than the rule. But my concern is that, because like today MBA is the new graduation. So I hope that dual degree does not become the new degree, and then you are a, jack of 2, but master of none. So even from a recruiter perspective, does the recruiter want somebody who knows a bit about this or knows something really well, is another question we have to answer. Yeah, so this, yeah.
All of you have mentioned the aspect of, the worry that it might lead to further deprivation and, segregation. You raised this point. So I would start with you, if you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think I made very many points, and I think it's been really good points, were elaborated by the panelists further. This, the fact I talked about, I mean, you heard that in India, we often, because of lack of proper advice by people who actually know, if you are, particularly when you are experimenting with such things, you get misguided into doing something that may not be your cup of tea. I am not even convinced that a proper multidisciplinary single degree program, which we have done, I was at Shiv Nadar for 10 years, very successful program in all disciplines. And they all had the multidisciplinary character. And you don't really give the subject knowledge. You do not teach them what to think, but you teach them how to think. So if the world changes, which it is, Corona showed us that, then in an unprecedented situation, these students would be able to think because they know how to think. And I think that education is in itself quite rounded, quite holistic, and quite doable. The problem with the dual degree, first, I mean, I give you an hypothetical example because you asked. Supposing somebody was actually either supplementing or financing education by a job, and then continuing to do a degree, a dual degree would make it impossible. I can tell you that because the course load would be so much, there will be no time to breathe. So the holistic part of the education that everybody talked about, a degree, is not just a certification. It's not a piece of paper. A lot of things go into a degree holder at that particular age. So we should also talk about different sections of students. Continuing students are a different one. I'm not touching them right now. But the regular students that we see on campus, we learned a lot during Corona, how and what they need. The digital divide is real in this country. It doesn't matter how much we say that, there have been enough statistics from school also. Pratham had come up with reports. I've seen most of it. The digital divide is real. And I think if you do a dual degree of the kind I was talking about, 5 days on a main campus, 2 days of the weekend online some normally business programs that that are available. First, there is a quality problem. Second, you are completely taxed, and this can be done only if you have a credible internet connection. During Corona time, the students of ours who did not have a connection at home, we actually allowed them to stay on campus. Somebody who actually studied in IIT Bombay stayed at Shiv Nadar campus. I'm telling you now because now nobody can catch me. I'm out of it. Shiv Nadar. But this is the reality of this country, that you have to wake up. The digital divide is very, very real. So this is just creating one more layer of, creating an aspiration that seems far off for majority of India. But I think higher education is also a very privileged sector. It's not for everybody. And I say this with full responsibility. It's not primary education we're talking about. We're talking about higher education. They're very specialized, and it's really need not be for everybody. The kind of education that now universities should impart on students are not the ones that can be performed by machines. I've been saying it for last 11 years. In robots, machines are capable of doing most of the rote jobs. Then you do not want to create an university graduate who would actually be specialized on those rote jobs. So vocational part we need to rethink. So human beings more and more would be taking up the leadership roles that hopefully, and creative roles, which hopefully machines are still lagging behind. Because we have a left brain and a right brain. The left brain can be coded, can be programmed. Right brain is visual and intuitive, cannot be coded. So if your curriculum can mingle the two parts in some way, project-based learning, program-based learning, holistic learning, then you retain your advantage over machines. So what I'm talking about, that this is not a dream of city children. This is a dream of all of India. And I think this is a global problem, but it's pretty much Indian problem as well. So we need to rethink education, not in terms of making them skilled in a particular area. That skill is going to go out of business in no time. The world has lost many of the jobs that were prime when I was a kid. And the new jobs that have come up, I've never heard of them when I was in school. So I think the point is that in facing today's world, dual degree is, we are probably paying too much attention to this. It's a good freedom to have. One point that was made, it was very nice. Actually, I suffered. At Shiv Nadar, we had a dual degree program with Carnegie Mellon, where the degree was to be given both by Shiv Nadar and Carnegie Mellon. We could not do it because dual degree, and after signing the MOU, we could not do it because I learned that regulatory permission was not there. So those things come into being without any problem. Many such new things you can think of, but that was mentioned already, and this reminded me that was a real problem. But otherwise, for people who are already, they don't have access to higher education, then now you're dangling another thing towards them without assessment. Assess that it's not for everybody. Some people can do it who are full-time in it. They would have no time for anything else. So I think it creates that, but I think it depends on the language we use. Don't make it like the thing to do, and therefore everybody is going for a dual degree. A single degree with a multidisciplinary curriculum that enables you to face this problem of what we call future of work. Because work is going away from humans to machines. And I think if you can handle that and create those leadership positions, so those will be able to change the world before the world changes them. We saw that this disruption, the black swan event of Corona is not a one-time thing. It will happen again. It will happen again and again. So how prepared are our young generation to face this very uncertain VUCA world? So that's the question. So I think in that empowerment, the basic level is necessary, but it's not for everybody. Not everything is for everybody. Anyway, I maintain higher education is not for everybody. So I think we can, there are many things to be done, but higher education should produce the thinkers, the leaders who would lead the world, lead the machines, lead education 5.0, which is between humans and machine. I hope that answers partly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Coming to Mr. Khanna, Professor Khanna again. So what are those typical, combinations which you would suggest, which are really appropriate for a dual degree, which lend themselves well to dual degree structure?
See, very There are many ways to answer this question, but one, we can look at what is the evidence in front of us and what we have seen over the years. And what we have seen is that a person who is very, very good, or a student who is very, very good in technology and in science, and when they move to corporate or industry, they necessarily have to do or learn a lot of management, whether they learn it on the job or whether the company sponsors them, have special courses for them. But it has been firmly established that to be in the corporate world, you
Hello.
So you need to know the domain as well as the management. So a natural thing, and that has happened at many places. IIT Roorkee has had a dual degree as a program but that happens at IIT Roorkee at the same place. So it's very convenient. That has a chemical engineering and a management together. So a technology domain and a management is the need that should happen. If it is not happening, then it's not the right thing. If people are going to, let's say, the corporate world, that evidence is in front of us. Now, the second is now in the last 5-10 years, what we have seen is that the management degrees also need a lot of extra help in decision making through data science. And this is only one thing that the managers of today need, and tomorrow would need even more. Even though there would be softwares and everything to help them, products to help them, but they need to have that inherent understanding of what statistics or data can help them with, or what it cannot do, especially what it cannot do. So to fully appreciate sorry, the impact of data and statistics on management decisions. So for managers, and that's already happening. If you talk to Charanpreet, he'll tell you all about what Praxis does in terms of marrying the management with data. They've done it very well. So and we do it at NIT also. So we have two major programs. One is around computer science, there's a lot of data and technology. And then one is a management program after class 12. And then these students, they mingle, they study, do similar courses. So we are already seeing how they are growing up. So one is technology with management, the other is management with no particular technology, but a lot of data with it. So these are two for the corporate world. Now I'll come to another level where we are looking at who is going to solve the scientific problems of future. Let's say those will come. And so if you look at the cutting edge of research or the frontier area, that is the brain. Now all resources are going into the best brains are actually looking at how the brain functions. Now, but which discipline, which degree, owns the brain research? Is it biology or somebody who's in MBBS or biotechnology or biomedical or a BSc, MSc, PhD, who is best suited to be trained or to be doing research in brain, about brain? No. Or is it electrical engineering degree students or computer scientists through that artificial intelligence, or through cognition, or through those neurons or networks or electrical conductions and signaling? Are they the ones who are going to look at the brain? Or if you take a step further, or people who come from psychology background and psychology degree and trained in those degrees. I'm not talking about a degree where there is a mix of biology, there is a mix of electrical engineering, there is a mix of computer science, and there is a mix of psychology. And when we put up all of them and give them one degree, it's not enough. It's so complex that you need to have very deep knowledge of biology. You need to have very deep knowledge of electrical engineering, computer science, and you also need to have a very deep knowledge of what the human behavior is. And that's not possible within a single degree. So if you look at the problems of the future and look at how the industry, what kind of people would be required in the industry, and what kind of people would be required to do that frontline research, one degree, and I reiterate, one degree and deep knowledge in one degree will not be enough. We need to introduce these two concepts in great depth after class 12. when that, because you see, if you look at the way the world is arranged, and the body grows till 25, the emotional, depends, what kind of experiences one has had, that emotional maturity comes at that age. People start their own home. The world is all arranged around 20, 25, and so lot of learning has to happen before that. You cannot do this and then, I mean, of course you would, but then majority of learning has to happen where the rest of the society can take care of that. Higher education is a privilege, but it happens only when the rest of the society takes care of those things. So in another way also, you cannot do this and then pick up later at the age of 30 and 35. The price for making a mistake, the price for not being productive at that age, the emotional price, the personal price, the price to the society is much more than what it is at the age of 20. So everything has to be over as like 25 is about the most, where all these basic things have to be taken care of. You see, I mean, there is the biological age. You see the way the way the human body grows and matures. So all of that primary things which would be required for future, for next 60, 70 years. I mean, even if you account for the reskilling and everything that would necessarily happen, these core domains or the depth of the knowledge that would be that has to be gotten through a degree, which I would say, a lot of courses in the same. So I would say that is a degree. And if these are required in the corporate world, in the scientific problems, then we have to find a way to make it successful, at least for the people who can do it, or who would like to do it. You see, anything that we do, I personally, and I've seen, and if you look back and look at back all the experiences that we have had in the last 5, 10, 20 years, operational issues, affordability issues have always been, there is a way to take care of them. It would always happen, and they should never be, in my view, should never stop us from moving forward. Otherwise, we'll never move forward. You see, some people, and that's how ISC came into being. You see, I mean, there's a huge debate. Why Tatas would put money in ISC, for a privileged thing. But then they decided, this has to be done. Otherwise, how would we progress? So we progress, we keep this differential, make it aspirational. And some people would, aspire for it. That's aspire, I would see as a motivation, not as a depression. You see, I mean, that would, and whatever you do, you see, some people would not be able to take part in that. You see, whatever you do. So you just look at what is necessary for our civilization. What are the problems that we are going to face scientifically, industrially, corporate wise, that the industry that runs the civilization. Now, industry would need 2 degrees. Industry would not function with one domain expert. And science research would not function with just one deep knowledge. So it has to be done. And not just 2 degrees, but a whole lot of, things. One primary degree and whole lot of, certificates, diploma, this, that, 1 month course, 3 months course, all kind of things would happen. That's how I see it.
Coming to you, Mr. Charanjit Singh, I want to know from you also the recruiter perspective. So the relevance of dual degree when it comes to employment and job market. Not working.
Hello, yeah, this is working. Yeah, so I'll look at it from two. I've been a recruiter for about 15 years of my career, and now I actually have recruiters coming and recruiting our students. So it's very difficult question to answer whether a recruiter would prefer somebody with a dual degree. First of all, the industry is not a homogeneous mass. There are different kinds of companies, and within companies there are different kinds of people. I mean, I'm telling you, you talk to 2 top guys in a company, one would say, I would love a dual degree, the other guy would say, I won't. So it's luck who lands up at your campus. I mean, it's as open as that. So, we can't really have a theory here, number one. And number two, if I look at outcomes, I mean, if you, for example, what Professor Khanna said, that if you have an integrated, let's say, technology and management degree, there is a very clear need for that. Now, whether you do a BTech and then do an MBA, or you do an integrated one, maybe you'll save a year or something. I think the recruiter is happy with both. So there's no confusion there. So maybe you can shortcut the time you get it, that's that job that you want if you have the capability, right? And in the corporate world, you don't really go too deep into either. I mean, you don't need a design guy or somebody who's going to do a huge amount of R&D. They want people who can kind of run the company, right? So I think that's okay. But when you get into overall recruitment, so today, like as you know, as Professor Khanna again mentioned, the two hot skills are data and technology, right? So here, I think again the threshold is so low that if you know a little bit of stats, you get placed. Okay, yeah, because the scale is so high. I mean, sometimes we are surprised at the guys who get placed. I mean, so I think that dual degree as a differentiator for recruitment, I don't think that I have an answer to that, because I don't think the industry is at all thinking about it, because I don't think a lot of them even know that this discussion is happening. And I don't know how they will process it. They'll come for an interview. They'll have a very clear job profile. They will talk to you. If they feel you can do the job, they will recruit you. Yeah, that's yeah.
Thank you.
That's my thing.
Finally, Mr. Chaturvedi, before we have questions from the audience, I would like to know from you, what are your plans for the university? And also, if you are, if you would have studied some other models of dual degrees already being offered, so would you like to share some successful models?
Yeah, so just to keep it short, as I mentioned, I have seen India plus outside India degree combination working well, which also has a good uptake from the students, from the parents, and is more manageable, right? So that mode under the regulations, which says one physical plus the other in ODL or online mode, is something which can be put to work. And second, in terms of, again, I would say one core degree plus another one, which is more of vocational focus, is another combination which we would like to experiment. Technology plus management is a clear, combination which is there. But apart from that, some of the other ones would be a bachelor degree in management and economics, or a bachelor degree in science and computer applications, or a bachelor degree in arts and law, or a master's in business, and let's say a specialized one which is your hospital management. So a domain plus a general this thing, which again probably brings us back to the thing, what is it which cannot be solved by specialization, which needs the another degree. So that is one basic question. One last point which is slightly off the higher education domain, but since we also work in the skills space extensively, we are grappling with an issue as a country to make skills and vocational training very aspirational, right? And we have the tendency, for whatever legible reasons, for students to go to higher education more than skills courses. By introducing a dual degree flexibility and option, are we further going to do a little bit of disservice to the skills industry, which is anyway struggling to make skills and vocational training and ITI courses more aspirational? Is a larger question which needs to be answered, because at the end of the day, we need more and more skilled manpower who will probably come at a certificate or a one-year diploma course to you, rather than a two full simultaneously side-by-side degree programs. So I would stop at that.
Thank you. We have time for 2 questions. So, sir, please, and then you. Yeah. Okay.
Should I?
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the elaborate deliberation over here. I'll just highlight one angle which remained intangible. While policies are made, the lowest strata of the society is always considered. Now, if we look at the whole of the nation and think of a lower town class, the lowest town class that we think about, and a mediocre student from a middle class or below middle class family, the aspiration is to get a degree from a government college, which is still not easy, because if I want to get a college of my choice, I won't get the college, stream of my choice. There are limitations for that. Given that thing, dual degree gives him or her, well, this question is more relevant for girls. She will be in the proximity of her residence. Given that thing, dual degree will open avenues for her. Why I'm saying? Because connectedness is the future tomorrow. Today's urban planning is no more just urban planning, it's more of data center management. Today's automobiles, mobility things are more of like computers. Now, how will that entity from a lower town class get himself or herself equipped for these level type of jobs, where jobs will be demanding this? We're talking at a very
So
creamy
you'll
level.
have to summarize the question.
We're talking at a very creamy level. That's the thing I wanted to put forward.
See, when you look at focusing at the lowest strata and looking at the most, the person with the least privilege, we can discuss about how to bring the whole humanity up and the whole civilization progress. There are many models for this, and it is action at multiple points, multiple levels, and one of them is to create that solution, that technology that would then the fruits would percolate everywhere. So we need those vanguards. We need people to move forward. So we need to invest in the forward army also, so that the forward army then solves problems which can then be used by others. So it's the answer probably lies in a mix of things. So there would be situations where things would be focused on the fastest moving and the most privileged ones. That's a strategy wise. If you look at the whole thing, at this thinking of looking at the lowest strata, to my mind, it's very difficult to see it being there in all actions. So you have to see that overall policy, some parts here, some parts there, some parts there, and as a whole, you give a child a pathway. That's how I think that any child, if there is a pathway which is dependent on hard work, and if that hard work and pathway can lead to an honorable life, I think that's what the yardstick is in my mind personally. You see, if that can be assured, that doesn't matter what your situation is, doesn't matter what you're gifted with, if there is a pathway which you can take solely dependent on hard work, and you can lead to a very honorable way of living and earning, you see, that is, I think, the yardstick. But to break every action into that, every action has to have this component of looking at the lowest strata, I think that will not work, and that doesn't work. So as a whole, you divide. I agree to that point, but not at every action.
One last question.
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah. Rajesh, till recently, there was a debate about engineering degree being a general degree like MBBS, like not a civil, mechanical, electrical, and all this. But what happened to that? They say master degree to be a specialized like MD. Well, that is left out. Now we are talking about dual degree. So why not to complete one thing and start a new thing?
This is, even though it's very close to higher education and to the whole question, but maybe not so much related to dual degree. See, there are two aspects of any degree. One is the practice aspect, and the other is research and future, generation of knowledge aspect. So there has to be a mix of this. There has to be a workforce or people who are willing and are equipped and skilled to do the practice. And for that practice would mean that chemical engineering would always exist, mechanical engineering would always exist. Doesn't matter you know, what happens elsewhere in the world, civil, electrical, mechanical, textile, they would always exist because you need that practice. You need people with those skills and practice to keep everything moving. On the other hand, if you want to move forward, then you need to have people who understand the whole, and I can, you know, we can discuss this over hours, for hours, and physics, chemistry, maths, biology, humanities, you know, all these basic sources of knowledge, philosophy. And if you look at all of them and then make every person understand how a physicist thinks or how a biologist thinks or picks up, and this can be very interesting, maybe something that you can do later, is to look at, and I can ask all of you to do a simple experiment. Look at all the solutions that have worked. Look at all the technologies that have worked, and you will see that most of them would have some component from biology, some component from chemistry, some component from physics, and lot of components from humanities and social sciences. So forget about the engineering disciplines. If you look at the primary knowledge sources, unless, and I'll just add, the problems that these knowledge sources solve actually come from the humanities lens. Because any problem that does not come from the humanities lens or is not funneled through the humanities lens, and the solution is also not funneled back through the humanities lens, it will not work. So this synthesis can happen at many levels, but practice dependent or practice heavy degrees would always exist. We need that nuts and bolts are required, you know. So
even IIT starting MBBS course also.
Sorry, we'll have to cut short the discussion. I'm really sorry about that, but the next panel is starting. Yes, please. And thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and our session chair. We can continue the discussion outside, of course, on a one-to-one basis. Just trying to keep up with time because you also have the awards after this. Yes, a group picture, please. And with that, we move towards our last panel discussion for the day. It's on to what extent are education institutes enabling diversity and inclusion, an extremely important topic. And please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same, Dr. Jasjeet Kaur Sood, Principal, OPS Vidya Mandir, Ganesh Sharma, Principal, GIIS Noida, Abdul Nasir Sheikh, Group CEO, the Lexicon Group of Institutes, Multifit and EduCrack, Dr. Karandeep Singh, Head of School and Academic Director, the Wells Academy, and the session will be chaired by Shivam Tyagi, Editorial Lead, BW Healthcare World. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause.
Well, thank you for joining us here. I think it's been a day full of intellect. And this session, I assure you, will be nothing short of that and will be even more. Now, the topic for now is to what extent are we enabling inclusivity and diversity in our educational institutions? Now, this is a very timely topic that is happening right now. And the more discussion that we have on it, it seems it's less. So, without further ado, I want to bring in my first question and I want to address it to Dr. Sood. Dr. Sood, what are the challenges that you faced or encountered while running an institution or teaching? And where do we see this exclusivity in our education institutions happening the most?
Good evening. First of all, let's see what inclusive education is and what is its purpose. The purpose of inclusive education is to make inclusive society and to make a society which is tolerant. And lot of challenges are there. We can see around in newspapers also, when our society is not tolerant, how can we, make society tolerant? The solution lies in inclusive education, because when children with special needs or slow learners or various children with various disabilities, they will be along with normal children, and with gifted children and other children, they will be together in school. Obviously they will be picking up so many things, empathy, sympathy, everything will be cultured, nurtured in our students, and we will end up with tolerant society. Once the society will become tolerant, obviously the peace will prevail. So first of all, I feel very lucky that I am invited to talk on this very sensitive and in demand issue. Yes, this issue is very much in demand. How much we have prepared ourselves for inclusive education in our schools? What is our view of thinking about inclusiveness? That is, I think every individual, it is the moral responsibility of every patriotic person to think about it, that we should go together. So there are challenges. The very first challenges regarding the policies, how much the policies are filtered into the schools and how much they are followed, and what type of administrative control is there on various policies. Many of us are not knowing actually all the policies made by United Nations, made by our country. We are aware of RTE, right to education, that also promotes inclusiveness in education, and how that government policies can be, put into limelight. For that, I think mass media can perform great function. And if policies are there, the next step comes. There are many steps like infrastructural requirements for these children, but I think I will not take up infrastructure first, because that will hardly a challenge if the mindset of people in schools and colleges will change. That our mindset is in a way very acceptable to the change, any kind of change, and we very easily adapt to the situations, that we have thought, okay, we will go for inclusive education, and in a class where diversity is there. In biology, we teach that diversity leads to stability. Same thing prevails here. If there is diverse group of students in class, some are very fast learners, some are very slow learners, obviously they will pick up from each other a lot. And the challenge is that our teachers are not properly equipped. First of all, the leadership is not having perhaps that mindset, that thought process to easily imbibe inclusiveness. And secondly, if leadership says yes, then second hurdle is that our teachers, they do not have, ample activities or opportunities for the students. They are not trained in a way to handle visual learners, auditory learners, the children with cerebral palsy, and special educators are provided, no doubt, in schools. And according to CBSE rules, it is mandatory to have special educators, but every teacher need to learn basics of this thing, and it should be dealt as a main subject in Bachelor of Education. Then at that time, when teachers will be learning all the skills required to deliver in the class to address the diversity, it will not only benefit toppers or fast learners, it will benefit everyone. And third is infrastructural requirements, and special infrastructure like ramps should be there for those on wheelchair, lift and guided blocks for those who have some visual impairment. Another thing, a lot of IT tools are there which can easily address this issue also, because text to speech converter software, and if the child is not able to read properly, even they can listen audio lectures, so audio visual aids. How your library is equipped to address this issue, that is also very important. So if attitude of teachers will change, obviously they will be able to change the attitude of other students towards these special children. And once the students will gel with each other, and they will know that they will have to go a long way along with these students, then next comes skilling these students, because these students require a particular kind of skill which they can easily develop. For that, counselors, psychiatrists, regular visits of doctors, they are required in school, which is a great challenge. And it is sometimes becomes difficult to manage all these things. And then that particular skill must be taught to the child according to the disability, because we need to, it is our moral responsibility to prepare them for life, for livelihood. And once these challenges, one by one, we start tackling these challenges, then comes that how society, how other parents, they will accept this. I have personal experience. If students are convinced to study along with these special children, and they are convinced that when they are in their company, they become more calm, they become more patient, and they celebrate they start celebrating their life, that God has gifted wonderful things to them, but the other students are not enjoying these things, then obviously these children will mold their parents also, that it is okay to be with these students in school. And at the same time, in time to come, it will take couple of years, when in society we will have these children who have studied along with these gifted students. I remember in my school there was one student who was not able to walk, and children used to run to the reception to help that student, to carry the bag of that student. So that is the real education. It's not that getting marks and entry into job. That is real education, that students feel very happy helping these students. So I think the challenges can be tackled by more stringent government policies, if policies are reaching each and everyone, and we are imbibing ICT tools, and teachers, they are empowered and they are trained again and again to use different type of tools for different children, because technology has answer for each and everything.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Sood. Mr. Sheikh, I want to bring the conversation to you now. Anything that you would like to add to that? And also, since exclusion is a very big topic, and it's it is a broader, it gives a broader perspective. So bringing in a broader perspective also, and where do you see this happening the most?
So I think the fundamental thing that we need to look at is that, are we talking about value-based education? The challenge comes when you talk about mindsets and a lot of other aspects, is that we are moving away from a critical piece is values. Today, knowledge is very accessible, very, very accessible. It's not like what it was in my time, where to research an article, to research something, I would need to get an encyclopedia, I would need to get a bunch of books. It's very accessible on the internet, right? I think the role that schools need to play, education institutions need to play, is how are they instilling values into the students that are coming? What is the mindset that we are putting in? We cannot be the discriminators. We cannot be the differentiators, or we cannot be the ones who are saying that this child is different from the other child. to the extent we really need to reform, and that's what the NEP is doing, right? It's looking at reform, which is very, very progressive, where even our evaluation processes needs to evaluate a student on their skill sets, on what are their strengths, leveraging that aspect of it. And diversity and inclusion, will not make it happen if you do not get equity into play. Now, equity sits very different from equality, right? And that's why DEI together needs to be done. For us across, not only in the education system, and I come from a diverse background, where, even in the corporate world, diversity today is restricted to gender ratios. It's restricted to women in leadership. Diversity actually goes way beyond. It is about learning aptitude. It's about sexual orientation, gender, race, caste, your preferences, and anything. It's as simple as, is a boy allowed to have long hair? That's the level of discrimination we need to remove. We have to look at the aspect in schools. Are we still telling our children that please stand in line according to your height? That's what we need to start looking at. That's the thought process that we need to get into. So, ma'am very rightly said, I think there's a lot of work that we also need to do in the space when we are training and grooming our teachers, because they are the ones who are actually going to facilitate and bring this knowledge to the fore and work with students, work with different stakeholders. And it's about getting all stakeholders into the play. It's about getting parents into play. It's about getting the student family itself into play, the faculty, the teachers that are there, the leadership, management, trustees, the government, everybody. And I think there's a lot of work that's happened from the end of the government on that. You've got Divyang, which was also a huge step forward. Speaking on from what we do, we actually have a complete separate section which kind of works. It's a therapy and child development center called Lexicon Rainbow, which works with children. And it's not only if you have a special, if you're specially able, it could be even to develop certain things which you are behind that and work with you to build that. So I think, we need to look at diversity, inclusion, and equity from a large perspective. Look at a lot of training and awareness. That's very important. Today, the biggest challenge is there's a lack of awareness of it. We really have not been able to get the message across. So it's our responsibility, everybody on the dais, in the room, all around. How do we get that message across and make people aware and make it accepting to everybody?
Right. Exclusion or the discrimination of any kind needs to transform in the educational institutions, right from schools to the higher studies. This is why this is why we have education, to transform the social levels into the strength, the diversity, right? So the next question I want to bring to Mr. Ganesh Sharma. Mr. Sharma, how is the exclusivity different among staff and students? How does it affect teaching and running an institution, or education institution? And then how does it affect the students at the end?
Thank you so much for your question. I think we need to understand the Indian scenario where, the kind of setup we have, educational setup, what school setup we have. We know that, in India, we have more of government setup of schools and then private schools. And of course, then diversity is one of the component, one of the term, which is, everywhere, whether it is language or economic or it is cultural diversity. We find everywhere. You go from one city to another city, you will see this difference. But having said that, what is important and the practical thing that, first of all, I'm sure the other panelists also said that acceptance is very, very important. And this acceptance is not only with the educational institution, all the stakeholders, starting from the parent itself. I've seen this, we've been handling for many years students. It's a big challenge, first of all, to make understand a teacher and parent also. There is a problem. There is something, and we need to look into it, and we need to see that there's something we can do about it. But that is one first step challenge that, that impacts the class, and you'll have, if you do not have proper resources, if you do not have that acceptance, first of all, you will have all the issues around you, and you will try to, it will impact teachers, it is going to impact children everywhere. But having said that, if we accept and we have proper resources, and all the stakeholders, starting from, as one of the panelists said, that ministry and government bodies and local authorities and schools, parents, they all come forward and they put together their efforts in order to have, make them comfortable, these students. I think this is going to work for the schools. I come from school background, so I can give school examples more. This is how it's going to impact. Now, second thing is that when it comes to the challenges, of course, the challenges is that the kind of infrastructure that school should have, or educational institute should have. I mean, that we need to provide resources, especially your teachers, like special educators, especially one more experiment, or that we have done is that attaching a shadow teacher with the students, those who are, a little difficult to handle in the classes, or maybe they're impacting, as you said, what kind of impact they may they may disturb the school classroom setup. So there we have, a lot of experiments we have done. We have come up with the idea attaching one specialized teacher with that students, and that really worked. And over the period of time, we have seen that we are able to accommodate more such students in our system. As apart from we have RT and all, and it was a debatable topic initially that, how we will be able to accommodate, but now, more or less everywhere in all the schools, they are very well equipped with handling RT students. Similarly with the special needs students also, this is, there is a lot of improvement is happening, a lot of experiments are happening, and I see that, going forward, more acceptance will come, and things, more students should be able to accommodate in the system.
Right. You mentioned the Indian factor is at play here, Dr. Singh, I want to bring this question to you as well, and talk us little about the Indian aspect that's been at play here.
Sure. Thanks for the question. First of all, an early evening to all of you. I started speaking today. We had a session in the morning, so I was speaking in the morning session today, and not sure how many of the people from the morning session are still here. So I'm just going to use a small contextual perspective to tell you what I'm about to talk about. So I, along with working, directly with K-12, EdTech, and higher ed, and all the three spectrums in leadership positions, it's been about 10 plus years in India, and the rest of the years have been outside India. I also work directly as the ambassador to the United Nations for the Sustainable Development Goals with the National Institution of Transforming India, Niti Aayog. And I've been working with them. The three SDGs that we have are actually linked with the topic that we're talking about today. Quality workspace is a sustainable development goal. When we talk about quality education, I will again break it down into macro, meso, and micro elements. And of course, when we talk about equality, or that we are a equal opportunity provider workspace, is again a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal project by the year 2030. Having worked on both sides of the coin with the United Nations now, and also with our private education sector and all the three spheres. So first of all, I would like to bring to your attention something which is quite shocking. After doing my post-graduation from Oxford University, I did my postgraduate training in teaching from Cambridge. And I had to specifically, that's the point where I realized I had a gap. I did my postgraduate medical diploma in special education from Harvard Medical School. Why I had to do that is because I realized when I took up my first leadership principal role in a very big school in Bombay. It was one of the top 10 schools I was working as a young principal, just in my early 30s. Some of our panelists mentioned about shadow teachers and certain practices that we are practicing. What I was shocked to see is that in a classroom of, let's say, 30 students, there were 4 students that were sitting who actually had spectrum-based disorders from birth, genetic disorders. And when I say spectrum, there's a massive spectrum in autism. They were being handled by a counselor who was not qualified for special education. She was a receptionist converted into a counselor. That was my shock number 1. Shock number 2, having worked in helping Cambridge set up affiliation pan-India, it is a mandate requirement for Cambridge IGCSE schools to have, along with, of course, CBSE and all of our boards, to have special education needs teacher. Shock number 2 is how many of our teachers are actually SCN qualified? How many of you who are sitting in the room here would know the difference between a child who might be dyslexic versus a child who might be having ADHD versus a child who might be extremely autistic versus a child who's very having minor symptoms of autism? How many of you in the room yourselves would not know that you might from birth genetically have certain disorders that were never addressed simply because your society has a stigma that, first of all, there is no such thing as depression. There is no such thing as anxiety. These disorders don't exist, especially if men talk about it. It is considered you're not man enough. That's one of our big cultural problems where men are holding it down. Women have to hold it down also because, of course, if women talk about it, then it becomes another, I don't want to go into that dimension, but it's again a big problem. This is not happening right now. It's been happening for the last probably pre-independence in our country. So when we talk about the micro element in any educational ecosystem, whether it's a school, as I said, or a college, or whether you're talking about edtechs, is micro is classroom. We can have shadow teachers, but I would just, through experience, expect to differ with you. Shadow teachers are not enough anymore, because unfortunately, the rate at which our children are facing learning challenges is increasing. And this is a scientifically proven data statistic. Why this is increasing is because of the kind of social practices that we have adapted now. How much surrogating of parenting do we do or have been doing pre-pandemic? Or how much of actual parenting, or let's say we talk about in schools, student talk time versus teacher talk time. How much of parent talk time do you have with your kid? The child is born already in their DNA with a smartphone. Do you know that autism starts developing from age 2 and can be developed to a certain level by age 5 due to digital devices? This is again a scientifically proven fact. So how do you balance that? The child is, I am too tired, here's my phone, go away, watch your thing. You have no idea, the child is quiet. You are, and when I say you, we all are responsible in this element. So if you are linked with education, please educate yourself, because you're doing a disservice by saying that you're an educator. I am telling you my personal experience. When I got into my job, I was absolutely baffled to realize that these things are being practiced in the biggest schools in my country. So I had to run back and educate myself. I had to relearn to understand what is special education. And that's from where I realized to experience that this is a very critical component. Now let me come to my MISO element. MISO element is for employees. When we talk about being an equal opportunity provider. As per data by the United Nations, 90% of top management people feel they're included. Inclusiveness. Middle management, 60%. Lower, let's say, people who are considered teachers in our ecosystem, only 22% teachers feel included in any spectrum of education institution that you find. Inclusion does not just mean that they are sitting into a parent-teacher meeting or a teacher collaborator meeting. It means that they are part of the organization. They're part of the organization's growth. So top management is included, of course, because that's where the money is. And I hate to say it, but that's the truth. But the teacher is just the transactional element. Unfortunately, the pandemic taught us a lot, but Indians have resilience. Unfortunately, on the negative side of the coin, we have resilience to be on the wrong side. And I'm talking things which are very pragmatic. Some of them might be strong, but if somebody does not talk about it, probably nobody will. So coming from a background where I've seen these things practically happening in different kinds of corporates or organizations, I would implore you to try and unlearn, relearn, and understand that inclusive element is applicable to employees. When you say that you are an equal opportunity provider, please work on that element to make sure all of your employees, right from the person who's serving you tea to the person who's running the company, has some equality in your company. And I know a lot of us do that. I know that a lot of us do that. This is a good practice, one of the best practices, but it has to be systemized and sustained. And when it comes to children, please stop labeling them. If a child is autistic, does not mean that they cannot have a quality life. If a child is dyslexic or ADHD, does not mean that they cannot have a quality life. You need to understand how to channel their best practices into curriculum, and you need to help them in the areas where they are genuinely challenged. Most of the children, and I don't need to give you examples, you already know a lot of people who were born genetically with learning disorders have been running successful organizations, have been running as successful scientists. I will only ask you one question. How many of them came from India? So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. You've highlighted a very important aspect that we've got all, not only teachers, but especially teachers, but not specifically teacher. All of us need to educate ourselves for this, ongoing issues of exclusion and discrimination. Now, I want to address the elephant in the room, the topic for the day. To what extent are we enabling inclusivity and diversity in our educational institutions at the moment? And I want to bring Mr. Nasir Sheikh again to the conversation. Mr. Sheikh, can you tell us what are the current situation of enabling reforms, or what is currently at play here? Are we enabling inclusivity and diversity in our educational institutions?
I think we've taken giant steps. I think we've taken giant steps when it comes to getting inclusivity, diversity, and equity into our educational system. And this is happening over years. There is a focused thought process to make it as inclusive as possible. From making teachers more aware, from making parents more aware, from having policies in place which are there. Before I say more, a disclaimer, right? These are thoughts that are there. We're not experts. We're similar to the audience that sits there. These are thoughts that are coming out of my mind out there. So just want to make a disclaimer on that. I strongly believe that the whole educational system, and when you see it, from across, from ZP schools to schools that are privately funded, to schools that are, co-funded, there has been a thought process to make inclusivity in education a big play. You have people who are responsible to set policies, be it in the CBSE board, ICSE, SSE, IB, or IGSE, who are working towards that, who are actually talking to you, having events, having conclaves, having panel discussions, groups. Today is a classic example too, right? As a media house, BW takes its responsibility and puts this as a conversation forward. So are we taking the right steps towards that? Yes. What can we do more? What we can do more is ensure that we do a lot of storytelling. We do a lot of storytelling, not only to the students, but in our trainings to the faculty, to the teachers, making them understand the impact, either positive, negative, or neutral, that they are making on lives. A loose statement sometimes may scar a child for life, and we do not realize the impact till much later. And hence that sensitivity in terms of our speech, in terms of when we question, in terms of when we ask and what we ask, is very critical. And this will only happen through open conversations in staff rooms, in canteens, in informal media, in informal conversations, where we address the elephant in the room by talking about it. You know, the biggest aspect today, where if there is a challenge, the challenge is addressing by talking about it. And the moment we start talking about it, there will be tons of ideas. And if you ask the room sitting in front of us today, you'll get 1,000 ideas in moments on what's working and what we can do better. So I guess, I think we're in the right direction, if at least from my humble perspective.
Okay, okay. Dr. Sood, would you like to add to that?
Yes, definitely. We are moving step by step, and speed is also pretty good, because along with RTE, Sarv Siksha Abhiyan, that is also there, and universalization of education is there. And in CBSE, lot of training programs on inclusive education is also there, because each and every teacher of the school must be aware of all things related to special children, because when they notice certain things in children and they come to know that something is happening in the child, maybe later on that this child will develop some kind of disability, these simple and small things must be picked up in the school. And it will depend upon the kind of system you are running in the school. What are your strategies, how you analyze each and every child? When if you are analyze each and every aspect of each and every child as reflected in the report cards, as in report card you can see, along with scholastic, there are extracurricular, co-curricular, and behavior also. That is also reflected. So if we are not simply putting A grades to every child, we are looking deep into it. And after proper analysis, and we have assessment tools also. Assessment tools are extremely important to find out certain things in children at very early stage. And after assessment, if we are able to diagnose certain things that something is erupting, immediately that must be reported to the parent to look into it. And in school also, we can invite psychiatrists, psychologists, or some other learned people to discuss the issue of that child. I think the wellness program, which is launched in the school, will also take care of this thing. And this is for sure that if we will work in this direction, only then we will have peaceful society, because it is our moral responsibility that if we are getting education, it is important that all types of special children, gifted children, they must also get the at least primary education. I would say till class 12th. It we should move step forward to retain these students in school, even if they are saying that okay, till class 6 we are able to do, but now onwards we are not able to do. But at school level, CBSE has given enough flexibility. As far as examinations are concerned, we can go for special assessment tools. We can assess these students on different parameters. And till then, they can continue their education. I think this thought process, mindset and thought process will help in this direction. Another thing, as sir has already enlightened, that knowledge about and training, along with knowledge you can easily get at click of mouse. But teacher must be trained to diagnose certain things in children. That is very, very important, and that training should be continuous. If we want good results, then the training of teachers in this direction regarding the wellness of child, wellness also include inclusivity, is should be a continuous process, that on different platforms they must be trained, and proper assessment of teachers after training is also very, very important. Then we will be sure that they will implement whatever they have learned in right perspective. Otherwise, because this is very sensitive area, otherwise things can be disastrous also. So on this platform, I would like to request to all people here that this is the high time. We need to jump into it, and we need to develop our own attitude and perspective towards it, that okay, first of all, we will try to have more children, those who are not coming to school because they feel that they will be denied admission. That thing should not be there. There must be something displayed on the walls of the school that will, celebrate these children also, so that their parents turn up and we, handle them nicely, and we arrange things for them, the kind of infrastructure and other software requirements, because I already have told that ICT has solution to a lot of things these children require. We are moving step by step, but I think the speed need to be up.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Sood. Now, coming, we've already talked about a lot of solutions. Again, but I specifically want to address this question: how can we internalize and inclusivity and promote diversity in unity in our educational institutions, in what is becoming a very highly, current scenario is very polarized. So, and I want to address this question to Mr. Singh. I'm sorry, and if you would like to start the conversation on it.
Sure, thanks. I would say that what our panel members have been talking, absolutely, there is a lot of development. See, from the educational perspective, we have something called IEP, individualized education program. We have elements in CBSE and we have NIOS. There are a lot of facilities, but of course, awareness has to go. The number one solution that we need to understand is that we are a diverse nation. What we might be talking here could still be socially acceptable. Try and having this conversation in a tier 4 city somewhere in the extreme areas of Andhra Pradesh or in a village. Would they be accepting this? So how do we bring this acceptance from a culturally sensitive perspective? How do we make parents understand that this is for the benefit of the child? 95% of the times, parents do not accept that the children have an issue, because it is understandable. We all want our children to be same. So that is an area, number one area that we need to tackle. That is why professionals are needed who need to talk to parents in a very positive reinforcement manner, that the children are going to be given the best possible facilities to maximize the output that the child can bring into their life. That is extremely important. The parent has to be educated on the child's pathway by an expert. I would say even the principal will fall short on that conversation. We need experts. Second important factor that we need to realize about diversity is that we have such an amazing strength as a nation. See, it is a double-edged sword. The first part I've told you, we are one of the most diverse, culturally diverse nations in the world, running still in a in the form of a democracy. Please, let's utilize that. I was just making a small comment to since we are almost ending the day, that every time anyone comes here, we always talk about my institute or I have been doing this. We got to move from the I to the we factor. There is only one solution. We got to move into a collaborative synergy. That's the only way in education. And I'll be very frank with you, in my experience, the only difference that I'm seeing between what's happening in developed countries and here is we get into the I factor a lot. If our institution is, whether it's doing really great, we only want to focus on our institution. We got to share our best practices. It makes you a bigger person when you share your best practices with your fellow educators or institutions, rather than saying this is mine, unless of course it's a trademark or an IP, your intellectual property. We need to share best practices. To give an example, the organization that I'm heading right now is using Waldorf curriculum. Waldorf curriculum uses something called curative arts for children with SEN. This is something that we share with every board across India. We need to share. The point is, education is the pivotal focal point from where sharing starts. And educators are the people who can spread the word. So I would request that let's collaborate. If we have genuinely done some good work, we can't carry it with us wherever we are going next. And I'm talking about even if we have a lot of money and a lot of success, we're not going to carry it. But if we are able to share and give the next generation of our students a better life, I think that might serve us a better purpose. So with that words, I think I'll end my talk. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Sharma, I want to bring you back to the conversation and, if you could add to this.
So what I feel is the most important thing is that as a organization or educational institution, we need to change ourselves so that we can fit to the demands of the learner. It is not that the learners need to change. So a lot of work has to happen, as other panelists also said. The most important thing is here is creating the correct awareness, and at the same time, the training people. That is very, very important. What happens, we have seen over the many years ever since we started, and especially when CBSE also started accommodating the special needs students and doing good job. I mean, they are giving all the flexibility and all. And school also started. We started initially with the wellness counselor, then special educator. I'm sure now every school has got special educator. And going forward, I mean, the schools, many schools, they're having the proper special education department where there is a HOD and all the departments teachers are attached. But having said that, identify in the initial stage, which is very, very challenging, as panelists are also saying that convincing parents is one of the most important part. Initial stage, once it is accepted, then we start together and we collaborate, and there is a partnership that we can see together. School and the parents can work, but that initial stage acceptance sometimes it lead to fight also. I mean, it goes like, no, it's not correct, what you're saying is not correct. That is a very, very sensitive area. There are specialized people are required, and they can really assess. Assessment is also another point that we have already discussed, is very important. While even taking at the time of admission itself, that proper assessment and identifying that what is the requirement of that child, it will help you almost 50% while dealing with the students. Then the training and creating awareness among the teachers, even if you have to get specialized sources from in-house or maybe from outside, and create that awareness. Otherwise, teachers, of course, they are not specialized, they are not special educators. They will treat all the students, and probably these problems they may see as a behavioral issues, or they may see as a disciplinary issues, and they say, no, it is creating a disturbance in class. For that, each and every stakeholders, each and every staff members, starting from Bhaiya and Didi working support staff, some kind of awareness has to be created that it is a very sensitive thing. It has got a very specialized area to look into, and everybody, if the school heads, management, or everybody can come together, collaborate, and create that awareness and training strongly, I'm sure that, we will be able to accommodate and make these children very, very happy when we combine these two terms. One is diversity, we are saying, and then inclusion. When we combine, it will create a happy classroom, and each and every child will feel that I'm part of this room, I'm part of this house, I'm part of this organization, and feel that importance in life. Otherwise, they feel left out. So every child has got, this is what RT education is all about, that, every student has got right to have some basic education. And this is how we are accommodating in the system. Initially, when this RT education came, people were little like schools, like 20% schools, like private schools, they said, how is going to happen? How they're going to, but then over the period of time, it happened. It happened because people started accepting, people started taking initiative, and a lot of refinement happened over the period of time and adjustment. And that's why things are better. And I think there is a need to, there's a long way to go. I think a lot of work has to happen. A lot of initiative has to be taken. We need to understand the change has to happen. If we start doing some kind of experiment, the way in education field experiments are happening, and we have seen a lot of experiment during pandemic time. Similarly, this particular issue that we are addressing today is required a lot of testing, change, experiments, and I'm sure the situation will improve. And I think one day again we'll be here and we will be talking about that, how far we have achieved our goal in collaboration. Thank you.
Right. Right. You rightly mentioned that, acceptance will go a long way, and then it's time we show exclusion and discrimination the door. Right. So now we can open the floor we can take a question or two from the audience if we can. I will just take one question. Yes, sir. If you could introduce yourself and ask your question.
My name is Romel. I'm the CEO and founder of Anyboli Labs. I would like to ask Dr. Sood, ma'am, you had said that the speed with which we are getting into inclusivity can increase if we use IT infrastructure or ICT. Could you elaborate on that, ma'am?
Yes, definitely. There are, as I already told, there are text-to-speech software, but if we really want to speed up this process, the answer lies with artificial intelligence, which is coming in a big way in every field, and it's there. And for special children also, robotics and AI can be combined, wherein the system is picking up instructions of the teacher and translating it into in their language or in their perspective, how they understand. And artificial intelligence has a lot of answers, because if I give you some personal example, there is personal trainer for exercises you can make on AI platform online. You can make your personal trainer, and who will tell that which angle which of exercise is done in a wrong way. So similarly for these children, there are things online available, but most of the things are in development stage, and diagnosis is very important. And secondly, AI companies need to come in a big way to help and rescue these students. And teachers need to be trained how to use these tools with students. Yeah, my answer is artificial intelligence.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Sood. Acceptance again and the collaborative approach will go a long way in, bringing inclusivity in our educational institution. That's the sense of, that's the sense of conversation that's been there, and that's what I've got. So I think we, apart from the teachers, which specifically have to accept it, all of us, we need to accept that this exclusion does exist and work our way towards it and educate ourselves. So on that note, I would like to thank our panelists, and I would like to extend that thanks to you too, to listening to this conversation. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much to all our panelists, and of course our session chair for moderating this session. A group picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end of the panel discussions for today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the enthralling discussions to witnessing the evening's celebrations. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you now to BW EduTech Awards, a celebration of top EduTech leaders and organizations. As I'd mentioned in the morning, that today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bweducation.com. We would request all of you to please join in the celebration by using the hashtag BW EduTech Awards. That's EDUTECH, BW EduTech Awards. And once again, we would like to thank our partners for today. State sponsor, Government of Telangana. Presenting partner, ICFI Group. Associate partner, Ampersand Group. Our B School partners, KJ Samaya Institute of Management and Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon. Our university partner, Chitkara University and Rabindranath Tagore University. Our fan partner, Fandrum. Our digital media partner, IWM Buzz. Coffee partner, Beanly Coffee. Our beverage partner, the Thick Shake Factory, and our media partner, Exchange for Media. Well, before we move forward, may I please request our team to play the partners AV.
Ten years after its inception, ICFI felt the need for management education in the country and came into business established in 1995 and has now completed more than 2 decades of its existence. Well-established infrastructure spread all over the country, backed by a well-researched curriculum and academic methodology. To meet the current needs of the industry, IBS has been imparting quality education to scores of students for over more than 2 decades since its inception. Them career-oriented and industry-ready has been the hallmark of the IBS brand of education over these years. IBS has been continuously churning out top-notch professionals year after year from its many campuses. All IBS campuses follow a common program structure and have a centrally designed curriculum. However, each campus has the freedom to innovate and experiment with different educational methodologies and practices within this overall framework. IBS has world-class professors, state-of-the-art technology, and well-equipped campuses, everything for a student to excel in their chosen field, have a rich blend of academic and industrial experience.
Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I will request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, to join us on stage to deliver the awards ceremony opening address.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. This is the first edition of the BW Education EduTech Summit and Awards. I'm sure the EduTech Summit of BW Education will become a marquee in the calendar event. It's an event that has been pending from the last year. It was supposed to happen last year. And while we value technology and virtual events, we believe events are best done face-to-face. We've done it so that we can launch the second edition. So really, in some way, you're pioneers being part of it. You're co-creators of this initiative. I was just telling an awardee, Mr. Vinesh Menon is there, who's a jury member, Mr. Harshvardhan, and I was just telling an awardee, I will not take his name, and I was telling him that our jury chairs are such that they don't even listen to us, even on conceptual. They take ownership of the jury, right? So it's a very, very honest process. 8 days back in the same room, we had our Edu 40 under 40, the second edition. And our jury chair was Mr. Pawar, Mr. Harivansh Chaturvedi was there, Vinesh was on the jury. And our jury chair, Mr. Pawar, I think is an excellent chair. In the way he conducted the jury, he made sure every jury member had a voice, reasoning, spend a little more time with each person than he should have, or the jury should have. The time was 10 minutes, but on average spent 30 minutes. So we had to do 2 or 3 sittings. And he said to me, Anurag, in his view, only out of 40, about 30 made it to in his mind. And, he pretty much had a huge influence over the other jury members. And the reason I'm sharing this is in an era where you can buy almost anything, not everything, but almost, there are honest awards. And we pride on that. There are sponsors. There are other sponsors of other things that we do who wanted awards in it. And I don't think Priya even brings it to me. He just tells me that they were saying, can we? So our jury chair took, and he said, Anurag, I only want to give it to, I think 29 are good and maybe we should give it to 25. I tried to reason with him, it's 40 under 40. And I attest to these people. I don't know them. I gave him, he wanted financial data to be rechecked. We got our teams to recheck the financial data. Like if you're making a claim, but he still said, no, we'll give it to 25 or 26. I'm not sure. I was not at the event. I was running fever and COVID. So really, we only gave it to 25. So at least he kept that. And Vinesh, you were in the jury, how he made sure he listened to everyone's viewpoint, via view. So he's very democratic, very involved, and took ownership. So the reason I'm sharing this story is that was second edition. In the first year, Mr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, the chairman of AICT, was a jury chair. So clearly, when we bring strong jury chairs, we know that it has a bearing on the quality of the list in a positive manner. We cut our hands, we are only custodians of the process. Even some people we believe in editorially. We don't know them, we don't do business with them. And just purely looking at what they do. When we recommend, sometimes jury members don't accept, and we respect that, because we respect that process. And there's a lot to be improved, right? But at the end of the day, it's a very honest and a transparent process. Everything is filmed, everything is documented, everything is shared. All the jury members have to say yes after the jury chair has approved it. There is a honesty and integrity about the process. In the EduTech Awards, again, if we had done it 4 months, 6 months back, the mood would have been a little different. In last 4 months, EduTech has seen some seismic changes. Sustainability, profitability, quality of content, quality of impact have become as important as valuations. Valuations will always be important for businesses. It will help you raise capital, which helps you grow. So, it's not it will always be important. So EduTech is a young baby. I promise you, my friend, Mr. Dilip Venkatraman is there, or he's left, he's there. He's the global head of media and entertainment practice at Tech Mahindra. He was earlier the CEO of CNN, IBN, and is my friend for more than 20 years. And Mr. Harshvardhan, my friend, for more than 24 years. They've seen me all, how I've lost hair and so on and so forth. But I must tell you that he's seen some of our juries, and he's seen how we do the news broadcast awards in exchange for media. Next year is the 15th edition. We had the 14th edition in the launch in April, and the kind of credibility we've built. So really, initiatives grow. The EduTech is the first year, but I promise you, give it 2 more years. The EduTech landscape would be different. It'd be more mature. It would separate the boys from the men, or girls from the ladies. I don't want to be chauvinistic and just use male euphemisms. So initiatives do grow like children. They do mature. They do you proud. So I want to first congratulate my colleague Priya Sraf. It's her initiative. She's really put in all the effort to be able to do it. A lot of my colleagues, Talis is not in the room. He's not well. Uday, a lot of my editorial colleagues, Vasudha, they've really kind of put this together. You'll see the jury AV, if there is one, normally we have. I haven't been very active last 8-9 days. So, I haven't really reviewed anything. But I know that the jury process was honest. So whoever has won is won because some jury member liked what you're doing. It's not about profitability. It is not just about the money you raised. It's about the potential also in some cases. It's about the sweet spot or the narrow area. And maybe 2-3 of you who are winners, I know you. That has no bearing, neither positively nor negatively, because the jury doesn't listen to us, nor do we want it to happen. So just want to congratulate you that you won through an honest process. And I wish all of you go on to build education content and edutech delivery companies that really better the quality of education. I'm a product of that. My parents are academicians. I was able to go to good colleges and, my parents could afford it because in those days, MDI's fees was not 18 lakhs, which it is now, which is like, I'm on the board when I learned the field. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to afford because my parents are very hardworking middle class academicians. Right. So I was able to go to MDI. And I've been lucky in life. Let me put it this way. So I just want to congratulate you and I hope to see you building impactful edutech businesses. We'll also bring out a special education dedicated to you in BW education and feature you in the main BW business world. We're an editorial product. Everything we look at, it is not just an event. The people we discover are also an extension of our editorial product in print, online. And during the COVID, BW education was one of our most active communities. And we give a lot of credit to Vasudha and Priya and Upasna, who shifted to healthcare or some other domain, but they really did a lot of work. And I personally did the BW education Wednesday Wisdom for 28 odd months every week. And it kept me busy. But really, we believe education can be a big vertical. We want to sub-verticalize it. We want to launch a careers world, which is B2C. We want to launch a teacher's world. We want to launch an MBA world. But someday, I don't know the timelines. I planned them 8 years back. They haven't happened yet. So I won't put a timeline to it. And I never say never. I also say that I joined at 1:45, and there was a panel on K-12 education on role of schools in shaping the careers of children, what parents can do. And I met Mr. Arora, who had met at some other events in my past life. Past life in the sense we had a franchising magazine, which we shut down. So I remember 12-13 years back, I first met him. He was the exhibitor at our franchising magazine. We shut down the franchising magazine. Because in India, people don't value advice. They value transactions. So they want broking done, which we didn't have a skill set. So we actually shut down because we're competing with players who have that full service and they work differently than us. We can't do some of the things they did. So we shut that down for whatever. Everyone has a place in the ecosystem. So I asked them a month back, I was in Bangalore and then a friend, and she was doing an executive MBA from a top-notch university in the UK. And actually she was fast forwarding all the lectures recorded. And she was then doing answers which she had somehow got from somewhere. And I was appalled. I mean, I was like, if this is how edutech works, I'm not saying she's representative of everyone, but I'm sure there are more people like that. And I told her, you're not serious about your education, right? No, I got some logical responses, but I look at action, just words don't matter. So really, I always had an issue with quality of edutech and its impact. Edutech is supposed to democratize. Is it really democratizing? Does the content need to better? Two of the panelists, Mr. Yadav and Mr. Agarwal, said that the problem with edutech companies is they're run by tech guys and not education people. I don't know, maybe that's what needs to be improved. I remember Mayank Kumar of Upgrade coming and meeting me 6 years back, talking to me about Upgrade. It was an impact person of the year that day. Vijay Shekhar Sharma was an impact person of the year. Met me at ITC Parel in Bombay with Dilip. And I heard him and, I couldn't comprehend. Maybe I'm old fashioned. I believe in physical events. I believe in real education. My daughter has gone to the US to a decent university. She would have liked to go to a better one, but still got to a good university. And she's on the campus. And I think that's real education. EduTech has a role to play, but it needs to become deeper, more affordable, and differentiated. And I think educators are better positioned to offer what they need to offer. Also, I was in a board meeting of MDI last Monday. I'm on the board of MDI for the last 2.5 years. It's my alma mater. I'm also the chairman of the alumni. And the new chairman of the board was selected, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, who's been on the board for 3+ years. 2 new board members joined, luckily good friends of mine. I only got to know in the board meeting. It was in the agenda, but I hadn't read the agenda before the meeting. Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani and Ms. Sangeeta Talwar joined the MDI board, both really preeminent. And that day, one of the things was to launch online education for MDI. And the new board members and some of the old members asked some very basic questions. The gist of it is, the online guys will also say we are MDI alumni. And the guys who come for the PGPM course, which I did, and I was lucky enough to get in, because unlike now, very few people used to apply for MDI. That's a fact. Not like I'm saying it is a fact. Very few people applied. And I was lucky I got it. And also there was no CAT in the first year. So, it helped. I didn't fill in the CAT form. I got late. My dad did give me a booking. So the fact is, since then, the director and the board members have figured out how the differentiation, and I won't want to spell that out here. But the point is, the point I'm trying to make is, how do you make sure that the quality of online education is as good or better in some areas than what you get on the campus? I think that's the journey that we all need to traverse together. We need to, otherwise, in my view, online education, like long distance for a long time, at least last 30 years, is still not seen as mainstream education. It's not seen. I mean, that's the reality. If anybody says I'm doing from distance learning, I think it's time past. Maybe I'm old fashioned. Maybe I'm not even wise. I don't know. But that's how I think. So I think EduTech, whether in higher education or in K-12, the quality needs to get better. People have to get into deep learning. And then is the issue of ROI. And then is the issue of impact. Continuing education, again, has its own nuances, and it's a very crowded space. Media companies will also get into it. So at the end of the day, it's about content and audiences. So tomorrow, technically, I could have a BW University online, and possibly there will be. So I think deeply about these things, and I think EduTech is at crossroads where all EduTech players are looking at the quality of impact, the quality of content, the quality of educators, looking at what's working, what's not working, and not just selling any content. I don't want to tell EduTech players what to do. You go, guys, no, I'm outside the domain. You're inside the domain. It's always very easy. Like friends of mine like Dilip, who advise global media companies, give me free advice. How can I do better? My media company, because you're a little outside. So when you're a little outside, it's always easy to look at it. But I salute the fact that you're doers. You're trying to do something that is making an impact. And I wish you luck. It's the first year, and you are the winners of the first cohort of the BW Education EduTech Awards. So I salute you, congratulate you. My gratitude to all the jury members who made time to be able to look at the entries, to select them, and finally come to a list that works. Our jury chair was Mr. Mohan Das Pai. And he again was a very good jury chair. He was also the chairman of the MDI board till recently, for the last 2 years, since August 2020 till. So I've had a good opportunity to interact with him. He takes decisions very fast. Sometimes, really, if he believes in something, he just goes for it, which is what I admire him for. And many other things that I admire him for. But I would say that as a jury chair, he took again complete ownership. He ran the jury like a jury should be run. I would like to compare jury chairs. Mr. Pawar was very different than Mr. Pai, but both were very good in their own ways. So really gratitude to everyone who was involved in this process of selecting. You see the winners. Some of them are young companies, young entrepreneurs. They're not necessarily the Baijus of grads. And one of the things that I say and Mr. Harshvardhan has heard it for 21 years, and Dilip has heard it for 22, 23 years, is our role is to discover new talent. It's not just to put the same guys on cover every issue, as a media company, our role is to discover new talent. I think that's one of the things we keep in mind when we go to awards, and you'll see it in our list, which our jury members have chosen. I don't even know the full list. I know 2-3 members because they called me saying, "Oh, are you coming there?" I figured out that one, right? But I don't know the whole list. I've seen the whole list, but I don't remember it. That doesn't mean lack of involvement. It's just that I trust the jury and Priya and the team, everyone, to be able to do a good job at selecting whoever they do. So wish you luck. I know I gave you a long speech. I normally don't give that long, but EduTech is an area of deep. I'm a student, and I think they're exciting times for EduTech, especially with what has happened in the last 4 months, 5 months, which is supposedly a winter of investing. But even in the winter of investing, just to give you a comparison, I want to end by last year, Jan to June, I keep saying this, $4.2 billion was invested in Indian startups. This year, Jan to June, same period, supposedly in the winter of investing, $14.4 billion has been invested. It's part of our cover story, which came 2 weeks back. So clearly, India is doing well. India will do well. Education and healthcare are two domains that are under-leveraged, under-penetrated, underserved, and there are new needs for upskilling post-corona. New skills are needed, whether it's, I was in Hyderabad day before yesterday. I met a company that is merging or merged with Upgrad, and they do, courses in AI, machine learning, NFT, crypto, blockchain for professionals. And I said, it's a beautiful place because I want to know a lot about blockchain because that's really changing the way business. So it's a space that will grow. Wish you luck. Build companies that grow India, and India will grow in spite of everything. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Doctor always lays stress on the honest process that the nominations go through. And also becomes very difficult for the jury because every nomination that puts in the entry or they identify, they've been doing such amazing work that becomes really difficult for the jury to decide on who's going to win. And of course, everybody's a winner, but who really makes it to the list. So what really went through this entire jury process, we really wish to showcase that to you before we move on with the awards. May I please request my team to play the jury AV. Thank you so much to all our jury members once again for this. And now today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bweducation.com. We'd request you to join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW EduTech Awards. That's EDUTECH. Hashtag BW EduTech Awards. And also for all the winners, once you've received your award, we'd request you to please exit from stage left. We'd request you for a picture that we would need for our edition. And with that, it's time for the awards, ladies and gentlemen. To felicitate our winners, may I please request the presence of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media, Mr. Vinesh Menon, CEO, Human Development and Social Impact Solutions, Ampersand Group, Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO, CSC India, and Ms. Mamta Saikia, CEO, Bharti Foundation. Let's give them a warmer welcome, everybody. Yes. Okay, I think ma'am will be joining us in a while. With that, it's time to move towards the BW EduTech Awards. And the first category of the evening is Best Use of AI in Education. And the winner is... Vivoco Education and Learning, Pritesh Yogesh Sodani, co-founder and CEO. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Dr. Anurag Batra, the entire jury. We are doing something very unique today. Education is all about great degrees, about being doctors, being engineers. But we fundamentally understand that education is also about building a great foundation, great emotional and mental well-being of a child. And we're using AI/ML to actually build a solid foundation, making emotional wellness and mental wellness accessible and affordable to every single child in the country. So that's the mission we're working on. And thank you very much, Business World EduTech Awards, Dr. Batra, entire team, for honoring us and recognizing our work. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Pritesh, and all the very best.
I must say, in the EduTech jury, I sat for 60-70%. Vinesh was. And Vinesh has luckily been part of all the three juries. He was part of the first Edu 40 under 40 jury, which Mr. Anil Sasbudde chaired. Then he was part of the EduTech jury, which Mr. Mohandas Pai, and we were exchanging notes on jury chair styles. And he was part of the jury of this BW EduTech Award. So I want to tell you, both of them spent a lot of time. I did not spend the whole day there, but Mr. Menon and Mr. Harshvardhan did spend a considerable amount of time over 2 days to be able to shortlist, finalize, and actually. So please give Mr. Harshvardhan and Mr. Vinesh Menon. Our jury is really the reason why we attract the quality of what entries we attract.
Okay, and on that note, it's time for our next category, which is Best EduTech Solution for Higher Education. And the winner is... And I'm sorry, this was the best edutech solution for early childhood. And the winner is Kidopia. We have Vishal Vernekar, Head of Marketing and Design, collecting the award on behalf of the team. Let's give him a warm round of applause. We also have a recording from the founder. Can you please play that?
Running our AVs and all that. There's a message from the founder. And I know about this company. I don't want to tell you about the revenues, but they won't be an SME. So you can judge it. You have to be more than 250 crores not to be an SME. And 90+% of the revenue comes from overseas, between 5 to 10. And he presented when this happened, but I was in the EduTech, in the Edu 40 under 40 when she presented, and I said, what a company. So at the end of the day, having profitable enterprises help you flow back in content, and if parents are paying for that content, then there is a clear value. There is a AV, there is a message from the founder. Can we play that?
Hello, everyone. I would just like to say that I am very grateful to Business World and the honorable jury for awarding me with this prestigious award. It is a really great feeling to receive this honor. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my co-founder, who is also my husband, for always being there for me, my daughter, my family, and my friends for all their support and encouragement. And most importantly, my team at Kidopia, who are working relentlessly and passionately to create this product, which is a success all over the world. Thank you so much again for this amazing accolade.
Congratulations to the founders and the team as well. Okay, our next category is Best EduTech Solutions for Higher Education. And the winner is... University Living Accommodation. We have Saurabh Arora, the founder and CEO, here to collect the award on behalf of the team. Let's give him and his entire team a huge round of applause. Well, it's only me and the front benchers doing this.
I'm not a very articulate person, so I'll keep it very short. Also, I'm not an educator. In fact, I asked one of the jury that why I'm being selected, I'm not an educator, but what we are an enabler, right? One of our mission is to enable and enhance overseas international journey, right? So I studied 10 years back, I went to Nottingham and didn't get my accommodation. That's how I started. So, but we are very passionate about this because I believe 80% of your time you spend on your accommodation, not on the classes. That's where you meet bright minds. That's where you learn about the culture. So we are all about Indian international students going abroad and helping them with the accommodation and post admission. So we just started. We are a 7-year young company of 200 people and need your support and blessings. And the bigger mission is that please spread that accommodation is as important, if not important, or important at admission. And people are struggling. Many of you have young kids going abroad. People are not getting accommodation, and they've been spammed, right? They've been paying left, right, and center. Whether it's Canada, US, Australia, of course, as strong as my UK. So I would say, please spread this word that accommodation is as important as admission. Thank you.
Congratulations, Saurabh. Okay, next category is Best Exam Prep Company of the Year. And the winner is... Adda 24/7, and we have the CEO, Anil Nagar, joining us.
Thank you so much, BW and all jury members, Dr. Anurag, for acknowledging our efforts. And frankly, this is my first award, and I will say credit goes to my team. My team is here. We are very excited about this award. So I'll just briefly tell what we do. So we basically we are a test prep company, and we help aspirants prepare for various exams, primarily government exams. And I came from rural village, from a rural background, and I faced those struggles. And I had decided that I will someday do something about that, and will help people who come from small places. I'm glad that today we are able to make some impact and contribute in empowering our youth who are in smaller places. And especially in terms of edutech, I feel that the places, smaller places, our villages, our smaller towns, that's where we need EdTech. EdTech, the biggest role of EdTech can be in smaller places where actually there are no good teachers, no good institutions. In bigger cities, you have a lot of things, but smaller places, they really lack. And there we fit in, and I'm happy that we are making an impact. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Our next category is Digital Learning Company of the Year. And the winner is... And we have the founder, CEO, Anurag West. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So thank you, BW, and thank you, the eminent jury, who gave us this amazing recognition. I've been sitting here since morning listening to the beautiful stories coming out of the stage, and so many learning moments, right, in all of those stories. And I think of Mensa, right, and I think of how if we take this stage out, the mic out, and the lights out, what we'll see is that millions of people have billions of stories to tell us. And that's what Mensa is. It's a social audio platform for learning. And every day we hear thousands of such beautiful stories and beautiful learning moments. So thank you so much again for recognizing us. This is amazing. Thank you.
Congratulations. And the next category is Learning App of the year. And the winner is... Wise Leap Technologies, Bilal Abidi, the CEO, is here with us. There we see him. Not a problem, sir.
There's no tax on clapping, you can clap for them. You had a good meal, there's a good snack for you. And clapping is karmic. Clap for him, yaar. You know, normally I say you won't get any beer, but there's no cocktail and dinner, so normally I say you don't get any beer if you don't clap. But even if you clap tonight, you won't get any beer, right? But clap for him. And clapping is good for heart muscles. Mr. Agarwal, you should clap.
Thank you so much, BW Education, the eminent jury, Mr. Batra, and everyone for organizing this. WISE really started off as a project to help my friend teach effectively. He had been a teacher teaching sort of conflict-ridden kids in Srinagar. And when COVID hit, we wanted to sort of empower my friend, who is now my co-founder. So the journey sort of took us over here. Millions of users, a little bit of recognition from the Prime Minister, now thankfully from BW Education. What we're now really doing is trying to sort of take that stigma away that Mr. Batra was talking about. Is online education going to be something great? What we're doing is trying to make the online education more engaging. We are building the first of its kind tool to make sure that when live classes are happening, the teachers know what's going on, like who's not engaged, who's not looking at the screen, what's my talk time, what's my kids' talk time, are they interacting? And all of these things are happening for the first time in India. And I hope some of you try to get to try the product, and hopefully we can make a change overall in the EdTech landscape. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, BW Education.
Thank you. Congratulations, Bilal, and all the very best. Our next category is Skill Development Company of the Year, and the winner is... Then we have Siddhartha Chaturvedi, Executive Vice President, joining us to collect the award on behalf of the entire team. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
So, heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, and for the jury members, Pai, sir, whom I've known from earlier, for giving this recognition. And, we stand committed to make the youth of rural India future ready. We are doing it at scale. Currently, we're touching around 80,000 learners per annum. And our area of operations remain rural parts of the country. We also connect the youth with industry relevant skills and connect them with apprenticeship and provide ready manpower for the industry. And that's how we connect the dots. Finally, I think, a testimony to what was getting discussed, we have ourselves now attempted our own, learning portal. But the differentiator being, we are firm believer of the fact that the vernacular market is waiting to be disrupted for educational courses. So we've launched digital marketing, data science, and AIML courses in Hindi at various levels. And we have plans to cover many more sectors in the coming years. So hopefully that will be of value to the kind of learners we cater to, which come from tier 3, tier 4 towns. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Okay, our next category is Best Exam Prep Company of the Year. And the winner is... Disha Publications, we have Avinash Agarwal, the founder, director, joining us.
Thank you, BW. Thank you, jury members. Thanks to all teachers, parents, and students who have helped us reach wherever we are today. Thank you. All the best.
I won't embarrass Avinash. We go back a long time. He's my classmate. He's one in his own merit, but he and we went to MDI together. His room was next to my room, and he's my age. He's actually a little older than me, but that's okay. But I want to tell you one thing about him since I know him well. And he called me to ask me if I'm coming. I figured out that yes, I'm coming. I want to tell you that today edutech companies are talking of sustainability, profitability, of making an impact, of being real. I think for the last 2 decades, I've been seeing that Avinash and what he's been doing, and I've seen him grow from a mid-sized company to a large-sized impact company. By sticking to fundamentals of making impact to students and the ecosystem, which is the parents, and you heard him in the morning. So, he doesn't believe in jargons, he believes in real stuff. So I think that's a very good message for edutech, that he's very, very real. They focus on solving real issues for students in a real way and in a profitable way. They're a self-funded company, I know from their background, and they've been profitable for a long, long time. So I just wanted to say that again, that will happen in edutech. It's a new domain. Funding is important because it helps you in Uber acceleration. But sometimes growth can have its own issues, which you are seeing in edutech. People can take a plane for a day for 12 crores and say, because they wanted to save time, they took funded money to hire a plane. That also happens. You've never done that, Avinash, right? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Please give Avinash and Disha a big round of applause.
Congratulations. Okay, our next category is Best EduTech Solutions for K-12. And the winner is... the School of Music. We have Karthik Raju, the operations executive, coming on behalf of the co-founder and CEO, Tharini Upadhyay. We also have an AV. We'll do it after this. We also have an AV from the founder. Can you please?
Heartfelt gratitude and a big thank you to the entire jury for choosing FSM for this award category. I cannot express to you how much this means to us, and I express this thank you from both Tanuja and myself for receiving this award today. I'm feeling extremely sorry that I'm not there in person, but totally appreciate it. And I'm telling you, we are going to celebrate this award big time. They always say success does not come with what you do occasionally, it comes with something that you do consistently. And we are at it, trying to really keep moving forward in creating this access to structured music education program to learners across the country and spread this message of joy and happiness all the time. Thank you for recognizing that effort, and a big thank you to all once again.
Congratulations to the founders and Karthik as well. Our next category, once again, is Best EduTech Solution for K-12. And the winner is... Leadership Boulevard. We have Rohit Sahani, Associate Director Technology, coming to collect the award on behalf of Sumit Mehta, the co-founder and CEO. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
Because he was telling me he's an MDI pass out of 2016, so I always feel extra happy when I meet anyone from India. But I didn't know him or knew. That doesn't mean, because as I told you, our jury process factors all that in. So always happy. I was telling her that Priya is also from MDI, I mean, coincidentally. So that's the conversation we were doing. So please give him a big round of applause. MDI is good because of people like them, you know. I keep telling, in spite of people like me, I was with Mr. Sanjeev Mehta, who was a chief guest at the convocation this year. Last night I was with him in Bombay. I told him it's a good business school in spite of people like me. So he said, yeah, I agree. But please applaud for the winners. They'll become very big. They can see who's applauding, who's not. Also, it's possibilities of collaboration. If not, it's karmic. So we in Indians कंजूसी करते हैं. अभी GST तो लगाया नहीं है क्लैपिंग पे सरकार ने, दूध पे लगा दिया है, बहुत सारी चीजों पे लगा दिया है, क्लैपिंग पे नहीं है. So can you clap for all the winners once? Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Okay, our next category is Best E-Learning Company of the Year, and the winner is... Tegban Research, and we have Shankarjit Kundu, Head of Content, coming to collect the award on behalf of Ashutosh Kumar, the founder and CEO.
You know, I also want to call Priya, who really runs BW Education. She's been there almost 7 years. She's a business head for BW Education. I also like to call another young colleague of mine who's built her legal community in the last 2.5 years or a little less than. Garima, I don't know if she was here, if she's still here. There are lots of young colleagues who are doing just amazing. Thanks to Garima and her team's effort, we are the #1 legal community in the country in a very short span of time. So, you know, and otherwise it looks like a male panel. Huh? Only men on stage. We make sure in our juries, in our speaker assignments, in our conferences, we have ideally 50%, if not a lot of representation of women. Otherwise, we are not representing really what's happening in our spaces.
This conversation is not on MDI, don't worry. They're asking on the founder, etc.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I, on behalf of my entire team Tech Band, would like to state that it's an absolute honor to receive this award in front of some of the eminent and respected members of the industry. We would like to thank BW Education for hosting such a successful event like this, keeping in mind the interest of budding startups solely. We would like to thank the members of the jury who deemed us fit for this award. And as a parting gift, as a parting note, I would like to say a few words about TechBan. So we are an edtech startup, and we have kept ourselves completely bootstrapped since our inception in the industry. We have made ourselves where we are by the support of our students and organizations such as this, which helps us to keep continuing moving forward and growing and touching the lives of the youth who seek quality education and upskilling programs at affordable prices. So thanks once again for having us here. And I urge all of you to keep helping and supporting us in our cause. So thank you and have a great day.
Congratulations, congratulations. And the next category is Best FinTech Company in Education. And the winner is... Advance of Financing, and we have Hanish Devan, Head of HR, coming to collect the award on behalf of the CEO and co-founder Varun Chopra. Let's give him and his entire team a huge round of applause.
On behalf of everyone, I would like to thank each and every member here on the jury, Dr. Batra, for helping us being recognized on a platform like this. Eduonce, I'm sure not a lot of people have heard about, but what we're trying to do in a small space like us is making education accessible to a larger audience where people really are finding it difficult to find the right amount of finances to upskill themselves, to get the right education, the right places. So all we do is get them to the places where they want to and help India become the right upskilled place where we want to be. Right. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the entire team. And next category is Best Online Tutoring Company of the Year. And the winner is... Infinity, and we have Jatin Khanna, the regional sales head, coming to collect the award on behalf of the co-founder Samesh Nair. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have a video from the co-founder. No, we don't. You wish to say something?
You can't mimic your co-founder?
I can. I can't mimic, but I would like to thank all the jury members for considering us for this position, and we would keep thriving our best to give the best in the industry and impacting the lives of the students. Thank you.
Congratulations, congratulations. And the next category is EduTech CEO of the Year. And the winner for this is... Ravi Bhushan, founder and CEO, Bright Chams. And we have Ashish Gupta, the Associate Director of Strategy and New Initiatives, to collect the award on behalf of Ravi. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, is it only me who's clapping after seeing that? Or is it I can't hear? Thank you. We also have an AV from Ravi. Can you please play that?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the team of Business World and, of course, the esteemed jury for these awards. It is my life's privilege to represent more than 2,000 people spread across 25 plus countries and 4 awesome verticals that Bright Gems has grown into in a matter of 2 years. As honored as I am to receive the CEO of the Year award, I'm very keenly aware of the fact that CEO is just as good as his team. So I accept his award on behalf of my entire team of passionate individuals who just don't think, but believe and act to make a meaningful change in this world. At Bright Gems, we always believe that there is an honor in bringing any kind of knowledge and skill to children who may not have otherwise access to these things. And because there is an honor in what we do, we must hold ourselves to a very high standard and we must conduct ourselves very honorably. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Our next category is Emerging EduTech Startup of the Year. And the winner is... We move to the team. It's Bright Chams once again. Ashish and his colleague is back here with us. We also... Okay. We've played the AV before. Congratulations to you and to the entire team of Bright Chams. You can clap, don't worry. It'll all benefit everybody. Okay, our next category is Emerging EduTech Startup of the Year. And the winner is... Vidyakud Learning Space Private Limited, and we have the co-founder and CTO Raman Garg collecting the award on behalf of the founder and CEO Tarun Seni. There he is, along with his colleague. Let's give them a nice and a congratulatory round of applause.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। सबसे पहले तो BW एजुकेशन और सारे जूरी मेंबर्स का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इस सम्मान के लिए। ये अवार्ड दरअसल जाता है हमारे सारे बच्चों को जो पूरे भारत के गांव में क्वालिटी एजुकेशन और अफोर्डेबल एजुकेशन चाहते हैं, और जो ये विश्वास इस सम्मान के थ्रू आप लोगों ने हम पे दिखाया है, विश्वास करिए आने वाले समय में ये विश्वास और भी पक्का होने वाला है। और हमारे जो सारे फेलो विनर्स हैं इनको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। मैनी मैनी कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड थैंक यू।
Congratulations. And with that, we have the last two categories. Our next category is Game-Based Learning Company of the Year. And the winner is... Once again, Kidopia, and we have Vishal Vernekar, the head of marketing and design, coming to collect the award on behalf of the entire team. Let's give him and the entire team a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. And our last category for this year's BW EduTech Award is Women EduTech Leader of the Year. And the award goes to... Anshu Dhanuka, co-founder and the CPO of Kidopia. We once again have Vishal collecting the award on behalf of the entire team, and Anshu. Congratulations. Congratulations, Vishal. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. I request all the winners to please join us on stage for a group picture.
You know, I get into trouble sometimes, take some team members' names, some I forget. One of my colleagues, Ravi Khatri, also contributed tremendously to this. I don't know where is Ravi, but I'm sure now that we have in camera, we'll play it back to him. Uday, thank you for being here. You know, the marketing team, the event management team, our extended arm of event managers. Our event manager is stuck in Bombay, our head of event management, because he was doing the Bombay event and he missed his flight because of various reasons, which I will not go into. But yeah, so I want to thank all my colleagues. We are able to do all this. We are able to conceive and execute. And when you execute, it grows. Starting is very important. Because of the team that we have, are the people business, there's nothing else. So really, as I said, Priya really leads it. Give her a bigger round of applause. She's done 2 back-to-back events. She's launching some new initiatives next week, and really she supported Vasudha. I don't know where she is, and she's last 1.5 years been a backbone of BW Education editorially. There's Upasna, who worked for me 2-3 years on education. So she keeps, her boss keeps shifting her hair there. I think she was in healthcare. She's back in education. Even I'm confused. I just also want to use this opportunity to say that Monday we have our healthcare summit and awards with the Meridian. The Union Cabinet Mr. Mansukh Mandavia will be there in the evening for a very long period, and after the event, stay to have dinner with the Padma awardees, who are doctors. The Minister of State for Health will also be there. The Health Secretary will also be there, along with at least 100 big leaders from the healthcare industry. So that's at Meridian. My colleagues are here. If health domain is a domain that interests you, or you're a player, you could look at it. Mr. Harbinder Narula and his team, along with our partner, Mr. Sudeep Srivastava, Heel Foundation, have put that together. So really, it's a very impactful event. And the only reason we are doing it on Monday is because the minister gave us that date. So clearly, you know, would invite you. And as Aditya said, Aditya has been doing this since the morning. Please give him also a big round of applause. He does a lot of initiatives for us. And the last guy used to do it, got married. Aditya, you're still married or no? Not yet, but I'm sure you will get married. Ravin, another friend of yours, does a lot of event, got married after doing 2 years of events. So we'll wish you luck. So give him a big round of applause. He does a lot of events for us. He's independent. And I would request, because we need a group photo of the winners for us, both the main BW Business World magazine and the BW Education, and my colleagues from BW Senior, Priya especially, Uday, to join in the jury member. Two of them are here, Mr. Harshvardhan and Mr. Vinesh Menon, to join for a group photograph. You can bring your trophy. Just the trophy. Don't bring the
All the winners, please, with their trophies. I think we will need to come a little more closer, everybody, make sort of a semicircle. Can they also sit? I think we'll have to come this side. आपका सर आगे बता दीजिए जब आप Yes, we request you अगर आप बैठना चाहें, you can. You'll also sit here. And let's make a closer group. And one only with the winners. One only of the winners. After that, I would request the BW team to please join us on stage after this for a group picture. Congratulations, all the winners. Yes, let's collectively give them a warm. So half of them are here. No. Okay. The BW team, please, we would request you to join us on stage for a group picture. Salman, if you can bring your team.